Across the history of my channel, the Universal monsters have become a mainstay of my ongoing coverage, and have helped shape my interests, style, and continued evolution as a creator. So I think it comes as no surprise when I say that I really love classic monster movies, and have made a lot of videos about them over the years. While I'm nowhere close to being done covering these monsters on my channel, I've recently come to a close on covering each of their classic films, and thought it would be a perfect time to collect all of my Universal Monsters videos in one easy-to-watch place. Over the course of this compilation, you'll find 9 different videos covering the entire history of the classic Universal monsters. I've loved making these videos and am excited for many more to come, and I hope you enjoy watching them.
There are few movie studios as closely associated with horror as Universal Pictures, thanks to their dozens of films classified under the umbrella of Universal Monsters. From vampires to the undead to gillmen, the Universal Monsters represent classical, gothic film horror that once sent a chill through audiences when few other studios embraced the genre. But what happens when we find ourselves identifying with the creatures once designed to terrify us? When Dracula and Frankenstein were met with major success in 1931, Universal Pictures went on a massive tear through the genre, adapting as many works of horror fiction as possible, and then making sequel after sequel about every monster whose film was a success. The result is that the studio produced 41 films from 1931 through 1956, the era defined as the Universal Classic Monsters, with Todd Browning's Dracula, James Whale's Frankenstein, Carl Frun's The Mummy, Whale's The Invisible Man, Whale's Bride of Frankenstein, George Wagner's The Wolfman, Arthur Lubin's Phantom of the Opera, and Jack Arnold's Creature from the Black Lagoon being the cornerstones, and almost all given multiple sequels across the 25-year period. Generations later, and the impact of these films is still being felt. Of course, many of these stories had existed before Universal turned them into movies, but it was the Laemmle-founded studio that provided them with an iconic look and widespread success that burned them into public consciousness. These undead creatures and societal outcasts now inform what it means to be a horror monster. The shambling feet, clawing hands, gothic trappings, and embodiment of both sci-fi and fantasy that calls into question modern man's ability to understand the world. But for all their violence and terror, it's the monsters that we love and identify with, not the men and women trying to stop and inevitably destroy them. These are films propelled by strange attractions and romantic tragedy. These are monsters who yearn, who despair, who are cast out by society. They may have once been the source of fear for audiences, but the inherent sympathy infused into their stories by their writers and directors has only grown more powerful with each decade. Today, we don't cheer for Henry Frankenstein's marital restoration or celebrate the death of the Gillman. We identify with the scorned outsider. We begin to feel the strange attractions of the Universal monster. And decades after the height of the era, we are the monsters. The 1920s saw Universal dip their toes into horror with proto-monster movies like The Hunchback of Notre Dame, The Phantom of the Opera, and The Man Who Laughs. But it wasn't until Dracula in 1931 that the studio decided to become a horror home. And once the Great Depression hit, Universal stayed afloat thanks to the success of Dracula, which made $500,000 in theaters, and Frankenstein, which made over $1 million. It wasn't long until The Mummy, The Invisible Man, The Bride of Frankenstein, and more made their way to screens. Along the way, Universal threw more money behind their creations. The skills of the talent behind the scenes grew, the box office takes piled higher, and screen legends like makeup artist Jack Pierce helped bring iconic new visions to life that still capture the imagination today. Universal's output of horror wasn't always full speed ahead, however. The enforcement of the Hays Code starting in 1934 struck a major blow against horror, as this act of Hollywood self-policing against seemingly immoral depictions on screen worked in direct contrast to the bread and butter of the genre. Specifically, it was Hays Code Administrator Joseph Breen that had a massive axe to grind with horror, using the code's ban on depictions of brutality and possible gruesomeness to completely defang and disappear horror from Hollywood in the code's first few years. Just a few years after the boom created by Dracula and Frankenstein, and Universal had entirely turned its back on horror. That is, until 1938, when Hollywood movie theater owner Emil Ullman began playing a triple bill using old prints of Frankenstein, Dracula, and Son of Kong. The massive success of the presentation not only saved his theater, but showed Universal that audiences were ravenous for horror. Hays Code be damned. Soon, Universal returned its icons to the screen with sequels like Son of Frankenstein and The Invisible Man Returns, and also minting new icons like The Wolfman in 1941. Largely, Universal's success in horror would happen throughout the reign of the Hays Code, but their success is a strange blend of both saying to hell with the code and also playing by some of its larger rules. As such, Universal monster horror would portray chaste relationships, inevitably punish those seen as villains, and avoid any graphic depictions of violence or sex. This means many of the Universal monster movies are masterclasses in subtext, with creators such as James Whale, one of the very few out gay men in Hollywood at the time, using his monsters as deeply layered allegories. What's crucial in understanding the appeal and horror of so many of Universal's movies is that each of these films center on an outsider that disrupts a miniature version of society, or a group of people's relationships. The very existence of these outsiders calls into question our understanding of the world, but what is initially seen as a source of fear, that these outsiders could actually disrupt our societal norms, has been transmuted into something desirable or even aspirational in retrospect. After all these decades, the normal human condition endangered by Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, or the Gill Man has not benefited us like these films would have us believe. And for a growing number of people who see themselves as shunned or even victimized by society, the power embodied by an undead creature or a scientific experiment gone wrong is a source of hope. If society deems us to be monsters because of our sexuality, skin color, religious beliefs, or physical traits, then why shouldn't we find the archetypal monster to be the true hero of their picture? Of course, these monsters are all inevitably defeated by their human counterparts, rendering the classic Universal monster a tragic archetype, one that illustrates society's inevitable return to a status quo that never accepts the outsider. And in this rebalancing of the scales, we find these gothic tales to be more true to life than ever before. Because if simply not being recognizably human is what makes someone a monster, then there is a sharp divide between the idea of a monster as simply socially deviant and monster as something truly sinister. To quote author Emil Ferris, "I make a distinction between good monsters, those that can't help being different, and rotten monsters, those people whose behavior is designed around objectives of control and subjugation. I don't really think they deserve the title of monster. In my mind, that's an honorable title. It represents struggle and wisdom bought at a high, painful price. But the notion of the monster is uniquely interpreted by each series within the larger franchise. Examined together, we see how these strange attractions and identifications with the outsider shift from creature to creature, all while finding certain commonalities. Generally, there are two categories these classic monsters fall into: inhuman creatures that encounter humanity, and humans who are stripped of their humanity. In the former, we find Dracula, Frankenstein's monster and his bride, the mummy, and the Gill Man. In the latter, the Invisible Man, the Wolfman, and the Phantom of the Opera.
Listen to them, children of the night. What music they make.
Director Todd Browning and screenwriter Garrett Ford's Dracula from 1931 is, of course, foundational for the Universal monsters, but it's also almost completely out of step with the larger themes of the era in question. The creators combine elements of Stoker's original novel with the unauthorized Nosferatu and various stage play adaptations for a story that sees Bela Lugosi's Count Dracula as an outright force of evil come to London. Naturally, he must be destroyed and is, in the end, stake through the heart by Van Helsing, restoring the changing Mina and her relationship with Jonathan Harker. There's a fear of the outsider here that has no real sympathy for Dracula. He's simply evil and a threat to proper society. And given that this tale of a European outsider invading White Britain is derived from Stoker's novel, there's a streak of anti-Semitism that has to be reckoned with when considering classic Dracula stories. As discussed in Judith Halbertum's Technologies of Monstrosity, Bram Stoker's Dracula, Dracula is the embodiment of Victorian England's fear of the Jews, as his peculiar physique, his parasitical desires, his aversion to the cross and to all trappings of Christianity, his blood-sucking attacks, and his avaricious relation to money resembled stereotypical anti-Semitic 19th century representations of the Jew. Browning's Dracula is the most averse to the monster and its depictions of the outsider, even if it is unaware of the anti-Semitic ideas that it's translating to the screen. Nevertheless, there is something that has always been attractive to the erotic underpinnings of the vampire. The bite is the ultimate intermingling of sex and death, the most literal interpretation of le petit mort, as the French would say. As such, the erotic seductions of the vampire have made Dracula and his offspring more tempting than what Stoker's original anti-Semitic fears would want, most notably in the explicitly lesbian story of 1936's Dracula's Daughter.
It's alive! In the name of God! Now I know what it feels like to be God!
Despite being one of the foundational texts of the era, the original Frankenstein is somewhat of an outlier in its perceptions of its titular monster. From its opening moments, where the fourth wall is immediately shattered to address the audience and moralize the following film, we see its lead scientist condemned for his coming actions, described as
a man of science who sought to create a man after his own image, without reckoning upon God.
And while Boris Karloff's monster is shown in a somewhat sympathetic light and undeserving of the torment he finds in Unnatural Life, you can't help but see Whale's original film as framing him as a terrifying monster first and foremost. There's very little of Mary Shelley's original novel here besides its central premise, and instead of a grief-stricken Victor Frankenstein, we find a Mad Henry, aspiring to be a god and then forced to destroy his creature. Likewise, the monster here is not a self-aware, poetic, but violent creature like the novel, but a roaming infant that can't grasp its own penchant for destruction. When combined with a studio-mandated ending that has Frankenstein's marriage restored, the film becomes less about the plight of the outcast and more about the righting of man's folly. Regardless, Whale's monster is a classic misfit whose appearance and nature doom him from the start. Hunted by the world, Frankenstein's creation is destined to return to the grave.
You stay. We belong dead.
While I've previously dedicated an entire video to Whale's Bride of Frankenstein as seen through the lens of queer film theory, and won't spend too much time retreading ground here, it's crucial to examine the film's distillation of existential loneliness and longing. The monster and bride may be the most self-aware of all these creatures, and therefore the most tormented. Following up the original, Bride sees the monster survive and wander the countryside, persecuted by every human that sees him as a threat and nothing more. But what Bride does differently than the original is to give the monster greater awareness and even limited speech, which only brings about greater suffering. With no one else in the world that can understand him, the monster wants either death or a bride to share in his life. And when the iconic bride is finally brought to life, a sort of unnatural new life created by two men as the mate for a creature that cannot be defined by gender constructs, it rejects Karloff's monster. And like an inverse Christ accompanied by all the appropriate symbols along the way, the monster travels from the grave to life and back to the grave again. It's the ultimate example of a monster seeking acceptance, and when it can never be found, choosing death rather than eternal torment. Within this pantheon, Karl Freund's The Mummy is the most overtly romantic. While the film may be most well known for Karloff's appearance as a dusty, bandaged mummy, he really only appears in this form for a couple minutes, afterward bringing his reconstructed, crepe-skinned Imhotep to life as an ancient monster posing as a man. There are no plans of domination. Instead, Imhotep has his sights set on Helen, who is the physical reincarnation of his lost love, Princess Ankh-Sunamun. It's a quiet, melodramatic, frankly honestly kinda boring movie about Imhotep's seduction and control of Helen. Here, his hypnosis and plans on replacing Helen's soul with that of his lover makes the mummy simultaneously the most romantic and most villainous of the monsters. Much like Lugosi's Dracula, Karloff's Imhotep is mostly devoid of sympathy because of his role as a victimizer. Still, the ideas of yearning, now across the centuries, propel these strange attractions, which Helen nearly succumbs to before being able to destroy her monster suitor.
Whoever is bitten by a werewolf and lives becomes a werewolf himself.
While 1941's The Wolfman also plays with ideas of attraction gone wrong, specifically in how Lon Chaney Jr.'s Larry Talbot hunts the woman he's attracted to once he transforms into a werewolf, its most compelling metaphors are about the Jewish experiences of its creator. Writer Kurt Siodmak was a German Jew who fled Europe in the 30s as Hitler's persecution of the Jewish people began. When taken into account, the tale of the Wolfman becomes a very clear parallel for Jewish persecution and desperation at the height of the ongoing Holocaust. The film, originally titled Destiny, is inevitably about an outsider cursed by forces he can't control. Now, Talbot is forced to hide his true nature from the people that would hunt him down and kill him for who they perceive him to be. To top it all off, the werewolf's curse is revealed by a pentagram appearing in the palm of those who are doomed to transform, closely resembling the yellow Star of David forced to be worn by Jewish people persecuted by the Nazis. Obviously, like many of its contemporary films, the message of the Wolfman becomes mixed when examined in detail, but the Jewish link to werewolves can be traced all the way back to the Torah and the Book of Genesis. Here, Benjamin, son of Jacob, is described as like a ravenous wolf, with medieval commentator Rabbi Ephraim ben Shimshon discussing how Benjamin was believed to be actually able to transform into a wolf. While this would endanger others, it also meant there was fear that Benjamin would be killed for his perceived danger.
Christine Dubois will sing tomorrow night. Leave Paris. This is your last warning.
While it's discussed less than its contemporaries, the 1943 adaptation of Gaston Leroux's Phantom of the Opera, Universal's second film about the story, heavily deviates from its source material. Instead of the Paris Opera House being long haunted by a world-traveling, disfigured musical genius, Claude Rains' Eric is a gifted violinist turned mad by the one-two punch of losing his physical capability to play music, and then scarred by acid. Love triangles, falling chandeliers, and subterranean dangers ensue, with the Phantom growing obsessed with Christine until his tragic demise. While it may have some aberrations from the rest of the monster canon, like being in Technicolor and the only one of these films to win Oscars, the changes made by screenwriters Samuel Hoffenstein and Eric Taylor turn the Phantom into that classic Universal monster, who is transformed into something that cannot be accepted by the normal world.
You're crazy to know who I am, aren't you? All right, I'll show you.
The most inhuman of all these classic Universal monsters may actually be the one closest to humanity, the Invisible Man, Jack Griffin, who we meet already having turned himself invisible at the start of the film. Eventually, we learn that Griffin had experimented on himself to become impossible to see, but had not discovered a way back. Slowly, Griffin turns violently mad, first attacking the townsfolk who bother him, then scheming for world domination, and finally beginning to murder. Of all the monster movies, Invisible Man shares the most DNA with Frankenstein, this time with the overreaching scientist and monster being one and the same. Here, man strips himself of humanity and the ability to have human connection, losing more and more of himself as a result. Griffin exists in an almost constantly manic state, really only focused on gaining power and torturing the people he hates. Even though Whale's film gives its monster a lovelorn fiancé and hints at a love triangle, lacking a human visage and hell-bent on destruction, the Invisible Man becomes one of the least sympathetic and relatable monsters. In the end, Griffin only finds redemption on his deathbed with his fiancée by his side. He laments,
I meddle in things that man must leave alone.
And dies from gunshot wounds, which renders him visible and essentially human once again, but only once he's paid with his life. If the tragedy of many of these Universal monsters is to know all too well that what you are is unacceptable to society, then the tragedy of the Invisible Man is to be unable to truly know yourself. As the last of the classic monsters canon hitting theaters in 1954, Jack Arnold's Creature from the Black Lagoon straddles both the Universal monster canon and the 1950s sci-fi B-movie boom. But its themes of monster eroticism and that universal yearning make it an essential part of the franchise. With its creation myth opening and archaeological dig, Creature is a film whose horror stems from a sudden revelation that the world is not as we know it. Because the Gillman is hypothesized to be some sort of splinter species that has lived undisturbed in the Black Lagoon for centuries, Creature's horror is very much built from the classic setup of man going where he should never have entered. This poses the creature as a type of unknowable counter to man's power over nature. In this way, it's a classic creature feature, which places man in direct contention with nature.
We've just begun to learn about the water and its secrets, just as we've only touched on outer space.
But what sets Creature apart from the genre and places it squarely within the classic Universal monster pantheon is the romance positioned at the center of the story. In doing so, tragedy and sexuality become ingrained within the narrative. A human love triangle of scientists and explorers is violently interrupted by the arrival of the Gillman, who sets his sights on Julie Adams, Kay. And in the film's most famous scene, he stalks her from beneath the surface as she swims, creating an unknowing, erotic ballet of woman and monster. As compared to the talkative Dracula or Mummy, the constantly learning Frankenstein's monster, or the unwillingly animalistic Wolfman, the Gillman is silent aside from its roars. And with its wide-eyed, expressionless face, it invites far more projection from the audience. It's not until our heroine decides to take a swim that we see the Gillman as a more fully formed being, instantly attracted to her and following her every move. There's, of course, a sense of danger here. What does this prehistoric alternative to man want with this woman? But there's also a sense of attraction, seen in the way the creature copies her movements and playfully reaches toward her. If Frankenstein's condemnation of man and monster comes from a presumption of God's existence, then Creature's sci-fi leanings question everything we know about the universe. The tropical setting, the extra skin on display, the allure of the unknown, all of these elements add a sensuality often missing from the previous Universal films. But its many underwater scenes create a lyrical feeling in its exploration-centric horror. Like Frankenstein's monster, the Gillman has suddenly stumbled upon humanity and is both fascinated and destroyed by it. Clearly, Kay is an unwilling partner to the creature's advances as it seeks to make her its mate. But the erotic impact of the wonderfully designed monster is clear. You don't have to look any further than Guillermo del Toro's Shape of Water in 2017, which takes the idea of amphibian man and consummates the romance. Del Toro would say of his childhood experience watching the film, "When I saw the creature swimming under Julie Adams, I thought, I hope they end up together." Shape of Water is the rare film to fulfill its monster romance, and rarer still in allowing beast and human to be together free from transformation. No human-like appearance of vampires, no return to man of Beauty and the Beast. In its sexuality, Shape of Water feels transgressive, but is immediately recognizable. This is the hidden eroticism of Universal monsters laid bare. We know it when we see it because it's been with us for decades. The late 40s would see Universal's monster output slowly peter out and have its solo sequels replaced with the monster rally pictures of House of Frankenstein, House of Dracula, and comedy crossovers with Abbott and Costello. While the Creature trilogy gave Universal a temporary boost, the classic monsters were finished by the early 50s, replaced by a new wave of Cold War horror. But that didn't mean they were ever far from fans' minds. The TV boom gave these films access to new generations, while Forrest J. Ackerman's famous Monsters of Filmland solidified the legends of these monsters. These ideas of longing by and attraction to the societal outcast are what unite the classic era of Universal monsters beyond its shared group of creators and aesthetics. In later decades, these classic monsters would be reborn again and again, first in Hammer Films productions from the 50s through the 70s, lending a mid-century British approach to creatures like Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Mummy, but with much more explicit Technicolor violence and sexual overtones. Then in Columbia Pictures' brief run in the early 90s, marketing their prestige takes as more true to the source material. The Mummy movies at the turn of the century turned gothic horror into Indiana Jones-esque adventure. And finally, the disastrously launched Dark Universe of the late 2010s has seen Universal work to revive their properties as an action universe. films, and then as a lower-budget, creator-driven approach. All of these attempts point toward the iconography of the classics, but also highlight the irreplicable nature of their near-transgressive subtext. After almost a century, the Universal monsters might be the ultimate example of the death of the author in film. The writers and directors who first brought these films to life had no idea that their films would go on to be studied, remade, turned into generations of merchandise, inspire kids' cereal, and be reclaimed by both casual and critical audiences. But most importantly, it's the men, women, and non-binary people who see themselves reflected in these outcasts and become empowered by it that have given new life and new meaning to what it truly means to be a monster.
Dracula is, on both page and screen, the founding monster of horror. The story of a deadly creature preying on modern society that calls to our deepest fears and darkest desires. And while Bram Stoker's 1897 novel has been adapted and homaged in thousands of films, TV shows, novels, and so much more, thanks public domain, the story of Count Dracula has been equally defined by Universal Pictures adaptations. Debuting in 1931 with Todd Browning's Dracula starring Bela Lugosi as the Prince of Darkness, the look, sound, style, and terror of Dracula was immediately cemented in the hearts and minds of generations of viewers around the world, not only kicking off 20 years of classic Universal monsters, but influencing horror as an entire medium. But where can a series go after a studio and star has put their definitive mark on a monster? Sons, daughters, familiars, prequels, remakes, and monster mashes, the Dracula franchise is one in search of a story with a Dracula and Lugosi shaped whole at the center of it. Here we'll explore the entire history of Universal's Dracula, from Bram Stoker's foundational novel to how the Prince of Darkness helped create the Universal monsters, to the many sequels that tried to breathe new life into this vampire story. Join me as we open the crypt of Dracula, Universal's founding monster. The origins of horror can be traced back to the 19th century and a few key books. Novels like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, Henry James's The Turn of the Screw, and Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray, but few are as critical to horror overall, or as frankly awesome, as Bram Stoker's Dracula. Abraham, better known as Bram Stoker, was born on November 8, 1847 in Dublin, Ireland, and while he spent his early years as a drama critic and the personal assistant of theater actor Henry Irving, whose looks and manipulative nature were the inspiration for Dracula, Stoker aspired to be a successful author. Published in May of 1897, Dracula isn't the first vampire story. Works like The Vampire and Carmilla predated by decades, but Stoker's novel consolidates, defines, and creates new lore and meaning for vampires through its story of one horrifying monster come to prey on civilized society. Here, Stoker's story, through the knowledge of Abraham Van Helsing, casts vampires as extremely powerful, unholy creatures who have strict rules. They feed on victims' blood slowly, draining them fully but neatly over many nights, and from the same small puncture wounds. They can change into bats or wolves or mist, but are driven away by holy objects and garlic. The sun takes away their powers but doesn't kill them, and they must rest in their home soil or grave, and killing them requires staking them through the heart and beheading them. In terms of the lore and background, Stoker pulled from many different religions, superstitions, and beliefs to create an unholy monster that eats away at the edge of modern society and must be pushed back by faith. But the fears evoked by the Prince of Darkness speak to many different facets of a Victorian society on the edge of a turning point in England. Dracula embodies sexual taboos, the ways in which Dracula feeds on both men and women who become aroused by his seduction, fears of seemingly less civilized people invading England, how Dracula is a brute with a so-called child mind taking over their society, the spread of disease, vampirism infects the body and is linked to rats, religious panic, only Christian symbols can drive back a man that seems like the devil, and fears of so-called racial pollution. Dracula is from Romania, which the novel describes as barbaric, is supported by Romani people, and links to then heightening anti-Semitic fears in Europe. all of these lie in the horror of Dracula and the need for our heroes to destroy him, saving their home and the purity embodied in Mina Murray. And while many point to real-life Romanian ruler Vlad the Impaler as the inspiration for Dracula, sources say that Stoker had already outlined his novel when he learned of him, instead simply using the real person as a bit of reference and real-world grounding for Dracula's background as an ancient warlord, taking his title of Dracula as the character's name instead of his original idea, Count Vampire, because it sounded rad. Beginning with English solicitor Jonathan Harker arriving at the castle of Count Dracula in the Carpathian Mountains to help him purchase a home in England, Jonathan and the reader slowly, dreadfully uncover the horrifying nature of Dracula as a vampire. His imprisonment and encounters with Dracula and his brides, who nearly feed on him but are instead given a baby by the Count, traumatize Harker as he escapes. But the Count soon arrives in England on the Demeter, slaughtering everyone on board and making his home in Carfax Abbey to set up a new hunting ground. Dracula is told in epistolary form, so it's written as if it's pieced together from different journal entries, newspaper clippings, letters, and telegrams that together form a cohesive story. As a result, the reader and whoever has supposedly put together these various forms of communication are piecing together a story that makes sense of something horrible that's happened. And this book rules. I read it years ago for fun, and I reread it for this video, and frankly, I loved it more than ever. I love the characters, Van Helsing is my favorite, the sense of horror that it creates, the sort of time capsule that it is for the Victorian era of England, and all the various ways that it really scares the reader and keeps us in suspense even though we already know what's going to happen because everyone kind of knows the Dracula story. Together, you piece together this information about Dracula, who he is, what needs to be done, and how he's affecting all of our characters as we really come to understand them and their relationships and care about them, which makes the whole thing a lot scarier. And it's so well written too. Stoker does a great job at putting this whole story together while still making it seem like these are disconnected forms of communication that when put together start to make sense of who and what Dracula really is. Really, the only two major characters who don't write out their experiences are Arthur Holmwood, honestly a bit of a nothing character whose wealth funds the fight against Dracula, and Quincy Morris, an American hunter and a bit of a cowboy who doesn't need any of this letter writing because he's got a vampire to hunt, dang it. This dude rules. So as a reader, we too piece together the mystery and the horror of Dracula, gaining access to knowledge before each separate character and creating a bit of dramatic tension as the truth of the vampire goes unknown until about the halfway point. That style of writing means that we really get into each character's head and help shape them as fascinating, individual people with their own struggles. It also means that Dracula's sense of horror is more lurking dread, unseen carnage, and a gradual buildup of a terrifying villain. And given that Dracula is a hidden menace discreetly preying on his victims, we get very little on-page interaction with the vampire. Really, Stoker gives us the most time with Dracula in the first 3 chapters of the novel during Jonathan's time at the Transylvanian castle, coming to realize that the Count who has trapped him is a monster. Once we move our focus to England, Dracula disappears and we mostly see his impressions and effects on our characters, as Lucy Westenra slowly falls victim to the Count over the course of weeks. It's Lucy's death and transformation into a vampire that fully bands our characters together. The 3 men who loved her, Arthur Holmwood, her rich fiancé, John Seward, a sanatorium doctor, and Quincy Morris, an American hunter, along with Dr. Abraham Van Helsing, who knows about vampires and is the only one who understands what to do, alongside Jonathan and Mina Harker. With the group destroying the vampire Lucy, Dracula targets Mina, drinking her blood multiple times and then forcing her to drink his to be one of the undead. Soon, the group of vampire hunters destroys the Count's many resting places and pursues him back to Romania, finally intercepting and killing him, with Mina saved and Quincy dying in the process. The sun was almost down on the mountaintops, and the shadows of the whole group fell upon the snow. I saw the Count lying within the box upon the earth, some of which the rude falling from the cart had scattered over him. He was deathly pale, just like a waxen image, and the red eyes glared with the horrible, vindictive look which I knew too well. As I looked, the eyes saw the sinking sun, and the look of hate in them turned to triumph. But on the instant came the sweep and flash of Jonathan's great knife. I shrieked as I saw it shear through the throat, whilst at the same moment Mr. Morris's Bowie knife plunged into the heart. It was like a miracle, but before our very eyes and almost in the drawing of a breath, the whole body crumbled into dust and passed from our sight. I shall be glad as long as I live that even in that moment of final dissolution, there was in the face a look of peace, such as I never could have imagined might have rested there. Stoker would pass away in 1912, 15 years after the publication of Dracula, but even by then, you could see the growing legacy and influence of his vampire novel, with several adaptations already happening. In fact, adaptations of Dracula happened almost immediately after its first publication. There were newspaper serializations, adaptations into other languages, and even stage plays almost immediately following its publication. And soon after the invention of the motion picture, film adaptations were underway, and the very first one was actually a 1921 Hungarian film titled The Death of Dracula. But the real efforts started with F.W. Murnau's 1921 unauthorized adaptation of Dracula, titled Nosferatu, A Symphony of Darkness. The story and history of Nosferatu is a topic for another time, but what's important here is that while Murnau and company changed names and certain plot points, Nosferatu was obviously an adaptation of Stoker's work done without getting approval or paying for the rights. The result was that Stoker's widow, Florence, sued the makers of the film and, upon winning, demanded that all copies of Nosferatu be destroyed, with some spared, allowing us to see it today. One important addition from Nosferatu, Murnau's film shows sunlight to actually kill vampires, a major piece of lore in essentially every vampire story in the time since, and condemning the undead to truly be creatures of the night. In Stoker's story, daylight simply removes Dracula's powers, rendering him weak and vulnerable. And as you'll see in the adaptations to come, sunlight is often Dracula's cause of death, likely a way to avoid more gruesome methods. On the authorized side of things, one of the most crucial adaptations was Hamilton Dean's 1924 stage play, which went through several revisions as it toured England and eventually came to Broadway in New York. The play, given its constricted nature and setting, works to condense and focus Stoker's epic novel, with much of the battle against Dracula happening in Harker and Van Helsing's homes. Characters like Renfield, Seward, and Lucy are here, but gone are the many wide-ranging travels throughout Europe, and Dracula is turned into much more of a consistent presence, having many conversations with our characters. The popularity of the play in America and the continued success of the novel decades after its publication led to one man finally fully creating an authorized film adaptation of the novel, Carl Laemmle Jr. I've spoken before about Laemmle Jr. in my previous Universal videos, but he's incredibly important to the story, and really there would be no Universal Monsters without Carl Laemmle Jr. Laemmle Jr. was, of course, the son of Carl Laemmle Sr., founder of Universal Pictures. However, by the end of the 1920s, Universal was struggling and falling behind its competitors, and with the founder running out of options, Laemmle Sr. put Jr. in charge of the studio. His new direction? A focus on horror pictures, inspired by earlier Universal horror like Phantom of the Opera and The Hunchback of Notre Dame. So, determined to do things the right way, Universal Pictures paid Stoker's estate $40,000 for all rights to Dracula, with the film script written by Dudley Murphy, Garrett Fort, and director Todd Browning, largely pulling from the stage play with bits of the novel and various lines by Stoker added in. As for Browning, he had largely made his name as a silent film director, frequently collaborating with Lon Chaney before transitioning to talkies and making his most famous films, Dracula and Freaks. But it's really cinematographer Carl Freund who makes Dracula look great, adding tracking shots and great framing for a truly memorable look. When Laemmle Jr. purchased the rights to Dracula, his intention was to cast Lon Chaney off his many successful roles in horror during the 20s. However, Chaney's sudden death in 1930 forced the studio to search for another actor. Their choice? Not Bela Lugosi, a then unknown Hungarian immigrant who starred in the play as the Count during its Broadway and Los Angeles runs. Instead, Laemmle considered a ton of other actors including John Ray and Conrad Veidt. But eventually, Lugosi was chosen when Universal realized they already had a proven great Dracula right in front of them. And really, there is no overstating the importance or impact of Lugosi in the role. Taking the stage play's approach of Dracula being a well-dressed, suave, seductive villain, Lugosi blends his Hungarian accent with a creeping, prowling, but regal approach for Dracula to become otherworldly but also powerfully present. There are some other notable performances, like Dwight Frye as the manic, wild-eyed Renfield, and Edward von Sloan as the serious, academic Van Helsing, but this is the Lugosi show.
Listen to them. Children of the night. What music they make.
Nearly 100 years later, and Dracula really shows its age as a very early film. Compared to James Whale's Frankenstein, which was released that same year, Dracula is very stiff and aged as a movie. Almost no score, very locked down in its cinematography, and really relying on the performances of its actors, most of whom aren't nearly as dynamic as Lugosi. It's a film whose relevance and impact make it a worthwhile watch to anyone interested in horror history, but most of all, Lugosi is still a fantastic, definitive Dracula. Like Stoker's novel, Todd Browning's Dracula tells the tale of the Count's arrival to England, targeting Mina, here daughter of Dr. Seward, and the efforts of Jonathan Harker and Dr. Van Helsing to stop him. But beyond a simplification of the plot and a removal of characters like Quincy Morris and Arthur Holmwood, there are several key changes that make Universal's adaptation distinct. First is a shift in Renfield's character. Here, he instead of Jonathan travels to Transylvania and meets the Count, being driven mad by him before coming back and taken to the sanatorium. This, along with many other adaptations, avoid his focus on eating bigger and bigger live animals, but he's still somewhat sympathetic. The story is also smaller in scope like the play, mostly happening in a few characters' homes and climaxing in Carfax Abbey rather than a race back to Dracula's castle. But most important is the elevation of Dracula from mysterious, little-seen threat to a character seen as often as any other. Far from the lurking, unknown evil of the novel, Lugosi's Dracula is talkative, seductive, and intimidating. The result is that the most famous Dracula of all time is a little more human and definable, but he also has much more of a personality that audiences can latch onto. Of course, that leads to some wonderful moments with Dracula as Lugosi sinks his teeth into the role. A menacing, smirking figure of death that works his way into polite society to prey on the vulnerable. Dracula, unlike most other Universal monsters, is not sympathetic at all. He's a monster from the start, not transformed or made like most others, has no humanity or redeeming qualities, and his death is not a tragedy in the slightest. He's the most true villain in the Universal monster canon. Coming in at only an hour and 15 minutes, the Universal film is a little slight on plot and action, quickly moving through its major acts. Renfield in Transylvania, Dracula working his way into our character's social circle as Van Helsing figures out his vampiric nature, and the final confrontation at Carfax Abbey as Van Helsing and Harker save Mina, with Renfield killed by the Count while pleading for Mina's safety. The unfortunate byproduct of making the film in the early 1930s, even before the full enforcement of the Hays Code, is that Browning and company have to avoid most of the lurid and graphic content of the book. No blood is shown, Dracula's attacks are only implied, and most disappointing of all, Dracula's death happens off-screen, with Van Helsing simply finding him in his coffin and staking him, while we focus on Jonathan and Mina being reunited. It's a real shame because any great Universal monster deserves a great death, and as a result, Dracula just sorta winds down to a so-so ending. Our happy couple reunited, the natural world restored, and everything okay again with Dracula dead. One fascinating note, a Spanish-language version of Dracula was filmed at the same time, using the exact same sets and props at night after the daytime English production had finished, but directed by George Melford and starring a completely different cast, with Carlos Villarreal as Dracula. Honestly, the Spanish Dracula looks and is paced a lot better than Browning's version. The only issue is that Villarreal isn't anywhere as good as Lugosi, but it's essentially the same film, only somewhat forgotten by time aside from being an interesting anecdote in Dracula's history. With the film played as straight, serious horror without comic relief, Universal emphasized its terrifying nature, stating that multiple people fainted at its premiere, and whether that was true or not, it worked. Dracula opened at the Roxy Theater in New York on February 12, 1931, before going nationwide. But even in just its first 48 hours at the Roxy, Dracula sold 50,000 tickets, resulting in a massive nationwide run that cemented not only Dracula as a massive movie character, but paved the way for decades of Universal monsters to come when paired with the huge hit of Frankenstein later in 1931. And despite his death, Dracula would return to Universal in many new forms.
Dracula! He's come back!
Given that Dracula had a definitive ending, and the studio immediately moved on to other monster movies, making a sequel to Todd Browning's film wasn't immediately on the mind of Carl Laemmle Jr. While the studio went on to make Frankenstein, The Mummy, The Invisible Man, The Bride of Frankenstein, and the rarely talked about Werewolf of London over the next 5 years, a direct, unauthorized sequel was spearheaded by MGM head David O. Selznick. Selznick was basically looking to rip off Universal and hired screenwriter John L. Balderston to write a short treatment based on the Stoker short story Dracula's Guest. A brief word on Dracula's Guest while we're here. The short story was published in 1914 after Stoker's death in a collection, and while it's been argued whether it was the original first chapter of the novel, a standalone story, an early draft that was rewritten, or a chapter from deeper in the novel that was omitted, the story has an unnamed Englishman arrive in Transylvania and lose his carriage after the horses flee. Finding himself in a graveyard, the man finds a woman asleep inside a sepulchre who is killed by a lightning bolt, and then encounters a strange wolf before being saved by soldiers. There's not much to it, and really there's not much it has in common with the eventual Dracula sequel, besides a spooky lady, but it spurred on Laemmle to make a new story, with the producer soon selling the script to Universal when he realized he couldn't legally make it at MGM. Afterward, the plans for this Dracula sequel went through several iterations, including a prologue that would have shown Dracula's origin, complete with Lugosi returning. In it, the Count would have been a nobleman in the Middle Ages using parties to prey on village girls until he is cursed to be a member of the undead by a white wizard. However, the script underwent several more major overhauls under final screenwriter Garrett Fort and was finally shot by director Lambert Hillier. However, the frequent reshuffling of cast and crew during Universal's scramble to get the film made before the rights expired, good to know the same problems happened all the time nearly a century ago, meant multiple replaced directors, crew, and casts, including Lugosi, were all paid for their contracts, ballooning the film's budget up to $278,000, while causing the actual film shoot to be rushed and look a little cheap. The film itself, titled Dracula's Daughter, is an immediate continuation of the original, taking us right back to Carfax Abbey just after Van Helsing has staked the Count. He's also inexplicably renamed Von Helsing here. Universal monster sequels did this weird arbitrary renaming all the time. I don't think they even read the past scripts when they wrote these sequels, with a couple bumbling English bobbies finding the bodies of Dracula and Renfield and taking the murderous professor into custody. The rest of the film that follows is split into two halves that eventually reconnect. On one side is Van Helsing's attempt to prove the existence of vampires and end his prosecution for murder. It's an okay plot, but a little strangely indebted to the original, whereas so many other Universal monster sequels take off in whatever direction they choose. Original story be damned. The other half of the film is what's actually interesting, with the arrival of Countess Maria Zaleska, played by Gloria Holden and revealed to be Dracula's daughter. But Countess Zaleska is a sympathetic vampire, and while her origins are never explained beyond being turned into a monster by Dracula a century ago, we see that she longs to be free of her curse, initially believing that stealing and burning Dracula's corpse will free her from her vampirism. When that doesn't change her back to a human, she seeks help from psychiatrist Dr. Jeffrey Garth, not entirely divulging the truth to him and in turn believing that she can simply assert her willpower and mind over her craving for blood. That of course goes poorly, and as her cravings spiral, she seeks to turn Dr. Garth into her eternal vampiric companion by threatening the woman he loves, only for Zaleska to be killed by Sandor, the human servant she's promised immortality to for years. I've seen What We Do in the Shadows. Never become a familiar, they're not really gonna turn you. It's a much more tragic story, with Zaleska as much the victim as the monster, a woman seeking to end her torment much like a drug addict, only to be pulled back into the murderous spiral again and again. In that way, Dracula's Daughter is much more emotionally compelling and complex than Browning's film, and, much like the first film, it's another instance of a serviceable movie really being elevated by a great central performance. As Zaleska, Gloria Holden is tormented, lonely, and deeply sad. Rather than the dangerous outsider that preys on polite society, Zaleska is the outsider rejected by that same society, seeking a place to belong and a way to be accepted once again. This, in combination with a very sensual vampiric seduction scene, has led to Dracula's Daughter often being read as having a deeply lesbian undercurrent to its story, and rightfully so. The most famous example is Zaleska's seduction of a young woman she asked to pose for some art. Giving her food and wine and having her stripped down for her, Zaleska believes she's doing this to strengthen her own willpower, but she quickly gives in, slowly seducing her victim and hypnotizing her. It's a very obviously sexual scene, and while Mariah has several male victims, she takes them out quickly. It's the women that she focuses on and romances. Really, the tightly interconnected nature of sexuality and vampirism was right there from the start of Stoker's novel. Both the bride's seduction of Jonathan Harker and Dracula's preying on Lucy and Mina are incredibly sexual, full of arousal of the victims and pleasure of the vampires. But given its connection to blood-sucking and death, it's a type of societal violation as well. Here in Dracula's Daughter, you can read it as either queerness being condemned as akin to vampirism, which casts Countess Zaleska as a pure villain, or as a non-conforming way of life that is hated by society, turning the Countess into a tragic protagonist. Released on May 11, 1936, Dracula's Daughter was the final Universal monster movie released before the full enforcement of the Hays Production Code by the end of that same year. And as I've previously discussed, the code created a self-regulating set of rules meant to stem the tide of scandal and prevent government intervention in film. However, Administrator Joseph Breen used the code to lock down on any scandalous content. By 1936, Breen began heavily censoring and rejecting all horror scripts. In fact, Dracula's Daughter was rewritten several times in order to please Breen, warning of their negative effects and how audiences will surely reject such films despite the major horror boom that happened in the early 30s. Soon enough, studios simply gave up on making horror movies for several years, putting a pause on the Universal monsters. However, it was a massively successful triple bill featuring Dracula, Frankenstein, and Son of Kong at the Regina Theater in Los Angeles that convinced studios, including Universal, to start making horror movies again. And while he wouldn't be among the first monsters to return, Dracula would once again make his presence known at Universal in a very different form. By the early 1940s, the Universal monsters were officially in the big boom period, with the post-code monster revival in full swing and bringing in consistent success for the studio while finances were tight due to the ongoing war effort. Sequel after sequel were greenlit to keep the money flowing. But the biggest addition was the launch of The Wolfman as a belated addition to the monster canon in 1941, and alongside the werewolf came screenwriter Kurt Siodmak. I've spoken at length about Siodmak's contributions in my Wolfman video, but what's most important here is that Universal soon put him to work on reviving Dracula, with the result being Son of Dracula. Universal's choice to direct the picture? Kurt's brother, Robert Siodmak, an established European director who had fled the continent after the takeover by Nazi Germany. And once in the United States, Robert basically had to work his way up from scratch, directing a lot of B and C level pictures for rival, cheaper studios compared to Universal. A case of nepotism? Quite the opposite, actually. Once hired on as director, Robert threw Kurt off of the picture. Years later, Kurt revealed that Robert and he had a major case of sibling rivalry, and that wherever Robert went, he wanted to be the only Siodmak in charge. What a dick! Once gone, Siodmak's story was rewritten by Eric Taylor, and the result, 1943's Son of Dracula, is a southern gothic noir, with Dracula and vampirism as the ultimate MacGuffin rather than a bag of money or a Maltese falcon. Here, the film takes place in the southern United States sometime in the then modern day, where plantation heiress Kay Caldwell has invited the mysterious European Count Alucard. That's Dracula spelled backwards, which our heroes thankfully quickly realize as we learn that this is the original Count returned to unlife. And while a series of mysterious deaths follow the Count, he and Kay are quickly married, much to the dismay of her love interest, Frank Stanley. But rather than this being the familiar story of Dracula seducing an innocent woman into dark, eternal life, we realize that Kay has planned for this to happen all along, making her into much more of a noir femme fatale, playing love interests against one another for the sake of power and money. In the role, Louise Albritton does a great job as a cool, calm, and deadly vampire, while as Frank, Robert Page plays a convincingly desperate and despairing hero. There is, however, one glaring weakness to the film: Lon Chaney Jr. as the Count. By this time, Chaney Jr. had already been anointed as Universal's new go-to star, breaking in as the Wolfman before quickly playing Frankenstein's monster and the mummy Charis. Here, he rounds out the Universal Monster Grand Slam by becoming Dracula, styled by longtime Universal makeup superstar Jack Pierce to reflect more of Lugosi's classic appearance. But Chaney is simply too dull, too sad, and too human to really feel like a deadly, immortal bloodsucker. He's the film's great weakness. Thankfully, I think the rest of the film around him is awesome.
When I came to Dark Oaks, I was not graciously welcomed. Now the position has changed. I am master.
As for Lugosi, well, Bela was still on the outs from Universal, and biding his time at rival studios playing Dracula-like characters. He could have easily been hired to be a returning Count, but Universal passed him by, with old Bela reportedly having a grudge against Chaney Jr. for decades afterward. Son of Dracula also features my favorite ending in any Universal Dracula movie, with Frank destroying the Count in a fiery battle to save Kay, only to tragically be forced to kill the love of his life too, burning her in her coffin after placing a ring on her finger. It's great tragic stuff, and it's the type of blend of romance, horror, and tragedy that any great Dracula movie should have. What came next was another huge change for the Count. Seeing as this is the last dedicated Universal Monster retrospective that I'm doing, I have covered the next 3 movies a lot in previous videos because of all the characters that cross over, so let's just put them all here. Over the next several years, Dracula would have his final 3 official classic Universal Monsters appearances in 3 Monster Mash pictures: House of Frankenstein in 1944, House of Dracula in 1945, and Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein in 1948. House of Frankenstein plays like a roadshow of horror, following the mad scientist Dr. Niemann, played by Boris Karloff, and his hunchback assistant Daniel, who try to replicate Frankenstein's experiments, causing them to encounter Dracula, the Wolfman, and the monster. But Dracula is only the focus of the film's first act, found as a skeleton displayed in a traveling showman's carriage, and revived by our mad scientist when he takes the stake out of his heart to threaten a cop. The only thing more shocking is to suddenly see the Count played by John Carradine. Thin, drawn, and with a mustache and white hair. To be fair, it's more like the book's description, but it's also a major change from the Lugosi-inspired approaches before and after. But don't get too attached. After killing the Burgomeister that put Karloff in prison and hypnotizing his daughter, Dracula gets ditched by our leads and turned back into a skeleton by the sun like a little jabroni. See, Van Helsing? It wasn't that hard. Anybody could take out Dracula. Following that, House of Dracula is a little more cohesive, centering on Dr. Edelman, who attempts to cure both Dracula, somehow better after being turned into a raisin and still played by Carradine, and the Wolfman, and eventually finding the half-buried monster. With these creatures seeking his help, Dr. Edelman seeks a way to cure each, with Dracula seeking his assistance in finding a cure for vampirism, with the Doctor transfusing his own blood into the Count in an effort to give him what his body lacks. In some ways, this is the most sympathetic portrayal yet of Dracula at Universal, with the Count acting more like a drug addict than a creature. Still, he's ultimately evil, attempting to turn the Doctor's assistant into a vampire and transfusing his own blood back into the Doctor, turning him into a half-vampiric madman. Why? Well, it seemed fun at the time. But once again, the Count isn't around for the finale, killed by the Sun to eliminate his threat. Of these three, I would honestly only recommend Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. Not only is the movie genuinely great, it's both funny and has great monster action, but it features the long awaited return of Bela Lugosi to the role of Dracula. Of course, it's a comedy that parodies the Universal monsters after they've essentially had all their interesting stories and sense of horror fully tapped out by a super fast succession of sequels. And here, Dracula is the mastermind behind an evil plot to steal Lou Costello's simple, pliable brain and transplant it into the monster in order to completely control it. Add in Lon Chaney Jr. as the Wolfman, and you have comedic chaos. And it's a real treat to see Lugosi back in the cape here. It's been 17 years, and Lugosi is looking a lot older, but he's still effortlessly convincing in the role. Really, the movie doesn't play Dracula for laughs, while it makes fun of everything else. You look at this guy as Dracula and completely believe it. It's really fun seeing him in a big monster mash like this, playing the serious mastermind and being a real danger throughout, in a more heightened setting that feels like what the Universal monsters evolved into after he had left the role. Of course, Dracula is once again defeated, turning into a bat to escape but tackled into the ocean by the Wolfman and seemingly killed once again. It would be the last time Dracula was seen during the time of the classic Universal monsters, and Lugosi would only play the Count twice more, during a comedy segment on The Paul Winchell Show in 1950, and in a touring stage play in England in 1951. As for Bela, well, life after the Universal monsters was a tragic one. Lugosi largely struggled to find work in film due to being permanently linked with Dracula, but largely pushed out by Universal after refusing many different roles to avoid typecasting. Meanwhile, severe sciatica caused Lugosi to become addicted to morphine and methadone. But thanks to the Regina Theatre-led revival of horror, Lugosi experienced a career resurgence, starring in Son of Frankenstein, Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, and more. But the roles soon dried up again while the severe addiction remained. Lugosi's final years were defined by his work in infamous schlockmeister Ed Wood's cheapo science fiction films. Absurdly, infamously bad, but also the basis for one of my favorite movies, Ed Wood. The bottom of the barrel in film for Lugosi, right before the end. Bela Lugosi would die on August 16, 1956 at the age of 73 from a heart attack, broke and largely outcast from Hollywood. In the decades that followed, Lugosi's image has become one of the most famous symbols in film, instantly recognizable, used across countless official memorabilia and unofficial homages, and forever tied to Dracula. Following Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, the Universal monsters would limp to a close with a few more Meets films, and of course the Creature from the Black Lagoon trilogy in the 1950s. Afterward, the legacy of the Universal monsters would be carried on with toys, games, TV airings, appearances in various cartoons and homages, and the general pop culture obsessions with their classic films, which would keep their legacy alive even if the actors were no longer playing those characters and they really had no more relevance on the big screen. Of course, Dracula is such a titanic figure in horror that his reputation goes far beyond his Universal films. And yet, these movies, and Lugosi's portrayal specifically, has permanently shaped Dracula's perception in the media. But if there's any that could rival Lugosi, it's Christopher Lee's take on the Count for Hammer Film Productions, playing Dracula in 7 of the 9 movies made by the studio. Now, Hammer's Dracula is a subject for another video, and one that I'll finally make after concluding my coverage of the Universal monsters, but it's important to understand it for a little context. Lee's Dracula is bloodier, more animalistic, and brutal, with films that become much more sensual and provocative. These are the movies that moved Dracula out of his classic Universal mode and into a more modern, scandalous, and scarier interpretation. Every Dracula movie afterward had to contend with both Lee and Lugosi's take. But the next true Universal Dracula film wouldn't arrive for another 31 years. And that would be the film simply titled, Dracula, again, in 1979. But let's just call it Dracula 79 for clarity.
Throughout eternity, no man has ever provoked such terrible fear
and such haunting desire. Dracula.
Dracula 1979 is written by W.D. Richter, who had just written the screenplay for the Invasion of the Body Snatchers remake, and is directed by John Badham, who had just directed Saturday Night Fever. And like the original film, it uses both Stoker's novel and the 1934 stage play as its basis. Specifically, it was when producers Marvin and Walter Mirisch saw Frank Langella star as Dracula in the stage version of the story in the late 70s in London's West End that the idea to make a new Universal Dracula began. Dracula 79 starts with the Count already arriving in England, this time in 1913, with Mina Van Helsing, now the daughter of Old Abe, played by Laurence Olivier, finding Dracula washed up on the shore and saving him. Here, Dracula, played by Frank Langella, looking like he stole all the hairspray off the Demeter, is focused on Lucy, intending to make her his bride and she falling in love with him in turn. And here's the thing about this film, and basically every film that seeks to retell the classic Stoker story as a movie. They're all basically hitting the exact same beats. Dracula comes to England on board the Demeter, sets up his new operation in town, works his way into our character's social circle if we're following the original film, kills Lucy and targets Mina, or vice versa, and is eventually killed to save Mina's life with Jonathan Harker, Abraham Van Helsing, and maybe the rest of the normal supporting players helping out. The major change with the Langella starring version is that the film is trying to make it all a little more romantic, and turn Dracula from terrifying monster into tragic love interest. While the Count is still a deadly vampire with many victims throughout, a lot of his most horrifying actions are only hinted at. Instead, he's turned into much more of a Byronic hero, a dark, brooding, mysterious love interest whose great hidden weakness is his vampirism. This would be heavily emphasized in Coppola's film years later, but it's more subtle here. Instead, the undead Mina and insane Renfield are more the overt monsters that must be defeated, and who provide the dark horror scares throughout. They're the animalistic side of Dracula that the Count suppresses.
Listen to them. The children of the night. What sad music they make.
And Dracula 79 is a more subtle, elegant film, with Badham going back and heavily desaturating it after its initial theatrical release. Originally, the director wanted the film to be in black and white until Universal refused, with this color alteration splitting the difference until the original full-color theatrical release was restored on Blu-ray decades later. Really, this is one of the few Universal Dracula films that make Dracula a sympathetic character, a hard breakaway from Stoker's novel, with his death aboard a ship heading back to Transylvania seen as a tragedy for Lucy, and with a small hint that maybe he's still alive. At the box office, Dracula would be a solid hit, making $31 million against its $12 million budget. And despite Dracula films essentially exploding in number over the next several decades, Universal's next entry wouldn't come until the new millennia, and the first of several attempts at a new franchise.
Van Helsing! You murderer!
Why can't you tell the world I work for you?
Because we do not exist.
Like several other films here, I've already talked about 2004's Van Helsing several times because of covering the other creatures that show up in it. So here we're just going to focus on the Dracula side of this film, which I honestly think is one of its weakest aspects. A lot like the monster mashes of the 40s, Dracula, played by a very hammy and very heavily make-up Richard Roxburgh, is the big bad and mastermind of the evil plot happening here. It's quickly revealed that Dracula was behind Frankenstein creating the monster, and Van Helsing, now a deadly monster hunter working for the Vatican, is sent to Transylvania to destroy him. From there, we meet Dracula's brides and discover that they've birthed thousands of tiny vampire babies without life, and thus need the secret electric life stored inside Frankenstein's monster to fully bring them into the world. Oh, and apparently only a werewolf can kill Dracula? Why is this so complicated? Of course, given that Hugh Jackman's hero is named Van Helsing, it's no surprise that he and the Count are arch-enemies. But this also leads to the film's strangest and most unnecessary twist, that Van Helsing is the reincarnation of the Archangel Gabriel, who has lost his memory after originally killing Dracula centuries ago, which led to the Count making a deal with the devil and becoming an immortal vampire. Honestly, it's all so unnecessary, and I think everyone kind of forgets this plot point about the movie. We've already got a Wolfman, a Frankenstein man, and a bunch of sexy Draculas running around, with Van Helsing some sort of superhero hunter. Why add all that? Really, Van Helsing works best as a really cartoonish, over-the-top extrapolation of the Universal Monsters reputation. It's like a kid saw all the TV commercials and toys that used the characters over the years, played Castlevania for a few hours, and smashed them all together in a script they scribbled with crayon. And then the studio got hold of it and said, Hugh Jackman is a star, dang it, and rewrote him as the lead. The same logic goes for Dracula. He's big, he's loud, he turns into a giant CGI bat monster every so often, and the movie positions him as essentially the devil. And beyond the whole big crazy monster madness, I think it's interesting to see how Dracula shifts on the spectrum of evil in his many different interpretations. Is Dracula a small but deadly threat that's a bit tragic? Or is he the most evil, world-threatening villain of all time? Van Helsing Dracula is definitely on the furthest end of the evil madman side, along with Nicolas Cage's version in Renfield, while Langella's count is on the exact opposite. As for Stoker's original interpretation, he's somewhere in the middle. His unholy and dangerous powers make him a threat that must be eliminated, but he's also mostly just existed cooped up in a castle for centuries and now seeks a new hunting ground. By the end of the film, Dracula is killed by werewolf Van Helsing, Kate Beckinsale's Anna has died a tragic hero's death, and our characters are off on their next adventure. But while there was talk of continuing Van Helsing's stories, Universal canceled their plans. What came next would make anybody wish for more Hugh Jackman in a big floppy hat.
I want the power to destroy my enemies and save my family.
There's no turning back.
Drink, Dracula.
In every Universal Monsters retrospective, I've had to deal with the studio's failed dark universe in one way or another. And yet Dracula, of all characters, strangely avoided their aborted plans. And that's all thanks to 2014's Dracula Untold, directed by Gary Shore and written by Matt Sazama and Burke Sharpless. In the years following Van Helsing, the company was once again in search of a new Dracula film, with the plan at first being Dracula Year Zero, directed by Alex Proyas and starring Sam Worthington. Oh, that sounds like a nightmare, before both left the project. That was eventually reworked into Dracula Untold and is, well, let's let the director tell you what it is. Anybody who's going to the film expecting a horror film is going to be sorely disappointed, said Shore. For me, it was telling a story. I was trying to tell a good drama that has action-adventure elements to it. Yeah, it's a freaking Dracula movie. What are you doing here? Strangely, Dracula Untold is most indebted to Coppola's Dracula, which incorporated the backstory of Dracula's past as Vlad the Impaler and his obsession with Mina as the reincarnation of his love. Here, Dracula Untold is set in the 15th century and stars Luke Evans, the less popular Shaw brother of the Fast and Furious series, as Vlad Dracula, the Prince of Wallachia and Transylvania, who must defend his people from the invading Ottoman Empire. But with his kingdom weak against the massive enemy, Vlad seeks new strength, which he just so happens to find in a conveniently nearby ancient vampire trapped in a cave. And Dracula Untold is sorta every bad major studio blockbuster instinct all rolled into one. Bland leading actor that the studio insists is a huge star? Check. Completely unnecessary prequel story? Check. English actors doing vaguely ethnic and slightly offensive accents? Check. Superhero plot points overlaid on a story and genre where they have no business being? Check. Sword and sandal epic made bland through overusage of grayish CGI? Check. Sequel setup that is never gonna happen? Oh yeah, that's a big check. If Bram Stoker could be transported to today with time travel and see Dracula Untold, he'd probably say something like, "Oh god, oh fuck, why are the pictures moving?" But then he'd really hate this shit. Honestly, it's not like this movie is some abomination, it's just a super bland sword and sandals movie with some Dracula branding sprinkled on top. And that in itself is disappointing. There's nothing interesting here. The big tension is supposed to be that if Vlad doesn't drink blood for 3 days, he'll revert back to a normal human, temporarily granting him crazy vampire powers without consequence. So of course, Vlad eventually becomes a vampire, drinking his dying wife's blood at her insistence, beating his enemies, and being doomed to be Dracula. You know, that one guy from all the other better movies you've seen. And at the very end, we jump to modern-day London where Dracula meets a woman named Mina. the reincarnation of his late wife, while the master vampire, played by Charles Dance during a time where every studio still hoped Game of Thrones actors would make people want to watch their movie, watching from afar and claiming,
"Let the games begin."
Behind the scenes, Universal was hoping for not just a big action-adventure Dracula franchise, but an entire cinematic universe. You can see where this is all going. Universal soon began their plans to create the Dark Universe, and while there were talks to have Dracula Untold be the origin of their shared world, the film was very quickly ignored. It's not like the movie was a huge bomb, just a disappointment, making $217 million against its $100 million budget. Instead, Tom Cruise and Alex Kurtzman's The Mummy in 2017 was announced as the first official film in the universe, and while many different films were also announced, there were no Draculas on the table. Of course, we all know that the Dark Universe immediately collapsed, now living on as a Universal Monsters park within the Epic Universe, and having a much more classic Dracula as part of its world. But there was still one more, much more unconventional, film to follow.
Sorry to interrupt. Are you okay? I need to get out of a toxic relationship.
Following the collapse of the Dark Universe, Universal started taking pitches for unconnected adaptations of classic monsters that didn't have to worry about being in a larger cinematic universe. These included a sci-fi pitch from Chloe Zhao, as well as a Mina Harker-focused story by Karin Kusama. None of these went anywhere, but apparently the Kusama film was set to film, but was shut down just a few weeks before production over apparent creative differences. The only one that did get made was 2023's Renfield, with the story pitched by Walking Dead and Invincible creator Robert Kirkman, with the script written by Ryan Ridley and Chris McKay directing. The story positions itself as a modern continuation of the Todd Browning original by opening with scenes from the 1931 film, featuring Nicolas Cage superimposed as Dracula and Nicholas Hoult as Renfield. From there, we kinda skip past the whole both of them dying thing to rejoin the story in the modern day, with Renfield still Dracula's familiar and having a small bit of his power and immortality, interpreting the character's obsession with eating bugs to take their life force to be an activation of his own vampire-looking super strength and speed. But Renfield is slowly realizing that he's in an abusive relationship with his boss, going to 12-step recovery groups for people in relationships with narcissists. Great setup, right? Well, Renfield is actually mostly a crime drama, and not in like a Son of Dracula gothic noir way. I mean, like 50% of this movie is about Renfield navigating being Dracula's familiar and trying to get out of this toxic relationship, and the other 50% is about Renfield getting wrapped up in a mob-controlled drug ring alongside, in what might be the biggest jump scare in the entire Universal Dracula franchise, Awkwafina as a cop. Boo. Ah! What happened? Did they not have enough plot for Dracula? I'm really confused here. Like, it's not a bad movie, it's just focused on so much other stuff it doesn't really need. The result is that Renfield is also super action-heavy, using Renfield and Dracula's superpowers to create hyper-gory, comedically grotesque fights where opponents explode into viscera. It's all in service to a film that's comedy first, action second, and horror third. In the end, I think Universal didn't really know how to promote this mishmash of a film, cutting out a lot of the action in their marketing and focusing on Hoult as Renfield and treating Cage's Dracula sorta like a mystery, which he's not in the film. But it didn't work. Renfield is the biggest bomb in the Universal Dracula franchise, making only $26.9 million against its $65 million budget, and putting Universal at another dead end with their modern monster movies. So, what comes next for Dracula? Well, there's at least one new Dracula movie made every year somewhere, and that's probably lowballing it. But as for Dracula at Universal, there doesn't seem to be any immediate plans, with the studio adopting a scattershot approach to new monsters that let different directors have their own visions. For now, that's probably for the best. And while I'm not entirely sure what a comic book is, outside of films, I've been really loving the adaptations made at Image Comics that allow for new interpretations. James Tynion IV and Martin Simmons' Dracula adaptation is really great, with a focus on Renfield as a tragic new lens on the original Lugosi film. Given the fame, influence, and very singular nature of Bram Stoker's original novel, the Dracula story doesn't have the flexibility of other characters like the Wolfman, Invisible Man, or even just general vampire stories. And so, in search of keeping the franchise alive while having to move on from the original story, every entry afterward had to be both different and also permanently indebted to Bela Lugosi's performance. It's a strange place to be in for a series nearly 100 years after a studio first made a movie, but it's a testament to just how iconic and influential Lugosi's work was. And as I do with every retrospective, here's every Universal Dracula film ranked. At 10, House of Dracula. A perennial fixture at the bottom of a lot of these lists, House of Dracula is fine and fun enough on its own, but it's not even the best crossover in this franchise. Honestly, even if you're a Dracula fan, there's not a whole lot here to work with despite him being in the title, and I really don't think that John Carradine is all that interesting as Dracula. It's not even anything to do with him not even exactly looking like Lugosi, I just think he's pretty boring. And these films don't give him a whole lot to do. He doesn't really have a focus or a story here, and the drug addict's sort of metaphor for his blood addiction and drinking isn't really all that interesting. You think he's going to be a sympathetic character and you're going to sort of pity him and want him to get better, but then he just kind of becomes a dick out of nowhere and turns our doctor into a madman, and then gets baked by the sun once again, and then he's out of the movie before the finale even happens. I like this more as a Wolfman story and a Frankenstein story, because I just like those characters in this franchise a little bit more, and they work a little bit better here. This is the Wolfman story above all, despite him not being in the title. Dracula fans need not apply. At 9, Dracula Untold. This is a case of Universal trying to force a monster movie into a more modern mold and it really not working. Dracula Untold is a sword and sandal epic, and it's also a Dracula monster movie, but there are dozens of better Dracula films and there's dozens of better sword and sandal epics. It's not doing anything that another film hasn't already done way better. I don't really care for Luke Evans in the role, I don't care for anyone in any role here really, and there's not really any interesting action, the horror is very, very, very light, and I don't think it really goes anywhere as a film. It ends up being just another setup for another Dracula movie that goes nowhere, and it is frankly gray, boring, and kinda dumb. At 8, House of Frankenstein. This is a classic monster mash, and one that temporarily breathed a little bit more life into the Universal monsters, and it's fun enough on its own. But again, if you are a Dracula fan, you're going to be a lot more disappointed than the Wolfman and Frankenstein fans. That's me, by the way, I'm the Wolfman and Frankenstein fans making a Dracula video here, but still, be forewarned, Dracula is in only one act of this film, and then he dies like a little jabroni. Again, John Carradine was just not that interesting. There were rumors of him being an early candidate for Dracula years before this, and I'm really glad that they didn't cast him then, because I don't think that anyone would have really cared about the character with him behind it. No offense to Carradine, he's doing fine, but it's very uninteresting, and I just don't really care for what they do with Dracula here. He sort of looks at people and hypnotizes them and stands menacingly in windows, and that's about it really, and then he gets turned into a skeleton again by Dracula. By Dracula fans, by House of Frankenstein. At 7, Dracula 1979. This is a very sturdy, very well-made, classic mold adaptation of the Dracula story. It hits all the beats that you're expecting, especially when trying to work as a remake of the Universal film, and it has a little bit of a different touch to it, as we're trying to make Langella's Dracula a little bit more of a sympathetic character, a little bit more of a tragic romantic lead, and a little bit less of a bloodthirsty monster or sex pest. And it sort of works, despite him still, kind of being a sex pest and kind of still being a bloodthirsty murderer, but we don't focus on that. That happened off screen, don't worry about it, it's just in his nature, oh no, he's dead. But anyway, I think that it's fine. Langella is fine, but he's not doing a whole lot for me here. It's more pleasing to look at and to listen to. Great John Williams score here, good cinematography, and fine casting for everyone too. But I would say that Dracula 1979 is sort of brushed over by a lot of people when they think of Dracula on screen, because it's just fine. I would say this is for Dracula completionists. At 6, Renfield. Boy, this is a really weird movie. I skipped this one when it was in theaters, and I definitely didn't help it not be a box office bomb when it came out, but I think it's totally fine. I really like Nicholas Hoult as Renfield, and I think that Nicolas Cage as Dracula is really fun casting. He really goes big and over the top and weird and wild, and that's basically what you would expect as Nick Cage being Dracula. But everything else with the crime family and all this plot that Dracula wants to take over the world is now working with Jean-Ralphio and his family. I just thought, what's going on here? It is clearly a byproduct of Robert Kirkman, who loves bloody, crazy action and everything that he does, so that's in here a ton, which gives it a little bit of a different spice compared to other Dracula adaptations, but I think that just having Renfield as the focus is enough. And then having it be a modern-day Renfield gives it another layer that you can have enough of to base a film on already, and I think that the plot is just kind of a little too much on top of all that, and it really distracts away from what I was interested in when I watched this film, which was the Renfield-Dracula dynamic, and having Renfield be a fun, comedic, and sort of tragic lead. And then you throw in Awkwafina as a cop, and you're like, oh my god, what's going on? Anyway, Renfield, it's fine. At 5, Van Helsing. I've talked about Van Helsing a lot during these retrospectives, and now I get to talk about it for the last time, thankfully. Van Helsing is fun. It's silly, it's crazy, it's done in the big CGI-heavy action spectacle blockbuster mold of the early 2000s, and it has a lot in common with, like, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, getting all these different monsters together and different literary references, and then just kind of screwing it all up for the sake of having crazy action. Again, why is the Gabriel plot in here? That doesn't need to happen at all. We've already got crazy buff Hugh Jackman with long hair and a floppy hat as a romantic action version of Van Helsing. It's enough already. We got it. Just have him fight Dracula, and I like Frankenstein's monster a lot in here. I talked about that in my Frankenstein retrospective. That's probably my favorite part of the film, and I think that Dracula's just a little weak. There is a Wolfman subplot, and that's kind of just a little bit extra monster action on top of everything else, and a MacGuffin to defeat Dracula. But overall, it does a fine job with Dracula as sort of a villain mastermind in the mold of more like Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein, or even just like cartoon adaptations of the Universal monsters, or sort of our cultural osmosis of the Universal monsters that we brought from commercials and things like that just reference them, or the Monster Squad. I haven't brought up the Monster Squad at all in this video, which is a new one for me, but I like that version of Dracula being the mastermind behind the Universal monsters a little bit more than Van Helsing. Still, Van Helsing is a fun time, and it's way better than it has any right to be because it's just a lot of fun with Stephen Sommers as the director. At 4, the original Dracula, and I'm also going to include the Spanish language version of Dracula here because they're basically the same film. Actually, if you put the direction and cinematography of the Spanish language one together with the Lugosi performance of the English language one, you would have a really pretty great Universal monster movie. Maybe not top of the pack, but pretty solid, and better than either one is on their own. Maybe it's a little shocking to see the classic Lugosi-led Dracula here so low, but I think it's a film that really shows its age. It's just a little too stiff and awkward at times, it's a little too stage-bound like a play adaptation, and that all kind of limits what are some great performances, Lugosi being the best of all, but Dwight Fry as Renfield is actually really great and has some good sympathetic turns alongside his madness. And I think those are the strong points. Some good atmosphere. It really does solidify that gothic Universal Monsters look really immediately at the start of the classic Universal Monsters age. But beyond that, it's just fine. Again, this film is just too old. I love films from the 1930s. I'm a huge fan of films like Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein, It Happened One Night. Tons of films that I love from the era, but this is still showing those silent film limitations that Browning brought when he was still figuring out how a talkie is supposed to work. and that really holds it back from being comparable to something like the greatest Universal monster movies, like Frankenstein, like Bride of Frankenstein, like The Wolfman. It's just a step or two below that, despite having an absolutely iconic monster performance. At 3, Dracula's Daughter. A lot like the Todd Browning original, this is an okay constructed and written film that's really elevated by a great central performance. And as Countess Zaleska, Gloria Holden is really putting in this awesome, lonely, removed work of a woman that has been shunned by society, that hates who she is, that struggles with this existence as a vampire, that sometimes rejects it, sometimes gives into it, and again has this interesting sort of metaphor for her being a lesbian and having that as another layer beneath it all. And again, that was even more explicit in the script before it got censored a bit as the Hays Code was beginning to take over more and more in 1936. I love her performance, and I love certain turns of this film. It's tragic, and it's interesting in the ways that it's using her struggle. Sort of the scenes, where she's seducing and attacking are very effective. But the other half, with Van Helsing trying to clear his name, and sort of just the shoe leather work around trying to investigate her, is a little stiff. It's a little boring. You could take a lot of those elements from this film, you could pop it into any Mummy movie or Wolfman movie or Invisible Man movie, and it would be exactly the same except for the type of creature that they're hunting. So it really doesn't help add this film's identity. It's Gloria Holden's performance as Zaleska that really makes this movie and puts it up as high as it does. At 2, Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. Now, if you've been following along with these Universal retrospectives for a while, or maybe this is your first one, it might come as a bit of a shock, but not if you've seen the other ones, because I love Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. It's very funny, it's very fast, I love the creatures, I love what they've done with them, I love the Monster Mash style of this. I think that Abbott and Costello are really funny in this film. I know there was a lot of talk at the time of them sort of defanging the monsters and bringing them to a close, but I think by the time this film came out, the Universal monsters had really run their course. They weren't scary anymore. There was not a lot left to do with them, so putting them into a comedy like this added one last layer to them, squeezed a little bit more juice out of that lemon, and made something unique and funny and fun. And I think that Lugosi as Dracula has still got it. It's much more fun seeing him in here. He's not quite as scary. He's still playing it straight though. He's less played for laughs. He is the scary and dangerous mastermind behind it all, so he's a real threat. A little bit more than Frankenstein or the Wolfman, but put them together and you have a lot of fun. I love Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. It's the best of the Meets movies, and it's a must for any fan of Dracula and anyone that just wants to enjoy a little bit of fun Universal Monsters action. And at number 1, Son of Dracula. Maybe this is a surprise, and it was definitely a surprise to me when I watched this film for the first time in the preparation for this video, but I really love Son of Dracula. As I talked about in the video, Lon Chaney's performance as Alucard, or Dracula, is the weak point of the film, but it's not a make or break sort of thing, it's just a bit of a disappointment. If you put someone else in the role, especially if it was still Lugosi, I think this would be an undisputed, one of the best Universal monster movies of all time. And I absolutely love the Southern Gothic noir story behind it all. That was so unexpected to me when I first watched this. And I thought, well, how's that gonna work? How are you going to do a Dracula story in the modern times, well then modern times, with a noir aspect to it? But it was so interesting to have Dracula and vampirism essentially be the MacGuffin of the film that our lead characters are sort of revolving around. And I really enjoy the dynamic and the performances of Kay and Frank as this doomed couple basically pulled apart by Dracula by Kay on purpose. And then this reveal that she did it all knowingly for her to pass vampirism on to Frank, for them to take out Dracula, and for them to live forever. That's such an interesting twist to it all. And of course it ends extremely tragically. It is a really great gut punch of an ending, with Kay being killed by Frank in her coffin, and him traumatized and just having this tragic romantic end to it was really great. Good style too, a nice change of pace for a Dracula film to put it in an environment like this. I really loved it. And if you are a Dracula fan and you haven't seen Son of Dracula, I really recommend going and watching it because it's one of a kind, it's super fun, and it is, to me, the best Universal Pictures Dracula film. And with that, we come to the end of another Universal Monsters retrospective, and my last video dedicated to the history of one of these characters. And while Dracula might be the most famous and influential of the creatures, his films might be the ones that struggle the most in search of an identity. But that search has powered nearly a century of films, longing to capture the influence and resonance of a film that came at just the right time, and helped shape countless films that followed. There is no Universal Monsters series without Dracula and Bela Lugosi. And Dracula is immortal. Dracula is timeless. Dracula is an inextricable part of horror and Universal. And so long as movies are made, Dracula will be back. There is maybe no story more synonymous with horror than that of Frankenstein and his monster. A story of man's overreach and his tragic reckoning with his own suffering creation. And while this tale of the modern Prometheus has been interpreted hundreds to even thousands of times since Mary Shelley's novel was first published in 1818, its modern pop culture understanding has most strongly been defined by the film interpretations of Universal Pictures. Debuting in 1931, James Whale's Frankenstein, alongside Todd Browning's Dracula, paved the way for the Universal classic monsters in the years that followed, becoming some of the most influential films ever made in the near century since their debut. But where does Mary Shelley's vision end and Universal's begin? How was Frankenstein's monster altered over the years as his films reacted to a changing cinematic landscape? And how has the modern Prometheus been reborn again and again as time goes by? Here we'll explore the entire history of Universal's Frankenstein, from Mary Shelley's Titanic novel to how the monster is reshaped by the studio, all while becoming an icon. Join me on this journey as we explore one of the greatest figures of horror. Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley was one of the original dang-ass freaks, and was only 18 years old when she began writing Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, which was published in London on January 1st, 1818. At first anonymously, and then eventually with her name on later editions. The life of Shelley is inextricable from the narrative of Frankenstein, and seeing as the author's most famous novel helped to shape both science fiction and gothic horror, the two have been studied together in the centuries since. The daughter of women's rights activist Mary Wollstonecraft and political philosopher William Godwin, Shelley's mother died only 11 days after giving birth to her, and her close relationship with her father was soon damaged by his second marriage. At the age of 15, Mary began an affair with poet Percy Bysshe Shelley, who was married at the time, gave premature birth to a daughter who soon died, and eventually married Shelley after the suicide of his wife. Their second and third children together died young, and Percy died in a sailing accident in 1822 at the age of 29. The life of Shelley in between those moments has been speculated on by scholars for generations. Did she actually lose her virginity to Percy on top of her mother's grave? Was one of her children from an affair with their friend, poet Lord Byron, who was also having an affair with her sister? The blend of romance, death, and scandal reflects Frankenstein's own violation of social rules and established tradition, and each adaptation of the text makes a choice as to how closely it reflects both Shelley's novel and the larger context around it. As for the novel itself, Frankenstein was conceived of by the author when Byron created a competition between himself, Percy, Mary, and their physician John Polidori about who could write the best ghost story while staying together on a stormy night in 1816, known as the Year Without Summer, as the eruption of Mount Tambora in the Dutch East Indies created a volcanic winter across the northern hemisphere of the globe. Mary soon won that contest and turned her short story into a full novel over the next several years, while experiencing several of the previously mentioned deaths and heartaches. So it's no surprise that a preoccupation with death and a contemplation over how to sustain life when everyone feels so fragile is at the center of her novel. The story itself is so famous and has been adapted so many times that you probably already know it even if you haven't read it. Bookended by the letters of Captain Walton, a crew of sailors finds a near-death Dr. Victor Frankenstein, who recounts his life story, revealing how he came to be obsessed with reversing death and creating eternal life, with his experiments leading to the creation of what we've come to know as Frankenstein's monster. But Victor's rejection of his creation turns the being into a specter of vengeance, slowly destroying his creator's life and growing to hate the human world. Shelley's novel is one of the earliest instances of Gothic romance, as focused on the dark, horrific aspects of its story as it is on its central figure's individualistic search for enlightenment. Together, these elements formed one of the earliest horror novels, as well as a progenitor to science fiction. To say that Mary Shelley was a pioneer is an understatement. She was a lightning rod. All of the major elements you've come to know in Universal's films and more adaptations are here, but Shelley's novel has a sweep and scope that's not often captured. Frankenstein is the tale of the mad scientist's entire life, illustrating how everything led to the moment of the creature's creation, and how everything came to be destroyed afterward. As for the creation of the monster and just exactly what it is that can bring new life, Shelley is very vague, writing, "With an anxiety that almost amounted to agony, I collected the instruments of life around me, that I might infuse a spark of being into the lifeless thing that lay at my feet. By the glimmer of the half-extinguished light, I saw the dull yellow eyes of the creature open. It breathed hard, and a convulsive motion agitated its limbs." The creature itself is only described in brief detail, with Frankenstein calling it a thing such as even Dante could not have conceived. His yellow skin scarcely covered the work of muscles and arteries underneath. His hair was of a lustrous black and flowing, his teeth of a pearly whiteness. But these luxuriances only formed a more horrid contrast with his watery eyes, that seemed almost of the same color as the dull white sockets in which they were set, his shriveled complexion and straight black lips. There's very little else that Shelley says to describe the creature, keeping him as horrifying as our imaginations allow, with everyone that encounters him covering their eyes and screaming before either running away or attacking him. The monster is essentially the ultimate dweller of the uncanny valley, a creature meant to be a beautiful replication of humanity, but twisted in every way. And as we'll see in our look at Universal's version, the monster only starts out as innocent, before becoming filled with rage and vengeance. He's also articulate, able to tell his creator everything that happened to him after Frankenstein ran away shortly after giving him life, saying, "Like Adam, I was apparently united by no link to any other being in existence, but his state was far different from mine in every other respect. He had come forth from the hands of God, a perfect creature, happy and prosperous, guarded by the especial care of his creator. He was allowed to converse with and acquire knowledge from beings of a superior nature, but I was wretched, helpless, and alone. Many times I considered Satan as the fitter emblem of my condition, for often, like him, when I viewed the bliss of my protectors, the bitter gall of envy rose within me." The monster murders, frames, and torments everyone in Frankenstein's life, and Victor, despite being a genius, is kind of a dumb guy, not heeding his creation's warnings and often preferring to refuse to accept what he's done. In the end, Victor dies in the Arctic from illness, and the monster, mourning his creator and his own miserable life, vows to end himself on a funeral pyre at the North Pole so that no one will ever know of him again. It's a bleak, tragic end without redemption, and a warning against mankind's overreach, a tale of sorrow and torment for both creator and creation, and that's why it's been in our imaginations for centuries. Popularity of Shelley's novel grew and grew over time, receiving its first adaptation in 1823 with the stage play Presumption, or The Fate of Frankenstein, and eventually its first interpretation on film with the 16-minute silent Frankenstein, written and directed by John Cyril Dawley. Given that it's a silent short, the Edison Studios production is much simpler than Shelley's book, basically only focused on the creation of the monster and Frankenstein's reckoning with it. But it's pretty creepy for its time. In particular, the creation of the monster, done with a burning dummy filmed in reverse, and Charles Stanton Ogle as the monster, a hulking, hairy beast, unsettle, even as the film makes this a very simple battle between good and evil. And for the first of many times, this take on the modern Prometheus has a happy ending, as the monster disappears and Frankenstein is able to be happily married. There would be several more adaptations in the years following, but nothing would compare to what was about to be made.
By the late 1920s, Universal Pictures was struggling to keep pace with its competitors, until Carl Laemmle Sr., co-founder and owner, put his son Carl Jr. in charge of the studio. The junior Laemmle quickly set about focusing on horror as a way forward for the studio, and the first result, Todd Browning's Dracula, was a smash hit that propelled the studio to find another horror picture. It was writer and director Robert Florey who pitched to adapt Frankenstein at Universal instead of the studio's suggestion of The Invisible Man. And while Florey would be uncredited on the final film, his first draft, adapting a 1927 play version by Peggy Webling, is what took Shelley's sprawling novel and turned it into the tight, small horror movie it became. Florey was soon kicked off the project when director James Whale was hired, who, in turn, had the script rewritten by Garrett Fort and Francis Edward Farrago. The end product is Frankenstein, released on November 21st, 1931, and a movie that takes the core of Shelley's book and sheds many, many layers of story. At only 70 minutes with intro and credits, Frankenstein cuts right to the chase. Unlike the book's life chronicle, we pick up with Colin Clive's Henry, yes, Henry, renamed from Victor due to it sounding too harsh, Frankenstein already digging up a fresh corpse for reanimation, filled with a mania and soon underway on creating the monster. The story that follows is very simple. Frankenstein, much to the worry of his fiancée Elizabeth and romantic rival Victor, has forsaken everything to create new life. And here, unlike the vague alchemy of the book, we see a complex, massive laboratory of lightning-powered machinery in a scene that has come to define the Frankenstein story forever.
It's alive! It's alive! It's alive! Oh, in the name of God! Now I know what it feels like to be God!
Soon enough, the monster is rampaging through the countryside until a climactic encounter atop a burning windmill. The monster himself is a blend of childlike innocence and sudden rage, inquisitive one second, lashing out the next, leading to death and tragedy as the surrounding village comes to destroy him. It's a much simpler take on the burgeoning awareness and rage of the monster than what Shelley made, but it's Boris Karloff that really makes it work. Mute besides moans, roars, and screams, Karloff uses fantastic physical acting to help us understand the plight of the character. Someone who doesn't deserve the torment inflicted on him, who can't help but cause death, and who ultimately cannot belong in the human world. However, Karloff, billed with only a question mark to create an air of danger, wasn't Universal's first choice for the monster. Instead, it was Bela Lugosi, who called the role undignified and didn't want to be unrecognizable under all that makeup. This is what we call ironic, given later films we'll get to. The image of the monster is the result of Whale's suggestions and the vision of Universal makeup artist Jack Pierce, who would go on to shape the look of the majority of the studio's monsters. Pierce created the giant flat-topped head to suggest a skull that's been opened and filled with more brains than it can handle, slathering Karloff's face with gray-green grease paint, giving him a giant forehead ridge with cotton and collodium plastic, and creating heavy, less human eyelids with mortician's wax. Little details like Karloff removing his dental bridge to sink in his cheek and the neck bolts give him, pardon the pun, so much life. And while Karloff was 5'11", giant, heavy boots boosted him up over everyone else. The monster's violent nature and attacks essentially snap Henry out of his mania, regretting everything he's done and moving forward with his wedding. Essentially, he's trying to return to normalcy and deny the man he became. Whale's film takes Shelley's story into a very different direction, mostly just keeping the general ideas and then going off in a short, uncomplicated manner that gives its characters easy fates and a rather uncomplicated morality. That's underlined by its stage opening, with Edward Van Sloan warning the audience and directly spelling out the film's morals.
A man of science who sought to create a man after his own image, without reckoning upon God.
Of course, Karloff's performance as the monster is legendary, and the film's makeup, effects, and atmosphere are incredible. But when compared to Shelley's book and many other adaptations or sequels that followed, you can't help but feel the stuntedness of this original film. In the end, the monster, accidentally given an abnormal brain, is a mostly rampaging force of fear and death, lashing out due to not understanding what's around him, but still a figure that must be stopped. His accidental drowning of little Maria illustrates that he's a child. But one rendered terribly dangerous to everyone around him.
And Frankenstein, at first mad, is restored to sanity and tries to stop his creation without most people knowing he was responsible. By having our doctor alive and recovering by the end, don't worry, the windmill broke his fall, and the creature killed, everything is wrapped up very neat and tidy, with our mob of torch-bearing villagers ultimately playing as heroes that save the day. All's well that ends well, really. A stark contrast to how Shelley's book renders the monster as an intelligent and remorseful figure of vengeance, an empty shell waiting to die, while Victor regrets all ambition and warns against it. While Whale originally intended for a dark ending with the Doctor dead alongside his creation, he went for a happy one in the end for broader appeal. When released, Frankenstein was as successful as it was controversial, and another film was guaranteed. While Universal, and in particular Carl Laemmle Jr., were determined to make a sequel to their smash hit, a series of complications would delay what was originally announced as The Return of Frankenstein. Most notably was that James Whale, burnt out after making the effects-heavy Invisible Man, simply didn't want to do it. And while other scripts were written, Whale eventually agreed to a sequel after directing a series of financial disappointments. Whale would pull his idea for a sequel directly from one of the major plot points in Shelley's novel the first film never addressed: the monster's demand for a mate. And while Frankenstein's brief experiment to create another creature, which he destroys out of disgust before he can complete it, is only a small part of the novel, the entirety of Bride of Frankenstein focuses on this idea. Bride of Frankenstein, released on April 20th, 1935, with a screenplay by William Hurlbut, picks up immediately after the original, revealing that the monster survived the burning windmill and retconning our happy wedding ending to see Henry still tormented by his experiments. Soon, Henry is pulled away from his wedding bed by Ernest Thesiger's Dr. Pretorius, a former mentor also intent on creating new life. And as the monster roams the countryside, he gains intelligence and the ability to speak, as his torment further ostracizes him from the living, and together with Pretorius, forces Frankenstein to make him a bride.
The Bride of Frankenstein.
In aesthetics and tone, Bride is campier, more fantastical, and more transgressive than the original. It's also the high point of the entire Universal Monsters franchise, as a story that uses the monster as a metaphor for persecution, salvation, love, and queerness. The idea that Frankenstein is lured away from his marriage by another man to create abnormal life has been interpreted by many, including myself, to be a darkly comedic subversion of sexuality by Whale, himself a gay man who was out, rare for the time. Alongside this is the monster's search for a friend, a term he uses to define both the bride and the blind hermit that gives him his first taste of human kindness, who is also taken from the book. Together, the hermit and the monster achieve a moment of beautiful understanding that echoes domestic bliss, moving the monster to tears under a crucifix before persecution arrives at their doorstep. Bride also pays homage to the origin of the book by taking us back to that dark and stormy night where Shelley first told Percy and Byron her tale of the modern Prometheus, adding a metatextual layer that echoes the first film's opening warning. Here, Shelley is played by Elsa Lanchester, who also plays the bride, creating a spiritual link between the author and this new creation. Years later, Lanchester would reflect, "I think James Whale felt that if this beautiful and innocent Mary Shelley could write a horror story such as Frankenstein, then somewhere she must have had a fiend within." Lanchester plays the bride like a swan, stiff, hissing, filled with wide-eyed terror. In only a few minutes, she becomes unforgettable. Once again playing the monster, Karloff is given a more charred appearance by Pierce, exposing his head clamps and melting his fingers together. Karloff is once again putting in a masterclass of physical acting, but now also speaks, reflecting his burgeoning awareness. I think that's a crucial development in Bride, but Karloff never agreed.
Alone. Bad. Friend. Good.
Colin Clive as Henry Frankenstein is here once again, but he's now a burned out shell of a man, no longer possessed of the madness that drove him to create life, but now unable to stop being used in further crimes against nature. Clive would die shortly after in 1937 due to severe alcoholism and tuberculosis. The monster itself is shaped as a sort of inverse Christ figure here,
with whales surrounding him with crucifix imagery, and even given an impromptu crucifixion. Christ's journey is a story of salvation, going from life to sacrificial death and back to life. The monster is damned, journeying from death to unnatural life and back to death again, despising the world by the end.
I love dead, hate living.
You're wise in your generation.
Like Shelley's story, the monster ultimately destroys himself, this time alongside Pretorius and the bride that rejects him. It seems as if Whale originally had a darker ending in mind, with Henry also killed in the explosion. You can see him right there. But Bride has the monster let his creator go, restoring Frankenstein to his natural life and marriage. These are choices that keep Universal's monster ultimately more sympathetic than Shelley's version, and, to some degree despite all the murder, somewhat innocent. Karloff's monster only exists for a few days, staying in the early stages of understanding and rejection that the book version grows past during years of torment. As a result, I think that Karloff's monster remains much more childlike, with Bride giving him a compelling arc of sadness and rejection that defines the Universal monster approach to horror. The more time we spend with these creatures, the more we love and embrace them over the heroes that represent normalcy and the status quo, reasserting itself over these perversions of the world. The monster is first rejected by creator, then society, loses his one human connection, and is finally rejected by the mate made for him. In the end, there's nothing left but the grave.
You stay. We belong dead.
Bride wasn't the same level of box office success its predecessor was, but it's shaped the image of Frankenstein and his monster to the same degree as any other interpretation, including Shelley's novel. The Universal monsters, the modern monster movie, and gothic horror are indebted to it. But this wasn't the end. Hollywood had undergone massive changes in the 4 years between Bride and Son of Frankenstein. Most importantly here, Hollywood had put the production of all horror movies on hiatus starting in 1936, when the Hays Production Code went into full effect. The code was essentially a self-regulating set of rules meant to stem the tide of scandal and prevent government intervention. But under the rule of Administrator Joseph Breen, the code began to lock down on any scandalous content. By 1936, Breen began heavily censoring and rejecting all horror scripts, warning of its negative effects and how audiences will surely reject such films, despite the major horror boom that happened in the early 30s. Soon enough, studios simply gave up on making horror movies. So, what brought them back? Well, money of course. In 1938, the Regina Theater in Los Angeles played a triple bill of Dracula, Frankenstein, and Son of Kong, which sold out the theater for 5 weeks straight. Universal took notice and began playing a double feature of Dracula and Frankenstein across the country, bringing in $500,000. Audiences were hungry for horror, and Universal was ready to feed them. Originally titled After Frankenstein, Son of Frankenstein is directed by Roland V. Lee, with a screenplay by Willis Cooper, and premiered on January 13, 1939 to massive success, officially reviving horror at the movies, and teaming up a returning Karloff with Bela Lugosi and Basil Rathbone. Son takes place decades after Bride, with Henry Frankenstein long dead, and his son Wolf taking his wife and son to the abandoned castle in what is now conveniently called Frankenstein Village. An unfortunate name because everyone who lives there hates the Frankenstein family for everything Henry did. Soon, Wolf is confronted by the hunchback Igor, who survived a hanging for grave robbing, and the monster, who Igor is using to kill everyone who carried out the hanging. Wolf, having some of that old Frankenstein mania, is manipulated by Igor into protecting him and the monster until he realizes just how evil Igor truly is. With art direction by Jack Otterson and cinematography by George Robinson, Son has a German expressionist approach to its aesthetics, with gigantic stark shadows and sets that border on more idea than place. The film's $420,000 budget allowed for massive sets, lavish lighting, and impressive effects, an investment that Universal would never put into another of these films. Cooper's original script was much more indebted to Bride before being majorly rewritten by Lee, with the still-talking monster demanding that Wolf make him a new friend, and the skeletons of the Bride, Pretorius, and his homunculi discovered. The finalized film is much more focused on ideas of family strife and secrets, with Igor telling Wolf that the monster is essentially his brother, but with the lightning as his mother. All the while, Wolf tries to shield his wife and son from his spiraling obsessions, as Inspector Crow, who had his arm ripped out by the monster as a child, seeks the truth. Meanwhile, the monster is once again rendered mute without explanation, and is much more of a secondary antagonist, with Lugosi going absolutely ham as the spectacularly evil and cartoonish Igor.
You make him better. You'd like to think. After you go, he get up and walk. Now he's all right again.
The effect is that the monster has lost his sympathetic qualities and is now much scarier. No longer a rampaging beast, he's a calculated murderer and a weapon. Son has the most triumphant ending of any of the Universal Frankenstein movies, as Wolf shoots Igor dead, and both Wolf and Crow stop the rampaging monster before he can kill the son, sending the monster flying into a subterranean sulfur pit with a swashbuckling dropkick. And despite the entire village despising them earlier, Wolf and family are sent off as heroes, who have finally brought an end to the creature's curse. While Son doesn't have the iconography of the original or the thematic richness of Bride, it's a really fun ride, full of familial melodrama that touches on the classic aspects of a person's socially normative family life, disrupted and pulled into a nonconformist, even destructive relationship, this time in the form of Igor and the monster. Two outcasts deemed as dead by society, who love one another and seek revenge on everyone that wronged them. The success of Son of Frankenstein meant an explosion of Universal monster sequels in the 40s, including ones that take the monster further and further away from Mary Shelley's vision. In the time following Son, Karloff's Universal contract ran out, and the actor left the studio to find success on Broadway, with Arsenic and Old Lace being a hit for the former monster, now playing a very self-referential role as a killer brother. Karloff wasn't coming back for another Frankenstein movie, but that didn't stop Universal. In his place, the studio chose Lon Chaney Jr., who was in the midst of making his name under a ton of makeup as the Wolfman, and wearing Jack Pierce's same makeup as Karloff here to preserve the look. Premiering in 1942, Ghost of Frankenstein starts a trend that unfortunately is only reinforced by most of the following sequels. Rather than being an increasingly complex character filled with tragedy, the monster becomes more of a plot device or MacGuffin within most of these stories. The tragedy of Shelley's book and the first two of Universal's films is that the monster has a burgeoning consciousness and personality that makes it more and more aware of its own suffering. In Ghost, the monster is simply a weapon to be used for others' purposes. And Ghost absolutely screams of Universal cashing in on a successful franchise. By the time this fourth film was released in 1942, the studio had fully embraced its monsters, a far cry from Carl Laemmle Sr.'s initial hesitation, with 22 monster movies produced in the 40s and most being sequels. The Ghost of Frankenstein, directed by Earl C. Kenton, with a screenplay by W. Scott Darling and story by Eric Taylor, is largely a retread of Son of Frankenstein, save for its wild ending. Opening with the villagers finally totally destroying Castle Frankenstein, we find that Igor is alive, no real explanation given, and finds the preserved body of the monster, weakened by the sulfur but still alive. Together they travel to another town, Visaria, where, surprise surprise, another son of Frankenstein lives. Here it's Ludwig, played by Cedric Hardwicke, with Igor coercing him to strengthen the creation. Those beats of Igor's manipulation, a son of Frankenstein getting pulled into the chaos, and his family trying to stop the madness are all very familiar. And largely it feels like Ghost is spinning its wheels. That is, until the final act, where Ludwig enacts his plan to cure the monster by giving him a new brain, and Igor secretly has his brain transplanted into the body.
I, Igor, will live forever.
Created 100 times the monster that my father made.
Having Lugosi's Igor voice suddenly come out of the monster is strange and awkward, but it's certainly a big swing for a movie that's largely played it safe. However, a blood type mismatch causes the Igor monster to go blind, burning down Ludwig's home in his rampage and killing this Frankenstein in the process. That's nothing new necessarily, but it's darker than usual, as Ludwig is the extremely rare Frankenstein that never goes mad. Instead, his intentions of curing the monster, spurred on by his father's ghost, are noble, while Igor's plan is pure evil, a scheme that he believes will give him the strength to take over the world. His daughter Elsa, played by Josephine Hutchinson, survives instead, as yet another Frankenstein piece of property is submitted for an insurance claim. As the monster, Chaney Jr.'s performance is pretty forgettable. An allergic reaction to Pierce's makeup prevented the artist from being able to give him the degree of detail that made Karloff's look so incredible, but he's also not bringing all that much interesting to the role. Chaney's greatest role will always be Larry Talbot, and his time with the neck bolts feels more like trivia. We'll get to how the plot point is handled later in a moment, but in the larger scheme of the franchise, I can't help but feel a little sad for the monster. The sympathetic creature of the first two movies is now gone, replaced by a madman's brain. If Universal had carried on the monster's growing personality through Son and into Ghost, it would be a devastating development. As it stands, the monster here is almost a blank slate, kinder than usual, but fully at the whims of everyone around him, before they scoop out his noodle and blow up his body. Of course, we all know the monster isn't really dead. Early on in Ghost, he is revived by being directly struck by lightning in one of the film's best visuals, and Ludwig discovers that the monster was actually brought to life by cosmic rays that made him immortal. So yes, Frankenstein's monster is the unofficial fifth member of the Fantastic Four. Take that, Spider-Man. This would be the end of Frankenstein's solo films at Universal, but it wouldn't be the end of the monster's story. As I discussed in my retrospective on The Wolfman, Kurt Siodmak's story of lycanthropy and destiny gave Universal a new classic monster when the film was a hit in 1941. However, like most Universal monster movies, The Wolfman gave its titular monster a definitive death by the end. That didn't stop Siodmak from wanting to write a sequel, as the creator would later say he was motivated by wanting to buy a car, and that led him to pitch the film to producer George Wagner. The pitch was soon approved, leading to 1943's Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, directed by Roy William Neill. And for being the true start of this early cinematic universe, it's also the film that begins to break apart the continuity of the Frankenstein series. Really, this debut Monster Mash is much more of a Wolfman story than a Frankenstein one. Chaney as Larry Talbot is the true star of the movie, being resurrected by his werewolf curse and searching for a permanent death. His search leads him to the ruins of the Frankenstein castle, and it's only at the film's halfway point where we discover the monster, buried underneath in ice. So far so good, but where's Igor's mind and personality? And is he still blind? Well, when the film was originally shot, the monster spoke with Igor's mind still intact and his body still blind. Given that Bela Lugosi was now playing the monster, Universal briefly considered having Chaney play both monsters, too much work, or just play Frankenstein's monster and have someone else play the Wolfman. That'll make no sense. The continuity and the voice that came from the monster was in line with Ghost. But when Universal executives screened the film, they laughed at the monster's dialogue. Reflecting on it, Siodmak said, "Lugosi couldn't talk. They had left the dialogue I wrote for the monster in the picture when they shot it, but with Lugosi it sounded so Hungarian funny that they had to take it out." So Universal chopped out 3 major scenes revolving around the monster conversing with Talbot and explaining both his plight, conscious but trapped in the ice for years and still nearly blind, and his ambition to regain his strength and take over the world. With these scenes cut and not reshot, the final film feels like it's jumping forward without explanation at times in its second half. Lugosi has his eyes mostly closed, but there's no reason for his lurching and grasping. The result is that the image of Frankenstein's monster slowly wandering around with arms outstretched became the de facto public image of the character, present in most homages even though its reason was left on the cutting room floor. Outside of that massive issue, the 5th Frankenstein film seems to completely forget the details of everything that came before. With Elsa returning, now played by Ilona Massey, vague references are made to both her father and grandfather being driven mad in their obsessions with the monster, and the town of Visseria being haunted by Frankenstein's experiments for generations. Even stranger is that while some time has passed since the original film, all of the Frankenstein films take place in the 1800s, while The Wolfman was a then modern-day movie, set sometime in the 1940s. The details were unimportant to both Siodmak and Universal, so long as the movie brought the monsters together and made money. So now the monster is largely a bystander,
here to provide some complications in Talbot's search for Frankenstein's understanding of life and death so that he may permanently die. It's strange seeing Lugosi as the monster. He's not the first replacement for Karloff and not the last, but seeing the once great icon who turned down the original role now aping his acting rival seems off. In its finale, our newest scientist supporting character is suddenly gripped by that old Frankenstein madness, and instead of draining both our monsters of life, he refills the monster with power. The monster's eyes finally fully open as Talbot transforms, leading to a brawl between the two as they are swept away by an exploding dam. It's a big climactic ending to the first ever Monster Mash, but you can't keep a good monster down. The success of Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman gave Universal one last idea to revive their flagging monsters. If two titans could bring audiences back, why not add more? Given that I've previously discussed the following 3 movies in my Wolfman retrospective and that the overall Frankenstein content of each is pretty minor, we'll lump 1944's House of Frankenstein, 1945's House of Dracula, and 1948's Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein all together here. These late-stage movies illustrate the sad downward slide of the monster's depictions in Universal's movies. If the original Frankenstein and Bride are a perfect duology that illustrate the evolution of the monster and the tragedy it creates, then every other film after reveals how Universal simply didn't know what else to do with the character. All 3 of these films see Glenn Strange take over as the monster, tying him with Karloff for appearances in the makeup. And what you may not know is that when Monster Fever took over in the 50s and 60s, after Universal licensed their movies for TV airings, most of the Universal licensed toys that were made used Strange's likeness as the monster, and not Karloff's. Strange is totally fine as the monster, but he's limited by mostly lying around and then aping the actors that came before. He big though, reportedly 6'4" and a towering presence in the makeup. House of Frankenstein is almost a roadshow of horror, following the mad scientist Dr. Neiman, played by a returning Karloff, fulfilling a contract, in an almost self-aware casting as the creator rather than the creation, and his hunchback assistant Daniel, who try to fabricate Frankenstein's experiments, causing them to encounter Dracula, who gets massively jabronied, the Wolfman, and the monster, both frozen in ice. The plot borrows a lot of elements from previous movies. A new scientist wanting to redo the experiments, the monster used as a weapon, and a brain transfer plan. The monster is more MacGuffin than ever here, on the slab for almost the entire film, before yeeting our hunchback and giving Karloff one of the most ghoulish deaths in the entire series. House of Dracula is a little more cohesive, centering on Dr. Edelman, who attempts to cure both Dracula and the Wolfman, eventually finding the half-buried monster, still clutching the skeleton of Neiman. And, well, the monster is once again a non-factor, still on the slab until the now mad doctor revives him in the finale. He lurches around a bit and is burned alive by the now heroic and cured Larry Talbot. By this point, having the monster is more of a selling point to put on the poster than an actual element of the plot. In Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, our comedic duo play a pair of baggage clerks that get mixed up with a plot by Dracula, taking all of the tropes established by earlier movies and playing them for laughs. Once again, we have a brain-swapping plot, with Dracula wanting to use Lou Costello's simple, pliable brain in the monster for complete control. And once again, the monster is a tool, here with makeup by Bud Westmore after the firing of Jack Pierce. But he does a little bit more than usual with some blind Lugosi-style rampaging. He even talks a little.
Yes, master.
He thinks I'm Dracula.
In the climax of Abbott and Costello, the monster is once again destroyed in a fiery inferno. The only difference is this was the last time the classic Universal interpretation of the creature would appear on screen. The monster's unnatural life was finally over, at least at Universal.
I heard him yelling in the castle.
Fix me.
His name's Big Frank.
Fix me.
I said, I'm going to fix you. No talking monster, Big Frank.
I'll fix you, Big Frank.
Given that Universal's Frankenstein series is adapted from Mary Shelley's novel, the studio's adaptations take up just a small fraction of the total number of Frankenstein movies. Since Shelley's book is now in the public domain, anyone can make a Frankenstein movie, and everyone practically has. However, Universal's copyright over their own unique interpretation of Frankenstein, including the monster's look, means that other studios need to be careful to not infringe on their legally protected interpretation. But that hasn't stopped an endless barrage of other creators homaging and getting as close as possible to Karloff's flat-topped, bolt-necked icon. As we've discussed, there are many differences between Shelley's original story and Universal's interpretation, but both have become so ingrained in the popular culture perception of the story and characters that it's often difficult to know when a movie is trying to riff on Universal's interpretation. But with so few official Universal films featuring the monster in the near century since James Whale's original movie, it's the combination of merchandise and non-Universal homages and parodies that have kept Karloff's monster alive in pop culture today. You could spend an entire day watching commercials that use the Universal iconography to sell everything from beer to Play-Doh. And I have. There's a coziness to the Universal monsters and their old-fashioned gothic horror. Having them slowly become friendly, easy-to-recognize touchstones through pop culture ephemera makes a character like Frankenstein's monster, once terrifying, be an easy gateway into the genre. The second biggest Frankenstein film series started just a decade after Universal's original era came to a close, with Hammer Horror's 7 Frankenstein movies, most with Christopher Lee as the creation. Toho had their own giant version of Frankenstein created when the monster's living heart is irradiated by the Hiroshima bombing. Herman Munster is basically just a happily married Frankenstein's monster. Mel Brooks's Young Frankenstein blends together elements of all 4 of the original Frankenstein movies to perfectly skewer the series, even though it's a Fox production. Tim Burton's Frankenweenie is essentially an animated kids version of the Gothic classic, and the Monster Squad's version, played by giant but sweet weirdo Tom Noonan, is about as close as you can legally get to Universal's copyright, playing into the monster's childlike nature and the camaraderie he finds with children. He is easily one of my favorite versions, and I just hate seeing him sucked up into that portal. Kenneth Branagh's 1994 adaptation, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, is largely sold on being a closer adaptation of the original novel than any previous movie. And while that's kinda true, it also places it in conversation with Universal's interpretation by nature of comparison, including having its own bride, highlighting its massive changes but not replacing it in mainstream popularity. After decades of keeping Frankenstein alive through merchandise, licensing, Halloween Horror Nights haunted houses, and theme park appearances, Universal decided to finally, officially bring their monster back to the big screen in a modern interpretation of the old Monster Mash.
Van Helsing! You murderer!
Why can't you tell the world I work for you?
Because we do not exist.
I have previously talked about Stephen Sommers' 2004 blockbuster misfire Van Helsing when I focused on the werewolf aspect of the story. Here, we'll look at the Frankenstein of it all. While the major conflict of the plot is monster hunter Gabriel Van Helsing's battle against Count Dracula, the monster is a major force in the conflict. The movie opens with a black and white prologue, detailing the birth of the creature as Dr. Frankenstein is aided by both Igor and Dracula. However, the Mad Doctor is killed by our vampire villain when he refuses to let his creation be used as a tool of evil, and this immediately places the creature in a different context. He's not vengeful, he doesn't cause any human deaths. He even mourns his creator's murder before going into hiding. He's also, once again, a MacGuffin, as Dracula needs the creature's special energy to give life to his vampire offspring. Like most of the movie, it's real convoluted, but I love Shuler Hensley's performance as the monster. Mostly a stage actor, his take is big and operatic, a beautiful soul in a terrifying body, which is all squishy pieces held together with steampunk mechanisms, and a brain that looks like one of those plasma ball toys from the 90s. Aesthetically, the entire movie feels more indebted to Whale's Frankenstein films than any other classic Universal movie, with lots of gothic castles, lightning-struck machinery, and dark corridors across the film, just pumped up to a CGI-powered extreme. Overall, the monster is a small part of the film, mostly hiding or locked up during the film's finale, but I think his practical effects and performance match really well with the film's big, campy approach to early 2000s adventure. Best of all, the monster is given a happy ending, alive, cared for, and allowed to go off to find a new life. After 8 movies that all end with him tormented and destroyed in some form, it's a satisfying conclusion for anyone that sympathizes with the monster. Van Helsing would be the last Universal Frankenstein production, but it wasn't for lack of trying, and that means it's time for another Dark Universe jump scare. Boo! You probably know the general idea by now. Universal's shared monster universe was launched with and killed by the disastrous action-focused remake of The Mummy in 2017, just as Universal announced its many stars in upcoming monster movies. Most relevant was a remake of The Bride of Frankenstein, written by David Koepp, set to be directed by Bill Condon, and starring Angelina Jolie as the bride and Javier Bardem as Frankenstein's monster. For a little while, it seemed as if Bride would still be made despite The Mummy's flop, but once production was delayed and Jolie left the project, its spark of life was extinguished. But surprise, the Dark Universe isn't as dead as you might expect. In 2024, Universal Studios announced a massive expansion of their Universal Orlando theme park with the Epic Universe, featuring several different new lands within, one of them being, you guessed it, the Dark Universe. Set to open in 2025, there's no real details yet, but Frankenstein will obviously have a major role within it. With Universal's own unique vision of Frankenstein soon reaching the end of its copyright protection, it's only a matter of time before our monster returns some way, somehow. And as I do with every retrospective, here's every Universal Frankenstein movie ranked. At 9, House of Dracula. It's real bad from all angles, but from a Frankenstein viewpoint, it's barely relevant to the monster. When the best part of the monster's arc is his unconscious body being found holding a skeleton, you know there ain't much to work with. At this point, he is not even a plot point, just a last-minute obstacle that's once again seemingly destroyed. At 8, House of Frankenstein. Despite the title, Frankenstein's monster is also not really here, and he doesn't purchase any real estate. And with its piecemeal story, it feels like the strategy to bring all of Universal's biggest characters together wasn't given much thought. I will give it points for the monster's unsettling quicksand drowning of our mad scientist, another victim of the world's deadliest sand. At 7, Ghost of Frankenstein. An overall weaker entry into Universal's Frankenstein series, Ghost plays too similar to Son for its first 2 acts, feeling cheap and unfocused in comparison. However, its final act and what happens to the monster are big and strange choices that are much more memorable, even if this ultimately cannot live up to the meaning of the monster in the original film or Bride. Lugosi as Igor is still gnawing every piece of scenery in sight, mostly in a good way. And having the rare, sane Frankenstein is a nice change of pace alongside its bleak ending. At 6, Van Helsing. If we're specifically discussing this as a Frankenstein movie and I leave out the rest, I actually really enjoy how Van Helsing interprets the monster, with everything surrounding him being my favorite parts of the movie. His role is relatively small and is once again somewhat of a MacGuffin for the plot, but the black and white opening, his big squishy makeup, and Shuler Hensley's performance as the creature are some of the most fully realized and fun elements of the movie. Plus, our big guy gets a rare happy ending. At 5, Frankenstein meets the Wolfman. Deeply compromised in the context of carrying on the story from Ghost, this monster mash is still really fun, has great atmosphere, and ultimately still has the charm of bringing together 2 great Universal monsters to make up for what becomes very glaring gaps once you're aware of them. Lugosi is fine as the near-blind monster, but Chaney Jr. brings his trademark pathos as the film's true lead. At 4, the original Frankenstein. Iconic obviously, and extremely innovative for its time, but Frankenstein is a very slight and moralistically simple take on one of the great works of horror. Compared to Todd Browning's Dracula from earlier in 1931, Whale's film is light years ahead in understanding the language of film, and its best moments have been deservedly burned into the public consciousness, while the often forgettable moments that connect those scenes slow it all down. Its makeup, effects, cinematography, and Karloff are its highest points. At 3, Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. Honestly, I think this is the best of the Monster Mash movies, because all of our characters are sharing the screen to team up or fight, and each is in a sort of platonic ideal of their character. As the comedic leads, Abbott and Costello are the perfect foils, getting deeper and deeper into a world of horror without knowing it, until its third act explodes in all sorts of wild monster madness. It's essentially the blueprint for Monster Squad, Van Helsing, and the Universal monsters in the pop culture consciousness. At 2, Son of Frankenstein. A really unconventional turn from the first 2 films in Universal's Frankenstein series. The approach here is all about family ties, family corruption, and family manipulation. with the monster having a much smaller role as the long-lost brother and a tool of revenge for our villainous Igor, Lugosi is devouring the scenery, with the monster having a much smaller role as the long-lost brother and a tool of revenge for our villainous Igor. Lugosi is devouring the scenery. Karloff is still the GOAT, even with far less to do. And Rathbone is great as a conflicted protagonist. I love the German expressionist set design and cinematography, helping this one to stand shoulder to shoulder in the first 3 entries by Universal, but feel like its own beast. And at number 1, The Bride of Frankenstein, the greatest Universal monster movie ever made. Bride of Frankenstein is tragic, cynical, and pushing at the boundaries of sacrilege for its time, but it's also a deeply empathetic movie, working to help us understand and care for the monster, even as he journeys on a sort of reverse Stations of the Cross, going from unnatural life back to natural death. What little time Elsa Lanchester has as the bride, more idea than character, has never left my brain since the first time I saw her, and Karloff gives his greatest performance, balancing limited speech with incredible bodywork, as this innately queer story about outcasts understanding and identifying with one another as the world shuns them moves from comedy to horror to tragedy and back again for an utterly one-of-a-kind film. Through the highs and lows, the classics and the forgotten, Universal's interpretation of Frankenstein has become just as much of a pillar of horror as Mary Shelley's original novel. And while more and more new film and TV versions of this tragic tale of man's overreach come with every year, the figure brought to life by James Whale, Boris Karloff, Jack Pierce, and many more has never been forgotten. It's a testament to the Universal vision that can never truly be replicated or replaced. But with countless generations inspired by the original, Frankenstein's monster has achieved a sort of immortality that fulfills his own story's dire warnings.
The roots of science fiction and modern horror are more intertwined than what you may expect, and you can look no further than The Invisible Man for proof of these being two sides of the same coin. Beginning with author H.G. Wells' novel from 1897, it was Universal Pictures who turned a story of ambition and science gone mad into one of the pillars of their studio. Coming quickly after James Whale's Frankenstein, Todd Browning's Dracula, and Carl Freund's The Mummy, it was Whale's return to the monsters with The Invisible Man in 1933 that helped to establish the studio as a home for horror in the 30s. Years later, and the studio would return to the concept for a series of wildly different films that took the general premise in completely different directions for better and worse. But how do you build a franchise around a character you never see? And how do both Wells' novel and Whale's film speak to the push and pull of good and evil within the hearts of man in ways no other Universal monster could? The answer is easily the most unconventional Universal monster series in the history of the studio. Join me as we unveil The Invisible Man, Universal's darkest monster. Alongside Dracula and Frankenstein, The Invisible Man is the third of three Universal monsters to find its origin in classic literature, and that brings our story all the way back to 1897 with the publication of H.G. Wells' The Invisible Man. The Invisible Man was originally published as a serial in Pearson's Weekly and then quickly collected as a book. By this point, Wells had already established himself as a preeminent science fiction author, with works including The Time Machine and The Island of Dr. Moreau. In fact, Wells is such a foundational figure in sci-fi that the term didn't even exist at the time, with his works then referred to as scientific romances. Wells' novel follows the story of a scientist that has, obviously, turned himself invisible. But we begin the story with the character, eventually revealed to be named Griffin, as a complete unknown to us, and going on a journey of discovery about how he came to be like this. Structurally, the entire novel is written as if Wells himself had heard about these true events and went about investigating it, learning little by little of who the Invisible Man was and what he did. It's a very patient and subdued book, starting with the character arriving at an English inn to further his experiments, and the innkeeper speculating about what he is there to do. It isn't until chapter 7 of the 28 total chapters that we get the true reveal of the Invisible Man. "You don't understand," he said, "who I am or what I am. I'll show you. By heaven, I'll show you." Then he put his open palm over his face and withdrew it. The center of his face became a black cavity. Here, he said. He stepped forward and handed Mrs. Hall something which she, staring at his metamorphosed face, accepted automatically. Then, when she saw what it was, she screamed loudly, dropped it, and staggered back. The nose. It was the stranger's nose, pink and shining, rolled on the floor. One important note is that Griffin's initial look from the Universal film is almost exactly as it's described in the novel, with our Invisible Man first appearing at a snow-covered inn wearing a thick coat, high collar, bandaged face, reflective glasses that wrap around the eyes, and a low-slung hat. Obviously, it's all to hide his true nature, but even the fake nose peeking out of the bandages and bits of hair sticking out on top are all part of Griffin's ruse in the novel and movie. One aspect of Wells' novel that I find fascinating, and something I don't think any of the films quite capture, is that the mere presence of an invisible man causes a sort of mass hysteria in the people all around him. It's not just Griffin who is changed by his invisibility, but the fear and mind-breaking existence of a man right in front of you who doesn't obey the laws of reality drives entire groups of people into violence and anger. Ultimately, that's the undoing of our unseen figure, but he also brings it on himself. It's about 2/3 of the way into the novel where the Invisible Man reveals himself to Dr. Kemp, a former acquaintance from medical school. From there, we learn that his name is Griffin, as he tells Kemp and the reader all about his experiments and the desperation to survive that came after, turning him against the world and eventually toward murder. At one point, Griffin even outlines how he plans to take over, saying, "The point is, they know there is an invisible man, as well as we know there is an invisible man. And that invisible man, Kemp, must now establish a reign of terror. Yes, no doubt it is startling, but I meant it. A reign of terror. He must take some town like your Burdock and terrify and dominate it. He must issue his orders. He can do that in 1,000 ways. Scraps of paper thrust under doors would suffice. And all who disobey his orders, he must kill. And kill all who would defend them." And by the end, the Invisible Man does attempt to establish a reign of terror, but he doesn't get nearly as far as in the eventual film. Instead, Kemp and the townsfolk coordinate an attack on Griffin that keeps him exhausted and desperate, with a final confrontation seeing the Invisible Man mobbed and killed before he can kill Kemp, turning visible again in death and taking his secrets with him. Everyone saw, faint and transparent as though it was made of glass, so that veins and arteries and bones and nerves could be distinguished, the outline of a hand limp and prone. It grew clouded and opaque even as they stared. Like many of his other works, The Invisible Man is an extremely influential piece of science fiction, going on to inspire many different direct adaptations, new novels that either continue the story or provide their own take on the perils of invisibility, and, of course, the subject of our video. By 1933, Universal Pictures had quickly established themselves as the preeminent house of horror before the coming of the Hays Code. The studio already had their back-to-back hits of Dracula and Frankenstein in 1931, and further cemented themselves with the success of The Mummy in 1932. And so with producer Carl Laemmle Jr. in search of another topic, the studio turned to H.G. Wells. 1932's Island of Lost Souls from Paramount is the first Wells adaptation, and while it's strange to think of H.G. Wells alive in the time of the motion picture, he actually lived until 1946. And Wells did not like Island of Lost Souls. So when Universal purchased the rights to adapt his Invisible Man novel, the author insisted it be treated with respect and demanded he have script approval before the film could be made. Still, Universal was mostly interested in using the title of the book and Wells' name to drum up publicity for the latest in their line of monsters, with several different screenwriters creating their own scripts based on the broad concept. And that brings us to director James Whale. Just a few years after the success of Frankenstein helped elevate Universal Pictures, the studio wanted Whale to create a sequel to his hit film. Of course, we all know that Whale would eventually give us Bride of Frankenstein, but at this point, the director was not interested in making another Frankenstein at all. Instead, Whale turned to The Invisible Man. It was around this time that Universal also purchased the rights to another Invisible novel, The Murderer Invisible by Philip Wiley, which featured another invisible man much more hell-bent on destruction and conquering the world. Together, these two novels were used by author R.C. Sheriff's adaptation for Universal, explaining how Universal's Invisible Man is a more vicious character than Wells' version, but with Sheriff dedicated to respecting Wells' novel. Eventually, with a few changes made to make the script closer to the novel, Wells approved it, and the film was ready to be made. With Whale on board, Boris Karloff was initially set to play Jack Griffin before conflicts with the studio caused him to leave, with Whale instead choosing English actor Claude Rains, who had mostly acted on stage. It was Rains' theatrical and unforgettable voice that led to Whale choosing the actor, as the director knew that he would largely be unseen or heavily disguised, requiring a big personality to counterbalance. The Invisible Man was the American debut of Rains, and here, he puts on one hell of a show. Really, it's all in that big, over-the-top voice, a perfect accompaniment to his spiraling insanity.
You're crazy to know who I am, aren't you? All right, I'll show you.
Like Wells' novel, our Invisible Man is already transformed by the time the film begins, entering a snowbound inn and eventually revealing his unseen form to the people who continue to bother him. Just lock your door, man. From there, it's essentially the story of Griffin, given the first name Jack here, going more and more mad from his condition, not only becoming violent, but dreaming of conquering the world, and thinking of himself as far beyond human limitations on both power and morals. And what may surprise you is that, despite not being the most outwardly monstrous of the Universal monsters, Jack Griffin is actually the character with the highest body count, killing off many different civilians and police, but really hitting the record by derailing a train and killing more than 100 people in one swoop. It's crazy to witness if you haven't seen the film before, and aren't prepared for the truly homicidal nature of the Invisible Man. There are some new elements added to the story that are essentially the exact same that Whale included in his adaptation of Frankenstein. Like that earlier movie, Whale adds a fiancée, Flora Cranley, played by Gloria Stewart, and a romantic rival in Griffin's assistant, Dr. Kemp, played by William Harrigan. These elements add a romantic and more tragic nature to the story, giving a human layer to this much less humane version of Griffin.
Suddenly I realized the power I held, the power to rule, to make the world grovel at my feet.
Flora and Kemp help us understand that Griffin wasn't always insane, but it was the experiment that drove him crazy. Still, he's villainous from the start, starting out as sympathetic and losing our connection to him as he becomes more and more violent. By the end, there's no other choice but to catch and compromise him to a permanent end, so that no one else can be killed in his rampage. As you'll see with the rest of these films, part of the enjoyment of The Invisible Man and its sequels is in seeing how a still-developing film industry created new techniques to believably bring an invisible person to life on film. Here, Whale and special effects supervisor John P. Fulton, who was in charge of the effects for most of the following sequels, use many different techniques to make us buy into Griffin shedding his tangibility and making his presence known without being seen, with the duo spending 2 months on effects work after 2 months of principal photography. And the result is some really wonderful work that still charms and surprises today. Fulton, head of the Universal Effects Department, had a talent in photographic effects that he put to use starting with Browning's Dracula. Explaining the process that brought the Invisible Man to life, Fulton said, "The wire technique could not be used, for the clothes would look empty, and would hardly move naturally, so we had recourse to multiple printing, with variations. Most of these scenes involved other, normal characters, so we photographed these scenes in the normal manner, but without any trace of the Invisible Man. All of the action, of course, had to be carefully timed, as in any sort of double exposure work. The negative was then developed in the normal manner." Fulton and crew created an all-black set using black velvet, with Rains wearing black velvet tights, gloves, and mask, and whatever normal clothes were needed on top. By filming this and combining the negatives with the normal set filming to create the illusion of our Invisible Man in action with the cast. Of course, it was no easy feat, and lighting touch-ups and printing errors resulted in more than 4,000 feet of film being touched up with hand brushing. There's something so wonderful to see it all come to life, even almost a century later. The Invisible Man would be released on November 13th, 1933, and was a huge hit for the studio, making $42,000 in its first week alone. The Universal monsters had another successful addition to their repertory, but the future would be strange for this series. As I discussed before, the late 1930s saw Universal pause their monsters because of the enforcement of the Hays Code, which put strict guidelines on horror and morality on film. But the re-releases of Dracula and Frankenstein in the late 1930s proved the code essentially wrong. That quickly led to Son of Frankenstein in 1933, and its success essentially spurred on the next decade of Universal monster movies. Up first, The Invisible Man Returns, released on January 12, 1940, and directed by Joe May, with a screenplay by Lester K. Cole and Kurt Siodmak, best known for writing The Wolfman. And while the film was made to quickly cash in on one of the monsters that helped establish the studio almost a decade before, The Invisible Man Returns sets an important precedent for every sequel in the series. Each stars a different character with only a minor connection to a previous movie, with each invisible person reacting differently to their power, and each movie having a very different tone and sometimes an entirely different genre. The Invisible Man Returns went through several hands in pre-production and many different stars considered for the role, before a young Vincent Price was chosen after starring in Universal's Tower of London. And even at a young age and unseen until the last few minutes, his distinctive voice is a great choice to follow up Rains, giving personality and pathos when there is very little physical emoting.
I shall have worshippers and followers, people who will obey me because they recognize my greatness. Those who are loyal will be rewarded, and the others destroyed.
Here, Price is Jeffrey Radcliffe, who escapes his wrongful execution for the murder of his brother when he's turned invisible by Dr. Frank Griffin, the suddenly introduced brother of the original Invisible Man. And much like the first film, Jeffrey has a fiancée, Helen, who, along with Frank, is helping him to find the people who killed his brother and framed him. Compared to the first film, Invisible Man Returns is a more tragic story because our main character is an innocent man pushed into these circumstances. The invisibility serum isn't taken for selfish reasons, but out of desperation, only for Jeffrey to slowly go mad from its effects. The entire film is a race for Jeffrey to find the true murderers, and a race for Frank and Helen to reverse the effects before he goes completely insane. But it also has a happy ending, with our new Invisible Man acquitted of the crime and cured of his invisibility just in the nick of time, reuniting with his love and hopefully living happily ever after. There's a much more traditional climax here, with Jeffrey chasing after the man that framed him and getting justice in the end. It also touches on one of the fears of Wells' book, but something not really discussed in the first film. If an invisible man is injured and needs surgery, they're essentially doomed, as Jeffrey is shot and must be saved from his blood loss. Eventually, we discover that a blood transfusion is the cure to invisibility, bringing him back to normal and, like the first film, finally showing Vincent Price on screen after only being heard since the beginning. With a budget of $243,000 and 27 days to shoot, the byproduct of Universal being financially strapped during World War II and looking to make fast profits on their sequels during this era, a lot of the effects within The Invisible Man Returns done by Fulton don't stack up to the original movie. However, there are some pretty good moments. In particular, the film tries something new, with the transformation back to visibility at the end being pretty impressive, with veins, muscles, and skin coming back in layers. But production was difficult on Returns, with the film almost immediately running behind schedule, and with director May having much bigger ambitions than what Universal anticipated. In the end, the film went several days over schedule and $15,000 over budget. Overall, I'd say Returns is the most like the first film out of any other that followed in the series, with a lot of characters playing the exact same type of roles, only with the sentiment toward our Invisible Man and his eventual fate flipped. In the end, Returns is a solid sequel, not reaching the highs of the Frankenstein sequels, but much better than the repetitive late Mummy movies. And it was a hit too, making $815,000 and spurring on the next entry by the end of the same year. Maybe the biggest swerve of any classic Universal monster movie, December 27th, 1940 saw the release of The Invisible Woman. A woman in a movie. Oh my god, woke Hollywood must have created a time machine and traveled back 85 years to mess with history. The Invisible Woman is directed by A. Edward Sutherland and written by Robert Lees, Fred Ronaldo, and Gertrude Purcell, with a story by Kurt Siodmak and Joe May. The result of several behind-the-scenes changes that saw actress Margaret Sullivan originally cast to star and fulfill a contract with Universal but refusing to film, leading to lawsuits, court orders, and lots of casting changes. Alongside the major break from the style of the films that came before, Invisible Woman also has essentially no connections. Here, fashion model Kitty Carroll, played by Virginia Bruce, is selected by Professor Gibbs, John Barrymore, to be the first person to test out his invisibility machine. Yeah, that's right, no serum, just crazy electricity. And before you know it, our Invisible Woman is wrapped up in a plot with gangsters trying to steal the machine for their own gain, and a romance while she also gets back at the boss who fired her. It's all played for easy laughs with just a touch of risque humor for the time. I mean, golly, this lady's naked. And while obviously not showing anything, it's used to create some romantic tension with her male co-star. The two eventually get together and have a baby who can turn invisible by the end, with this film showing the cure to invisibility being alcohol. Sure, I guess. You get me drunk enough, I'd probably think I could turn invisible too. It's fun, but it's also the biggest outlier in the series. Kitty has no worries of going mad, and she doesn't want to murder anyone, which is nice, but it's also completely outside of the rest of the films, making it easy to exclude. This time, Universal realized the effects needed for invisibility needed extra cash, giving the film a $300,000 budget, which was met with decent success in a $660,000 box office. It's the type of success that proves Universal had established themselves and the Invisible series enough to allow big changes from film to film, and even more changes were on the way. Next up is Invisible Agent, directed by Edwin L. Mayer and written by Kurt Siodmak, released on July 31st, 1942. The film stars John Hall as Frank Raymond Griffin, the grandson of the original Invisible Man. Okay, when did he get someone pregnant? And possessor of the invisibility formula. But when Griffin is targeted by foreign agents looking to steal the formula to power the Axis armies, Griffin escapes and parachutes into Nazi Germany as an invisible agent, where he fights back and falls in love with British spy Maria Sorensen, Ilona Massey. It all becomes a race against time to stop the Nazis' bomber attack on New York City, which was basically impossible during World War II. The United States' distance from other nations across the Atlantic made an attack extremely difficult due to the need for aircraft carriers to close the massive distance, and fortify the country's position as a powerful ally in the war. Oh, sorry, I got on a World War II tangent. Yes, Invisible Agent falls into that niche of all niches, horror wartime propaganda. By this point, the US was fully engulfed in World War II, and essentially every Hollywood studio was making wartime movies. With Universal already succeeding with their horror revival, why not combine the two? But it's a strange blend. Siodmak, who was a Jewish refugee that fled the Nazis and whose experience inspired the Wolfman, makes sure to cut down the Nazi ideology throughout the film. But Invisible Agent is a much more lighthearted and fun adventure than you'd expect. The Nazis are mostly buffoons, and our heroic Griffin is more prankster than soldier. But even then, moments like Peter Lorre disemboweling his Nazi partner and then committing seppuku are kinda brutal. Personally speaking, I think Invisible Agent has a great concept, pushing into action-adventure more than the past thriller or horror approaches. And there's a lot of promise to a story of a soldier using the invisibility serum to fight back against the Nazis. But I think this movie is just okay. Invisible Agent is a lot more about the gags and slapstick than the action or adventure, and the movie kinda suffers for it. It's the sort of pulp adventure that could work really well, and was done much better in something like The Rocketeer decades later, but instead is limited by the budget and skills of its crew. When combined with Fulton's effects being a bit of a downgrade here, like Griffin slathering himself in cold cream to be visible, it just doesn't quite do it for me. But for whatever you might think about its horror propaganda blend, Invisible Agent was a big hit, making more than $1 million at the box office and becoming the biggest hit of any of the Invisible sequels, spurring on more. Of all the Universal Monsters series, The Invisible Man is easily the most flexible in its tone and style. With the release of The Invisible Man's Revenge on June 9th, 1944, the franchise finally came back to horror. Directed by Ford Beebe and written by Bertram Milhauser, The Invisible Man's Revenge sees Robert Griffin, played by John Hall and with the character not having any connection to previous characters besides a shared last name, an escaped mental patient looking for revenge on the family that betrayed him to take control of the diamond fields they discovered together, a kinda complicated setup that happens all before the movie starts. Both Griffin and his enemies are unsympathetic characters, with his enemy's daughter Julie and her fiancé Mark as the heroes. But Griffin is psychotic from the start. No need for the serum to drive him mad, and giving this film an ultra-dark anti-hero. The true horror of Invisible Man's Revenge comes from the film smartly using Return's reveal of blood transfusions in a terrifying way. Here, Griffin uncovers that transfusions will restore his visibility, but only temporarily. So our villain drains the blood of his victims, making him normal again to continue his plans, but soon turning an albino white and becoming invisible again like what Wells had described in his book. In essence, this Griffin becomes a vampire alongside an invisible man, making him as much of a monster as Rain's version. But with the central character once again back in the villainous role, it becomes a story of stopping him, which is surprisingly rare in the larger scope of the series. By the end, his reign of terror is stopped, and our love interest is saved, when the vengeful dog of this film's murdered scientist brutally kills Griffin in the finale. There isn't much here that's new in terms of effects, except for one advancement you may not have noticed without knowing about it. The camera actually moves when our Invisible Man is on screen. It may not seem like much, but it's a sign of the technological advancement happening at the time. And even though there wouldn't be many other films to push the Invisible Man effects forward after this, it's cool to see. Really, part of the fun that comes from watching these films is to see how the crews come up with new ways to portray invisibility, and how they pull it off. Or, in some cases, fail. Some sequels have fun with a big reveal of the see-through character, with clothes and bandages falling off their form. Others are content to simply have their cast act against an empty set, with voiceover filling in for the character. It's all a matter of time, money, and inspiration. A combination that was in constant flux as Universal continued to crank out their monster sequels as World War II raged on. In the span of 5 years, Universal had made 4 Invisible Man sequels, essentially exhausting the concept in their bid to stay profitable. It's really crazy to look at the big picture here, as The Wolfman, Frankenstein, Dracula, and The Mummy were all also revived, heavily sequelized, and essentially done by 1945, with the monster mash of House of Dracula. And although most of the other major monsters were brought together in films like Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman and House of Frankenstein, The Invisible Man was left out. That's probably because these films had moved the setting far out of the pre-industrial revolution time period of these other monster movies, and also because there was no singular Invisible Man to use. Really, the only crossover this series ever had came at the end of Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein in 1948, with Vincent Price once again voicing the character for a very brief but super fun gag to close the film.
There's nobody to frighten us anymore.
Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping to get in on the excitement.
Who said that?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the Invisible Man.
3 years later, and our unseen monster would have his final classic appearance in Abbott and Costello Meet the Invisible Man, released on April 3rd, 1951. Like most every Abbott and Costello movie, Meet the Invisible Man has the comedic duo playing a different pair of friends. Here they're Lou Francis and Bud Alexander, who have graduated from private detective school and are put on the case of boxer Tommy Nelson, played by Arthur Franz, who has been framed for the murder of his manager and has taken the invisibility serum to find the people who did it. So yeah, it's basically the plot of Invisible Man Returns, but repurposed for comedic effect and with a boxing angle added. Technically, it's all in line with the films that came before, with the film acknowledging Jack Griffin as the creator of the serum who went mad from it, but nothing else mentioned. And once again, a blood transfusion is shown to be the cure, with Costello getting into some temporary invisibility hijinks to close the show. In the end, I think Meet the Invisible Man is really fun. It sorta drags in the first half with a strangely very plot-heavy focus on a silly comedy, but once it gets its setup out of the way, the film starts throwing out a lot of great gags. The big boxing match, with Costello forced to fight and helped out by our Invisible Man blocking punches and throwing haymakers, is really funny. It may not be quite as good as Meet Frankenstein, but it's definitely better than Meet the Mummy, with the comedic duo fully back in their late career heyday at this point. And with that, the Invisible Man would disappear. And just a few films later, the classic Universal monsters would be gone. Universal's Invisible Man may have made his presence last known in 1951, but given that any studio could either directly adapt Wells' work or make their own unique story of an Invisible Man, there were many other similar stories that hit screens in the decades that followed. While The Invisible Man is one of the few Universal monsters to not receive a new version from Hammer Film Productions, Daiei Film in Japan made their own series, with The Invisible Man Appears, The Invisible Man vs. the Human Fly, and The Invisible Avenger from the late 40s through early 50s, as well as a Soviet version of The Invisible Man in 1984. Alongside these were different Invisible Man TV series, ranging from a British show in 1958 through a Sci-Fi Channel series in 2000. But these are just the ones directly spinning off from H.G. Wells' novel. John Carpenter's Memoirs of an Invisible Man, Paul Verhoeven's Hollow Man, and more would have never happened without Wells' novel and Universal's adaptations. But across the century, it's become such a broad concept that a scientifically created invisible person gone mad with power has become its own concept. Like the rest of the Universal monsters, the Invisible Man has popped up in many commercials, adaptations, merchandise, and theme park attractions created in association with Universal, but not nearly as many as his fellow pillars of horror. I mean, the poor guy didn't even show up in the Monster Squad. And I think that's largely because the character's signature ability makes him the hardest to easily convey. The bandaged look with goggles is pretty recognizable, but how exactly do you make a character you can't see into a merchandisable figure? And I think that's why the Invisible Man, while given just as many movies as his contemporaries during the 30s and 40s, has fallen far behind basically every other classic monster in terms of mainstream recognition and iconography, hoping to put some life back into their dark universe.
He said that wherever I went, he would find me, walk right up to me, and I wouldn't be able to see him. Adrian is dead. He's not dead. He has figured out a way to be invisible.
It's a Universal Monsters retrospective, so of course we're going to talk about the Dark Universe, but by now you probably already know the deal, so let's make it quick. The release of the modern action-focused new take on The Mummy in 2017 launched Universal's plan for a cinematic monster universe, with the studio quickly announcing many upcoming projects, including an Invisible Man film starring Johnny Depp and to be written by Ed Solomon. But The Mummy's critical and commercial failure also meant the vision was dead after only one entry. In the aftermath, Universal looked for a new approach to their monsters, and partnered with horror-focused studio Blumhouse Productions for new takes on their characters. The first result of this partnership was The Invisible Man, written and directed by Leigh Whannell, most famous at this point for his partnership with James Wan and their creation of the Saw and Insidious franchises. Here, Whannell creates a new take on the Invisible Man in a story focused on Cecilia Cass, played by Elizabeth Moss, who escapes from her abusive relationship with Adrian Griffin, the founder of an optics engineering company. Soon after she runs away and hides out with her childhood friend, C receives the news that Adrian has committed suicide and left her $5 million. However, strange events and accidents start happening all around Cecilia, leading her to believe that Adrian is still alive and has used his technology to become invisible. Of all the films on this list, Whannell's Invisible Man is by far the most frightening. It's a really tense film that forces you to question what you saw, and what might actually be happening. Whannell and cinematographer Stefan Duccio fill the film with quiet, patient, long shots, drawing your eyes to empty space and making you wonder if someone is actually right in front of you. Of course, being an Invisible Man movie, it's not much of a spoiler to say that yes, Griffin is really there, with the sci-fi secret this time not being a body-altering serum, but a high-tech bodysuit covered in hundreds of cameras that record and project the surroundings on the body to make him see-through. The other biggest change is that, unlike most of the other Universal predecessors, the invisible person here is not the main character, but is instead the unseen villain. Instead, it's Cecilia who's in full focus, with Elizabeth Moss essentially in every single scene, and her mental torment the driving force of the film. And she puts on a hell of a performance. Completely unglamorous, full of desperation, and really convincing at showing how someone can be broken apart by a partner and find the strength to leave. This is a story of abuse and its effects on survivors who have no one to believe them. And by the end, it's a brutal story with lots of twists, turns, and confrontations that escalate the film from a tale of paranoia to a hyper-violent confrontation that ends up being both satisfying and very grim. Cecilia's use of the suit to kill Griffin in a staged suicide is really dark, with Griffin essentially continuing his mind games and abuse until the very end. The Invisible Man would be released on February 28, 2020, and despite being essentially the last big movie released before the COVID-19 pandemic shut down movie theaters, it managed to be a big hit, with a $144 million box office against its $7 million budget, which likely would have been even higher had the pandemic not happened. But it's been strange times for the Universal Monsters since. I've talked about this in other videos, but despite 5 years passing, the only other Universal monster movie that's been made is Whannell's modern take on the Wolfman. Released at the beginning of 2025, and besides being not good, it also only made $35 million against its $25 million budget. Outside of that, there's been discussion of an Invisible Woman remake by Elizabeth Banks, an Invisible Man sequel with Moss, and various other new takes on the monsters in collaboration with Blumhouse. But nothing's happened yet. The only real development is the upcoming Dark Universe land in the brand new Epic Universe theme park in Florida. But there's been no mention of the Invisible Man's presence at the park so far. It's likely that the character will make some sort of cameo, but like always, not being able to really see this character makes him hard to market. Unless one of those sequels gets made, I think we've seen the last of Universal's take on the Invisible Man for a while. But it's such a compelling idea that plays with our morals and self-insert fantasies that, despite being impossible to see, the Invisible Man will never be far from our minds. And as I do with every retrospective, here's every Invisible Man movie ranked from worst to best. At 7, The Invisible Woman. I didn't expect a screwball romantic comedy in my Invisible Man series when I started this retrospective, but here we are. I don't think there's any outright bad Invisible Man movie, but The Invisible Woman is definitely the least of all of them. There's nothing here that isn't done better in other Invisible movies or other romantic comedies of the era. In the end, I think this is an interesting little side tangent for the series to go on, and it's definitely a recommendation for anyone looking to fill out their watch of the Invisible Man series, but it's nothing more than that. At 6, Invisible Agent, a fairly standard and well-made wartime movie that's more about the gags and romance than it is about the thrills. It's fun to see the invisible formula used by someone that doesn't go crazy and is a hero, but there's a lot to this concept that's left unused here. It's, like I said in the video, something that I would find done a lot better in The Rocketeer decades later, and I love The Rocketeer. I just wish this was done a lot better than it was. At 5, Abbott and Costello meet the Invisible Man. A lot of great gags and a lot of fun ideas here, but it does start a little too slow, and a little too plot heavy for something that is just a comedy after all. However, I do think it gets genuinely funny in the second half, with the card game and the boxing match in particular being really funny. I feel like this is the crew using the last bits of Invisible Man effects and gags that they hadn't used yet in other films, and putting them to use for comedic purposes, which is fun to watch unfold on screen. At 4, The Invisible Man returns. Almost every Universal monster movie struggles with how to do sequels because, for the most part, all the original movies end with the monster dead. So, do you do the same thing over and over again, or do you push into a brand new direction? The Invisible Man Returns really sets the precedent for the rest of these sequels because it does truly push this franchise into a new direction. We have a brand new protagonist, a brand new tone, and new ways to approach this concept, with our Invisible Man not being a villain but a sympathetic hero. It's not quite as iconic as the original and not as unpredictable, but it's a solid continuation. At 3, The Invisible Man's Revenge. I like this a lot more than I expected when I was researching this retrospective. Having our central character become invisible 30 minutes in is probably a little too long, but I like how this movie depicts his spiraling madness, both before and after the serum. Plus, using the blood transfusion as the cause of an even darker story, with our Invisible Man draining his victims of their blood to become visible again, and essentially also becoming a vampire, is the cause of a lot of great macabre aspects of this story. At 2, The Invisible Man from 1933. A very unconventional movie in the larger context of the Universal monsters. I really love everything that's done with the Invisible Man here because it makes him a much more human and much scarier antagonist than a lot of the other monster movies of the time. I've talked about this in other videos before, but I find that there is some degree of relatability to almost every other Universal monster. They're sympathetic and often are not the cause of everything horrible that happens in the story, but instead become much more of a victim. Here, Claude Rains as Jack Griffin is not really sympathetic at all. He starts out already invisible, which prevents us from feeling a lot of emotion for him, and he just becomes worse and worse and worse. This is a story about what it takes to become a truly horrible person, and what happens when someone thinks they're better than the world around them. Claude Rains is putting in a fantastic performance, and there's enough of that cheeky comedy that happens in a lot of James Whale's movies because he's using a lot of his supporting cast from past films. That adds a layer of comedy that I think is kind of unexpected, and it makes the dark turns that happen in this story even darker. Plus, the special effects here are really fantastic to watch unfold, even when you know how they're all done, and when you can see some of the seams. Even with just one actual appearance as the Invisible Man, Jack Griffin is a great Universal monster. And at number 1, The Invisible Man from 2020. Despite how many big changes are made in Leigh Whannell's film, I think this is the most effective of the series. It's a smart change to have our focus be on the victim of a man gone mad with power instead of that man himself. And that really makes us become sympathetic to the victim rather than the victimizer. It also means that we're subject to the mind games that Griffin is pulling at the same time, and makes us choose how much we sympathize with Cecilia or not. Given that the sci-fi concept here is a high-tech suit instead of a serum, we are making a lot of changes to H.G. Wells' novel, but all the same, it's about someone that makes a massive breakthrough in science and ends up going mad because of it. I really love Whannell's patient direction, which uses a lot of slow-moving shots, still images, and empty space to make us question what's actually happening on screen. And Elizabeth Moss puts in a fantastic performance as a woman driven over the edge from her abuse. Whether there are more sequels to this or not, I hope that there are a lot more Universal monster movies to come that use this as inspiration for how to do monsters in the 21st century. And with that, we're once again at the end of the history of another Universal monster. And what I found so fascinating about the Invisible Man series is its complete flexibility, maybe more so than any other horror franchise I've covered on my channel. It's not always a total success, but it's always unexpected. But at its best, it's a story about the war between good and evil in our hearts, and what it takes for someone to completely give in to their darkest urges. And that battle will always be with us, and so will the Invisible Man, somewhere just out of sight. Every classic Universal monster is indebted to history to some degree, pulling from legends, novels, and real life to build creatures born out of the stories that scared us long before film. But it's the Mummy that is the most directly tied to ancient history, with Universal producer Carl Laemmle Jr. taking inspiration from the then recent opening of King Tutankhamun's tomb and the supposed Curse of the Pharaohs for a centuries-spanning creature born out of the past. And with ancient Egyptian history becoming popular in the Western world due to these excavations, Universal's first foray into the story of the Mummy in 1932 helped to quickly establish the studio as the destination for horror. But The Mummy would never reach the same heights in the genre as its contemporaries, due to its conflicting interpretations and low-budget returns. And yet The Mummy's iconic appearance and original story of romance and terror across time helped it to stand alongside Dracula, Frankenstein, the Wolfman, the Invisible Man, and the creature from the Black Lagoon as one of Universal's great creatures, going on to become the only one of the monsters whose defining film came in the form of a remake. This is the complete history of Universal's Mummy, spanning from its real-life ancient inspirations to its struggles in the classic era to two different interpretations that both temporarily revived and killed the Universal monsters in the modern day. Join me as we excavate Universal Pictures' most flawed creation. The 1920s saw a massive surge of interest in ancient Egyptian history and mythology due to a massive amount of archaeological digs happening in the country.
And while excavations had been regularly happening since the discovery of the Rosetta Stone in 1799 during Napoleon's invasion of the country, the 20s sparked a renewed interest with several major findings. The most important of these was the discovery of Pharaoh Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 by Egyptologist Howard Carter. What made the Tutankhamun discovery so special was that, unlike many of the tombs found before, this one hadn't been compromised by grave robbers. Instead, the intact tomb had preserved history older than 3,000 years, and the unprecedented discovery not only sparked massive national pride in Egypt, but also created a media frenzy in America about who English speakers dubbed King Tut. The death of the dig sponsor, the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, also began speculation into what people dubbed the Mummy's Curse, with anyone who disturbed the tomb of a pharaoh doomed to die a horrible death. Digs would continue across Egypt and the Middle East for decades to come, often marked by tension between governments and the foreign archaeologists who sought to bring their discoveries back home. For a while, the Western world's eyes were glued on Egypt, and so it was in this atmosphere of Egyptian obsession that Carl Laemmle Jr., at this point already in charge of Universal Pictures' horror output and finding massive success with the back-to-back productions of Dracula and Frankenstein, assigned writers Nina Wilcox Putnam and Richard Shayer to create a brand new story inspired by the supposed mummy's curse. The result? Not the mummy. It was a short story named Cagliostro. Here, an ancient Egyptian priest has stayed alive for 4,000 years thanks to the wonders of nitrates, and has gone about killing any woman who resembles the person that betrayed him millennia ago, with the priest now in modern-day San Francisco. Laemmle very quickly announced plans to make Cagliostro starring Boris Karloff, now already famous for his work as Frankenstein's monster. But when screenwriter John L. Balderston turned the short story into an actual screenplay, it underwent massive changes, as its title changed to The King of the Dead, then Imhotep, and finally the much more obvious The Mummy. Directed by Karl Freund, who had served as cinematographer on Dracula, The Mummy sees Karloff as the ancient Egyptian high priest Imhotep, who was put to death and cursed for trying to resurrect his beloved Ankh-Senamun. But an excavation in the 1920s uncovers his sarcophagus and the Scroll of Thoth, with one of the explorers reading it aloud and accidentally awakening Imhotep, driving himself mad in the process.
He went for a little walk.
Jumping ahead 11 years, we meet archaeologist Frank Wemple, played by David Manners, and his love interest, Helen, played by Zita Johann, who meet Ardith Bey, in actuality a nattily-dressed Imhotep. The drama of it all comes from Imhotep's discovery that Ankh-Senamun's soul has been reincarnated as Helen, and now our monster wants to revive her consciousness and turn her into an immortal mummy like him. So there's a whole lot of Dracula in that plot. Not necessarily the Bram Stoker novel, but the structure and focus of the 1931 film, with Dracula coming to the modern world, hiding among the people trying to stop him as an aristocrat, and pulling his female victim into his world before he's stopped for good. Balderston also wrote the Dracula play the Universal Picture was based on, so maybe the guy had a structure he trusted. Karloff makes for an excellent, seductive villain, blending horror and romance together in his portrayal of a man who has paid the ultimate price for his love and will do anything to get her back, no matter who must pay in turn. This is the other side of Karloff that playing Frankenstein's monster couldn't show. He's articulate, imposing, and able to create a haunting magnetism. Of all the original Universal monster movies, The Mummy is the most romantic, but it's propelled by a very dark romance, and Imhotep is one of the most outright villainous. He's punished by the gods for his sacrilege, but by the time we're in the modern day, there's nothing sympathetic about him, especially since his love for Ankh-Senamun means he's willing to destroy Helen's soul and make his ancient love a victim in the process. Almost a century later, The Mummy is clearly a byproduct of its time. An American obsession with foreign culture and myth, but a lack of any actual Egyptian actors or creators involved. Real-life mythology that's just sorta mixed and matched to fit the story. Thankfully, it's really only Imhotep that fits the role of scary foreigner, and even then, he's one that the Egyptians would reject for his sacrilege. I will say that the original Mummy is also a lot slower and less elegantly structured than most of its contemporaries. Although it has some truly unforgettable shots and moments thanks to Freund and cinematographer Charles Stumar, alongside a $196,000 budget for great sets and cool outdoor scenes. And of course, as always, special attention must be paid to Jack Pierce's makeup for Karloff. While the mummy is only seen briefly in his classic bandaged form at the start, it's an unforgettable image, with Karloff wrapped from head to toe in boiled linen bandages, smothered in clay and glued on cotton that took 10 hours to apply, with Pierce forgetting to give the actor a fly for peeing and forcing the actor to hold it all day. That was thankfully a short part of the shoot. As for Imhotep in the modern day, Pierce painstakingly gave all of Karloff's exposed skin an ancient, almost paper-like appearance by stretching out the skin, applying spirit gum, drying it, and releasing it to create wrinkles everywhere, applied inch by inch for each day of shooting. It's a much more subtle monster look than what was seen in the studio's other films, and overall, The Mummy is a much more subdued film. Its box office, likewise, was also lower than its contemporaries with $370,000. As such, there were no immediate plans for the sequel, unlike the smash hit of Frankenstein. When The Mummy did return, it would be in a very different form. A lot happened in the 8 years between The Mummy and The Mummy's Hand. As I previously covered in my Frankenstein retrospective, the full induction of the Hays Production Code in 1936 and its heavy censorship of anything taboo caused Universal to slam the brakes on their booming horror movies, until their proven box office success pushed the Lamleys to make more, starting with Son of Frankenstein and The Invisible Man Returns. Next up for revival was The Mummy, but instead of a direct sequel to what came before, The Mummy's Hand in 1940 is essentially a loose remake of the original. Now, it's the Egyptian prince Charis who is doomed to a cursed mummification over his love of Princess Ananka. But this is no longer a story of reincarnated love and loss. Instead, Charis, played here by Tom Tyler, who would come from Universal's westerns, remains a shambling, bandage-wrapped undead monster throughout this and the coming films, a tool used by the Egyptian high priest Andoheb to protect the tomb of Ananka from invading explorers led by Dick Foran as Steve Banning. Hand is much more focused on action and adventure than the original, lacking in the typical monstrous love that the first film used to help cement the Universal approach to horror, and instead filled with death as the victims of Charis slowly mount, each just kinda shook and strangled by the mummy's wrapped hands. Like the original, Banning must save his love interest, Marta, played by Peggy Moran, from the High Priest, shooting him dead and burning Charis to ashes. There are a few elements here that would define the Mummy movies to come. Tana leaves. There must always be a high priest that administers the Tana leaves to Charis to keep him in an undead state, and then give him more to bring him to life. Body count. Charis is raised each night to kill anyone seen as a threat to Ananka's grave, making this more about the thrills and less about the romance. And shrinking budgets. The Mummy's Hand was made for $80,000, when Son of Frankenstein just a year earlier was given a $420,000 budget. With no money to spend and an extremely tight 2-week schedule, Hand reuses footage from the original to depict Charis' past in ancient Egypt, reuses the sets from James Whale's Green Hell, only has Jack Pierce makeup for the mummy's close-ups and otherwise uses a rubber mask, and takes most of the score from Son of Frankenstein. Still, The Mummy's Hand is able to tell a big adventure that's more epic in scope and more focused on exploration and action than the 1932 original, becoming like the serials of the time instead of a dark romance. The tactic, while not loved by critics, worked well enough with audiences that Universal quickly jumped on making more. With this new iteration of The Mummy proving successful, Universal would quickly pump out 3 more, with The Mummy's Tomb in 1942, The Mummy's Ghost in 1944, and The Mummy's Curse, also in 1944. Alongside many Invisible Man pictures, and quite a few monster mashes, these fast and cheap mummy movies really illustrate the majority of Universal's strategy during World War II. Keep the budgets low and stick to the formula that brings in money. There's very, very little to differentiate these 3 from one another, or really from the previous Mummy's Hand. Take a look. In The Mummy's Tomb, we pick up 30 years after Hand, so it's technically 1970. with an older Steve Banning now living in Massachusetts and targeted by the still-alive High Priest, along with anyone else connected to their last adventure. With a now old Steve and returning comic relief Babe Hansen murdered, hey, better late than never, it's up to Banning's son John to stop the mummy's rampage across small-town America, and the new priest in control of him, Mehmet Bey, after Andoheb passes away from being tore up from the floor up. Karis is eventually destroyed in a pretty sick burning house finale. In The Mummy's Ghost, Andoheb is somehow still alive and teaches another priest, Yusuf Bey, to control Karis, still alive and once again terrorizing Massachusetts like a member of the Kennedy family. The twist this time is that Princess Ananka's body has been destroyed, as she's been reincarnated as Amina, love interest of Tom. Who is Tom? He's just Tom. Amina, under the trance of Bey, is taken by Karis, who kills the new priest and takes his reincarnated true love into a conveniently nearby swamp, with Amina aging into a mummy in a pretty dark, unconventional ending. And finally, in The Mummy's Curse, Karis and Amina are recovered from a swamp in Louisiana. That whole eastern seaboard swamp network is just so confusing. With Amina on the run from Karis, new high priest Zandab, and treacherous disciple Rageb, climaxing in our villains all dead, and Amina once again turned into a mummy. According to the time jumps, this would take place in 1995, and yet Gangsta's Paradise by Coolio is not on the soundtrack. Here, the mummy is played by Lon Chaney Jr., who became one of the pillars for Universal during the 40s, playing both the son of Dracula and Frankenstein's monster. But the mummy is easily his most forgettable role, not allowing him to really emote at all while masked, wrapped up, and unable to use one arm. It's a super recognizable look, but he's nothing more than a shambling henchman, with the films owing their dynamic to Son of Frankenstein, as our personality-free central monster does the dirty work for a human villain. As for Chaney himself, he reportedly hated the role, and kept a flask of vodka hidden in his bandages at all times to get through the days, saying, "I sleep but I can't wake it away. I eat but I can't sweat." I think he was wrapped up when saying that. These three films really can't hide their B-movie nature, with each being only 60 minutes long, all of them largely taking place in the US to avoid the need to build complex Egyptian sets, frequently reusing footage from previous movies, and the plots being so formulaic that it's easy to mistake one for another. For a while, as Universal worked to keep their films flowing as World War II raged on, The Mummy helped the studio stay profitable, but never felt like more than a programmer in the studio's larger schedule. Premiering on December 22nd, 1944, The Mummy's Curse would be one of the last Universal monster movies, and our bandage-wrapped bringer of doom returned to his tomb until a certain comedic duo unearthed him once again more than a decade later. In 1948, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello had their film careers re-energized by Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. That film was a monster mash done in the style of the previous House of Dracula and Frankenstein movies, but with our two comedians at the center of the film, caught up in a multi-monster story played for laughs, but keeping the continuity and personalities of the monsters intact. With that film's success, the duo went on a huge run of movies, with a dozen more films in the next 7 years, including several Universal mashups, until landing us at Abbott and Costello Meet the Mummy in 1955. Here, the duo plays a pair of travelers who find themselves wrapped up in the search for a sacred medallion and the treasure it will reveal, with different sides including an Egyptian cult fighting to possess them. But don't expect this to be a continuation of Universal's Mummy series. Not only is our main mummy now named Clarice for whatever reason, but he doesn't show up until an hour into this hour 20 movie, now played by stuntman Ed Parker. It's essentially just using the Egyptian setting and aesthetics for gags that could take place anywhere, and with Abbott and Costello just going by their own names for the first time here, it feels like everyone involved was ready to move on. By 1955, 2 of the Creature from the Black Lagoon movies had already been made, marking the final addition to the Universal monster canon, and Abbott and Costello would only make one more movie together. The time for all of this had truly passed, and with Clarice destroyed once again, and the Mummy Temple turned into a nightclub, capitalism, am I right kids? This Universal monster had finally been laid to rest. given that The Mummy uses Egyptian mythology and iconography, there's only a few things that Universal can actually copyright, such as the character of Imhotep or the very specific looks of its characters. Even then, these are using images of mummy digs in real-life history, so it's no surprise that there have been many mummy movies outside of Universal's work. In the 1950s, Mexican writer and director Rafael Portillo created the Aztec Mummy trilogy, all shot back to back to back and definitely using elements of Universal's films in its own mythology. And like many other Universal monsters, Hammer Film Productions gave The Mummy his second biggest franchise, with their own series of 4 films starring a variety of actors, but kicking off with Hammer stalwarts Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee, and a plot that's heavily indebted to Hand, Tomb, and Ghost, with its prophet using Chorus for revenge. But outside of the Disney Channel's Under Wraps movies, and the Bruce Campbell Elvis retirement home horror comedy Bubba Hotep, he sucks your soul out of your butt by the way, The Mummy mostly played supporting roles in monster mashes like Mad Monster Party, Waxwork, and of course, The Monster Squad. But given that these all take the route of The Mummy being a shambling, withered, undead corpse that does little more than attack, it's not all that surprising how uninteresting our Egyptian zombie is in most other movies. It would be 44 years after his last appearance at Universal that The Mummy would spring to life again in what has become his definitive movie. By the end of the 1980s, Universal was ready to return to The Mummy with a remake, putting producers Jim Jacks and Sean Daniel in charge with the goal of making a small-budget horror movie. Over the next decade, George Romero, Clive Barker, Mick Garris, Alan Ormsby, Joe Dante, and John Sayles were all brought on board, created new scripts, and left. Eventually, a script by Kevin Jarre sparked interest by director Stephen Sommers, who had recently made The Jungle Book and Deep Rising, and had always wanted to create a mummy movie of his own after being scared by the original as a kid. The combination of Sommers' pitch and the clear inability by Universal to get a mummy movie made on a small budget led to this new action-adventure focused approach costing $80 million to pull off its extensive CGI effects and massive sets, while having a much grander scope than anything the studio had tried with the property before. With a final script by Sommers, this version of The Mummy reveals the ancient story of Imhotep, played by Arnold Vosloo, a high priest who has an affair with Ankh-Sunamun, future bride of the pharaoh. And with Ankh-Sunamun taking her own life, Imhotep is mummified alive and cursed for trying to resurrect her. The rest of the movie takes place in 1926, as sibling Egyptologists Evie, played by Rachel Weisz, and Jonathan, played by John Hannah, team up with American treasure hunter and scoundrel Rick O'Connell, Brendan Fraser, to discover the legendary City of the Dead, Hamunaptra. Of course, our heroes, along with their treasure-hunting competitors, accidentally awaken the mummy of Imhotep, who now has incredible powers he'll use to take over the world. A lot of the ideas of this version of The Mummy are pulled from the Karloff original, but its structure, sense of adventure, and throwback style of action and heroism are clearly deeply indebted to Indiana Jones. And like Spielberg's films, Sommers' Mummy has a lot of great action set pieces, while also injecting horror and romance into its story, making it into a broadly targeted, crowd-pleasing adventure that's also not afraid to scare its audience and have some genuinely dark moments. Flesh-eating scarabs, plucking out eyeballs, ritual sacrifice. It's all here, just edited enough to maintain a PG-13 rating. A lot of that is balanced out by the sheer charisma and likability of its characters, with Fraser, Weisz, and company having great chemistry, and able to pull off a lot of cheesy one-liners that would probably feel clunky when said by anyone else. This might be the hottest cast in film history. Nothing but babes of all genders as far as the eye can see. As for the mummy himself, Imhotep is slowly reconstructed during the first half of the film, going from a dried husk to a complete body as he sucks the life and flesh from his cursed victims. It's a very effective horror-focused approach that these films had never done before, and with massive powers that evoke Egypt's history in the Old Testament with the 10 plagues, Imhotep feels like a massive threat, while he's still propelled by a dark love, which is helped by his normal human appearance. Here, Evie isn't necessarily the object of Imhotep's affections, but the means for his reincarnation of Ankh-Sunamun.
with Rick becoming a selfless hero in the process of their romance. There's also little bastard Benny and greedy Jonathan to add different degrees of morality to the cast, as we blaze through massive set pieces that still look really incredible 25 years later. There's something about this movie that doesn't just evoke classic monsters and indie, but even earlier swashbucklers like Errol Flynn's Robin Hood, with a more modern approach to character and comedy. Summers revealed, when we previewed the movie, a couple of studio executives were like, "People aren't cheering when Brendan kills the mummy. Maybe the fight needs to be longer." I go, no guys, they're never gonna cheer. They're happy that Brendan saved Rachel, and all three of them worked together to kill the mummy, and they're glad the mummy's dead, but at the same time, they kind of understand his motivations. I guess it gives it dimensions. They're not just pure evil. Most good actors would not want to do something that's one-dimensional pure evil. Universal's gamble on having Summers turn their decades-old property into a period-piece adventure paid off. The Mummy made $417 million and was one of the biggest films of 1999. And just like Imhotep promises as he fades away, his death was only the beginning.
Universal Pictures presents Brendan Fraser, Rachel Weisz, John Hannah, Arnold Vosloo, Odette Fair, Patricia Velasquez, introducing Freddie Both, and The Rock as the Scorpion King.
In 2001, The Mummy did indeed return with The Mummy Returns. In it, The Mummy returned. With Summers back as writer and director, Returns is doing the first movie again but bigger. Here, Imhotep is resurrected by his loyal followers and the modern resurrection of Ankh-Sunamun, while Rick and Evie are now crazy rich, married, and have a little jabroni for a son named Alex. Also, Evie and Rick are reincarnations. She of Nefertiti, the pharaoh's daughter. She was just slightly off-screen the whole time, and he a random Medjay warrior we never see. It's okay guys, the tattoo isn't cultural appropriation. He's 1/15 Egyptian. And so our familiar friends and enemies reunite in the quest for the Pyramid of the Scorpion King, an ancient warlord given power by Anubis and played by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in his first film role. Returns is pretty fun, but it's a real downgrade compared to Summers' first movie. Right from the start, it's obvious that this movie is trying to recapture the magic of the first, but make everything bigger and crazier. Mummy fights on a speeding bus, a hot air balloon chased by a water face, a gigantic jungle populated by pygmy mummies, 2 magic bad guys for the price of 1, and a massive Phantom Menace showdown that's both a triple threat match and a battle against the huge Anubis army. The downside is that Returns didn't have the budget or timeline it needed to pull off this supersized approach. If I could describe VFX work in the early 2000s in one word, it would be hubristic. People thought CGI could do everything, and it couldn't. There are so many instances of poorly rendered CGI locations, vehicles, and characters all suffering from an overcommitment from the team and a lack of time. But worst of all, and easily the thing Returns is best known for, is the reveal of The Rock in his final monstrous Scorpion King form. With not enough time and not the right photographic references, everything about this character is hilariously terrible. The dramatic introduction only to result in the true reveal is like a waiter at a fancy restaurant theatrically unveiling a steaming turd. The PS2 skin textures, the awkward movements, the Fortnite eyebrow, it all combines to make a climax that deflates what was already a somewhat underwhelming movie. Still, Returns performed well, making $435 million against its bigger budget of $98 million. But the relative success of Returns didn't result in another sequel right away. Instead, the path splits into 3 avenues. First is The Mummy the Animated Series, which premiered in 2001 on Kids WB and lasted 2 seasons for a total of 26 episodes. The show takes the general setup of the movies, the O'Connell family, Imhotep, the Medjay, and packages it in a kid-friendly approach like what was previously done with Men in Black or Godzilla. Next is the prequel spin-off The Scorpion King in 2002, bringing back The Rock in his fully human form and as a hero, instead of the slaughter-happy ruler that eventually gets his dick replaced by a scorpion tail but like not in a cool way. The movie did fine at the box office and is essentially Conan the Barbarian, with 4 more Scorpion King movies going straight to video with different actors in the lead role, somehow lasting until 2018. And finally, Van Helsing, which seems to pop up in every one of these videos, directed by Summers. Van Helsing doesn't have anything to do with the Mummy movies, but it's very much done in the style of them, with Hugh Jackman hunting an assortment of creatures. And while I think Van Helsing is really fun schlock, I would have much rather seen a Mummy sequel keep Rick, Evie, and the gang, and pit them against these monsters one by one to keep the series going. Van Helsing's underperformance delayed any further Mummy plans for years, and by the time the Mummy returned, again, things would be very different.
Good going, Dad. He raised another mummy. In his tomb, he said he had control of the 5 elements. I hate mummies! They never play fair!
The Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor from 2008, brings back our heroes, mostly, and pits them against Jet Li as Han the Dragon Emperor, conveniently mummified and turned into a terracotta warrior by Michelle Yeoh's Sorceress. Cue kind of the same thing again, but now in China. As a movie, Dragon Emperor is trying to have it both ways. We can't do Imhotep again as Returns really proved that well was dry, but we also can't change it too much. This is an O'Connell mummy movie after all. So by having this be a Chinese mummy now, complete with terracotta warriors, the Great Wall, a dragon, and yetis, they can do both. Fraser is doing his best here, but years later, the actor revealed that all the stunt work he had done for these movies had massively screwed up his body, forcing him to wear ice packs, tape, bike pads, and more under his costume to keep his body together while filming. Afterward, Fraser underwent multiple knee, back, and spine surgeries for his massive injuries. Fraser's physical work on these movies is incredible, but all those shots of him getting thrown straight into hard ground and walls probably wasn't worth it. This is why stunt teams exist. In contrast, Jet Li, famous for his incredible martial arts choreography, is a CGI statue most of the time, while Maria Bello takes over as Evie in an incredibly distracting recast, after Vice declined to return due to problems with the script. Yeah, that's putting it lightly. Luke Ford is also here as the now adult jabroni, Alex, complete with his own romance and arc and taking up at least 2 hours too much of screen time. And as far as Coen goes, his style of directing matches the monster. Technically lifeless. While Dragon Emperor premiered only 9 years after the first of these new movies, it feels like forever since the O'Connells were last on screen. And in that near decade, the film industry had massively changed. By 2008, the twin releases of The Dark Knight and Iron Man fully established superhero movies as the de facto blockbuster focus, while the Universal monsters were not in the zeitgeist whatsoever. Dragon Emperor would make $403 million. Not bad at all, but when you consider this is less than the previous two, even before taking inflation into consideration, then remember this movie cost $145 million to make, you can see why this was the end for this incarnation of The Mummy. Add in the fact that 2004's Van Helsing was also a disappointment, and you can see Universal back away from their monsters on screen for almost a decade. Their return would be one of the studio's most embarrassing misfires.
Welcome to a new world of gods and monsters.
After all these retrospectives, I finally get to officially talk about the specter that's haunted the Universal monsters in recent years: the Dark Universe. In 2014, Universal announced that Alex Kurtzman and Chris Morgan would be spearheading the Dark Universe, the studio's own cinematic universe with new versions of its classic monsters. And while Dracula Untold from 2014 was tweaked in post-production to tease future movies, that plan was abandoned for the true start to happen with 2017's The Mummy. Written by David Koepp, Christopher McQuarrie, and Dylan Kussman, and directed by Alex Kurtzman, The Mummy is way more interesting to talk about than to watch. And its goals and fallout are what most people remember instead of what actually happened in the movie. But let's give a brief rundown of the what before we get to the why. This newest version of The Mummy stars Tom Cruise as Nick Morton, a U.S. sergeant and adventurer who unearths the tomb of ancient evil mummy Princess Amenet, played by Sofia Boutella, in present-day Iraq. From there, we get a very similar plot to The Summers Mummy, as our leads must stop her from destroying the world with her big sand powers. Of course, what differentiates this movie is its ambitions to launch the Dark Universe, with a now infamous picture released to the media prior to The Mummy's debut, featuring the many stars of its upcoming new interpretations of classic monsters. Frankenstein, The Invisible Man, and more were all intended to be given their own interconnected movies, with a focus on action-adventure instead of horror. It's pretty obvious that Universal simply saw the heyday of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and wanted their own slice of the pie. By the end, Princess Amenet is killed by Tom Cruise kissing her. That wasn't in the script, it was just an unfortunate on-set incident, and the world is saved like a typical superhero movie. Kurtzman's Mummy makes its cinematic universe aspirations very clear. Not only does Cruise's character get full-on mummy powers by the end, you know he's a mummy because his hands are wrapped in bandages, ooh spooky, but we also encounter the secret society Prodigium, run by Russell Crowe as Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde if you nasty, which studies and destroys monsters. Cue a second act trip to their headquarters, some very obvious Easter eggs, Crowe, 2 years younger than Cruise, telling the then 54-year-old actor,
"You are a younger man, but You best learn to be wary of a man like me.
And the end, setting Cruise's Neo-Mummy character to essentially be the Iron Man of this new universe. After hearing all that, it shouldn't be too surprising to learn that Cruise was contractually guaranteed control of the movie, taking it from the mostly unproven director Kurtzman and turning it into a vehicle like his Mission Impossible movies, by hiring frequent collaborator Christopher McQuarrie and a few others to rewrite the scripts and taking over editing. Is The Mummy better or worse because of Cruise's takeover? I can't say for sure, but with all those hopes, ambitions, and vanity battles in place, The Mummy would go on to make $409 million worldwide against its $195 million budget. With the cost of marketing added in, box office percentages paid out to Cruise, and the extra cost of investment into Dark Universe plans taken into account, The Mummy actually lost money for Universal. And so, the Dark Universe was officially dead just a few months after The Mummy's premiere. Well, dead on screen. Universal is now embracing smaller budget remakes with a focus on horror, but the Dark Universe as a brand has recently been given new life as a land at the Universal Orlando Resort. At the time of this video, it isn't open yet, but its focus on gothic, European-influenced horror is way cooler to me than this pseudo-Avengers half measure. But despite so many monsters featured in the rides and experiences, you know who's missing? The Mummy. After so many reincarnations, he's dead. And as I do with every retrospective, here's every Mummy movie ranked. Number 10, The Mummy from 2017. While some higher entries on this list are more shoddily made, this is like the embodiment of everything broken in modern franchise filmmaking. The story is ass. It rips off so much of the Summers movies without having their quality. It's all in service to Cruise's ego. The action is bland. Most of it takes place in ugly, poorly lit catacombs. It jams in universe building over and over. It doesn't commit to any decisions to keep its sequel options open. And the scariest thing about this horror franchise continuation is the amount of industry jobs it costs because this turkey bombed so hard. This latest, and probably last for quite a while, version of The Mummy is barely even trying to be a horror movie. Thankfully, its poor performance kept the studio from pursuing the Dark Universe any further. Number 9, The Mummy's Curse. The final entry in the original line of films, Curse has nothing new to say about its subject despite coming right after some fresh new ideas were brought to the series. This isn't terrible or anything, but the plot rehashing, reused footage, and repetitive structure is just so worn out by this point with nothing new added. We're also completely out of any Egypt-related locations in favor of just an everyday US setting. These late sequels, and Curse's status as the end of the original line, really put the original Mummy franchise at the bottom of the classic Universal Monsters ranking. Number 8, Abbott and Costello Meet the Mummy. I wish I liked this anywhere near as much as Meets Frankenstein, but unfortunately, this can barely be bothered to use its monster. Meet the Mummy is fine, but it could really be any plot or setting because it's just a series of bits that could be done anywhere. The Mummy in question doesn't even come to life until almost an hour in, and I think this is fairly anonymous besides a little bit of mummy stuff at the very end. Everyone involved was ready for this era to be done. Number 7, The Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. With a general sense of this trying to refresh the series but not able to do anything new, this is a pretty poor continuation. There's something about this that feels so tired and off. Where's the sense of adventure? Where's the horror? The first Fraser Mummy is this perfect blend of everything, and I know that's hard to replicate, but this one demonstrates that maybe it was just impossible to get right again. Having Jet Li be a CGI character for most of this is a crime, and everything with Rick and Evie's son is terrible. Number 6, The Mummy's Tomb. This is where the original series really shifts into B-movie mode, with 10 whole minutes of this 60-minute movie devoted to recapping the mummy's hand with a clip show, and the film structured around Karis attacking the next in his long line of victims. It's doing nothing new, and its American setting is lacking the previous film's sense of adventure, which I think is important for these movies to really work. But it's a solid piece of entertainment, and I like the giant burning house finale, which has great practical effects and a real sense of danger. Number 5, The Mummy Returns. There's something that just doesn't work about this movie. The jokes don't land, the action is bland, the characters aren't interesting anymore, the romance is whatever, but it's also trying super hard to top everything in the first one, often by doing the same thing again but way bigger. Of course, the CGI is dog shit too, both for its time and after decades of advancement, but that's more highlighting how much this movie overextends itself. Still, it's entertaining and never boring, but I wish they had went in a very different direction for a sequel, because all the Mummy lore is totally tapped out already. Number 4. The Mummy's Ghost. Sticking to the same formula as the last two Mummy movies, Ghost is solid, cheesy entertainment, but it shows how Universal had very little ambition with most of its monsters during the 40s. Having Amina be the reincarnation of Ananka finally moves this recurring plot into a new direction, and creates a tragic romance that ties the film together much better. Its pretty dark and brutal ending makes a stronger, more memorable entry in these sequels. Number 3. The Mummy's Hand. A solid, sorta remake of the Karloff original, refit to the style of Universal in the 40s. It's a lot more adventurous, and our mummy, Karis here, is a straight-up monster and tool of the big villain in the style of Son of Frankenstein. That means he's less interesting than Imhotep, but we get a lot more cool mummy makeup. And with its setting largely in Egypt and tomb exploration a major part of its plot, Mummy's Hand is much more in line with what most people think of when it comes to this monster. The comic relief here is pretty terrible. Number 2. The Mummy from 1932. It's a classic for a reason, thanks to its performance by Karloff, some fantastic Pierce makeup, and the way it blends romance and horror way more than most of its fellow monsters. And while I love the ideas and the whole dark Egyptian mythology and romance that's explored here, I think the actual story and pacing leave a lot to be desired. Honestly, watching and rewatching these films has shown me that the Mummy franchise is just, as a whole, way weaker than Universal's other monster franchises. And at number 1, The Mummy from 1999. This is what God meant when he invented movies. As a kid, I was absolutely obsessed with this film, but thankfully, several rewatches in recent years cemented this as a movie I love even without nostalgia. It's filled with great performances, set pieces, and moments of horror, but what makes Sommer's first film so fantastic is that it's able to maintain a perfect balance of horror, action, comedy, and romance from start to finish. This is the fulfillment of the franchise's potential. But it's something that decades of film have shown to be almost impossible to achieve. Although Universal's Mummy franchise has been marked by more lows than highs, it's proven to be as immortal as its central monster, returning again and again, with the hope that its unmistakable blend of action, adventure, and horror will speak to another generation, further and further removed from the times that inspired it. And while it seems as though the Mummy has entered a deeper and darker slumber than ever before, there's no doubt this tomb will one day open once again.
Among the classic Universal monsters, it's the Wolfman who is the embodiment of an ancient legend, not only interpreting it for film, but defining it for nearly a century afterward. Werewolf legends have been found in cultures all around the world, originating from many different folktales completely unrelated to one another, and ranging from skinwalkers to real people suffering from hypertrichosis. The Epic of Gilgamesh is the oldest known werewolf story, and in the centuries since, the werewolf has been seen as both a curse for breaking societal norms and a blessing for a culture's strongest warriors. The legend of the werewolf would find its definitive modern interpretation in Kurt Siodmak and Robert Wagner's classic Universal monster movie, The Wolfman. A tragedy that would stand alongside Dracula, Frankenstein, the Mummy, the Invisible Man, and the creature from the Black Lagoon as an icon of horror. Here we'll explore the entire history of Universal's Wolfman, from its origins in real-world persecution to how Larry Talbot became the lightning rod of the first ever cinematic universe, to its stop-and-start modern interpretations. Join me as we explore one of horror's greatest tragedies, under the light of a full moon. Given the werewolf's ancient origins, the first instances of the creature on screen come long before Lon Chaney Jr.'s interpretation. The first ever was produced in 1913, titled What Else? The Werewolf, a short film that depicts a Navajo witch and her werewolf daughter raising hell. The first werewolf feature film, however, was Werewolf of London in 1935, produced by Universal Pictures, already several years into the era of Universal monsters. Werewolf of London is a solid picture, pushing much more into a scientific Jekyll and Hyde reckoning with the werewolf curse than our main topic, as our cursed lead is a botanist that can use a rare flower to stop his transformations. But given that Werewolf of London had no relation to the later Wolfman, it was largely replaced in the canon of Universal monsters. It is, however, the inspiration behind Warren Zevon's Werewolves of London and the later An American Werewolf in London, and its unfortunate belated Paris set sequel. The movie that would become The Wolfman has its roots in 1931, with a script by Robert Florey and intended for Boris Karloff. The script centered on a young man rescued from the wild who becomes a werewolf. While this was ultimately rejected, it did plant the seed for a Werewolf of London, but the arrival of writer Kurt Siodmak and a new vision for the werewolf would lead to Universal's definitive interpretation. Siodmak had made a name for himself as a novelist and screenwriter in Europe, but as a Jewish man raised in Germany, Siodmak fled the country at the start of the 30s, with the rise of the Nazi Party. He would go on to spend the majority of the decade moving across the continent as World War II began, until he emigrated to the United States in 1937. Siodmak soon began writing for Universal, and was given the responsibility of bringing their werewolf hopes to life. Siodmak would only take the title of Florey's script and nothing else. The resulting screenplay is a direct product of Siodmak's decade of struggle and oppression in Europe. Siodmak said, Universal director-producer George Wagner said to me, "We have a title called The Wolfman. It comes from Boris Karloff, but Boris has no time to do it. He is working on another picture. So we have Lon Chaney, and we have Madame Ospenskaya, Warren Williams, Ralph Bellamy, and Claude Rains. The budget is $180,000, and we start in 10 weeks. Goodbye." After 7 weeks, I gave George the screenplay. I don't think he made any changes, except to telescope a few scenes to save sets. The Wolfman, directed by George Wagner, tells the tale of Larry Talbot, played by Lon Chaney Jr., an actor who returns home to Wales after decades abroad to reconcile with his estranged father after the death of his brother. But Larry's reconnection and newfound love for local woman Gwen is turned into a tragedy when he's bitten by a werewolf and cursed to become a bloodthirsty monster. The Wolfman has an absolutely stacked cast. Chaney Jr., son of one of the founding figures of horror, begins the role that would define his career. But he's also surrounded by Claude Rains, the Invisible Man among many other famous roles, as his father, and Bela Lugosi as the werewolf that bites him, a cameo that pulls from Lugosi's star power to become unforgettable. At a lean 70 minutes, Siodmak's film doesn't have much more to it than the struggle of Larry's character. First to learn what's happened to him, then to grapple with his belief, and then to despair over his inescapable fate. But it's a film filled with contrasts. Larry, despite being Welsh-born, is an American through and through, with Chaney Jr. contrasting hard against Rains. The setting itself is much more modern than most Universal monster movies, with automobiles right alongside horse-drawn carriages for a friction between modernity and the old ways. And the collision between reason and belief make Larry's cursed condition doubted by those he's closest to. And this is embodied in the Romani who live on the edge of society, fully aware of the werewolf curse and understanding Talbot's tragedy, but unable to really change anything about it beyond helping him understand his fate. Larry's transformation happens alongside his blossoming relationship with Gwen, and his almost uncomfortably relentless pursuit of her is not far off from the purely animalistic hunt of the werewolf. And yet, Larry truly is blameless for what the Wolfman is. Talbot isn't evil. He isn't giving in to dark urges. He only was bitten because he saved Gwen and killed Bella to protect himself. The Wolfman and Talbot are essentially two different beings. And Siodmak's poem illustrates the inescapable horror of the werewolf.
Even a man who is pure in heart and says his prayers by night
may become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms.
and the autumn moon is bright.
But maybe my favorite thing about the film is how it looks. Wagner and cinematographer Joseph Valentine make their film drip with moody atmosphere. And the film's nighttime forest scenes, using a soundstage and lots of fog machines to create a spooky gothic effect, are the platonic ideal of the gothic forest mood that I absolutely love. And it's Chaney's appearance as the Wolfman that has seared itself into public consciousness, becoming one with the idea of the werewolf, despite the concept existing for centuries beforehand. The look was created by makeup legend Jack Pierce, who had originally envisioned the style for Werewolf of London before actor Henry Hull insisted on something that showed more of his face. The Wolfman look was created through the use of multiple prosthetics glued to Chaney's face and fake teeth, completely reshaping his nose and profile for something much more animalistic, with all of this then topped by a wig and additional face appliances made out of burnt yak hair, which created a wiry look shaped into an instantly recognizable outline. And while Larry is still buttoned up from head to toe, and likes to cuff his pants like me, his hands and feet are fully transformed as well, with lots of additional hair and appliances, including rubber gloves and hard rubber boots that create the wolf paw look. The look would largely go untouched in future films, until Pierce was fired in 1946. Bud Westmore's version for Chaney's final film is simply inferior. Chaney's on-screen transformations would be done with the lap dissolve technique, filming an image of an actor in one stage, adding more makeup, taking another image, and repeating over and over as these cross-dissolve together on screen. Seconds in the film, but hours and hours on the stage. Unsurprisingly for the era, the Wolfman is bloodless and leaves most of its violence off-screen, with Talbot grabbing and dragging his victims into the foggy woodland ground. The implications, however, are gruesome, with victims said to have had their throats ripped out by the beast, a modus operandi that would continue throughout the sequels. With no cure and the werewolf only vulnerable to silver, a silver-headed werewolf-adorned cane plays its role in Larry's ultimate doom. The Wolfman ends on a devastating note, with John realizing that he's killed his son, and finally understanding that Larry was right all along. But with almost everyone else believing that Larry died a hero stopping the wolf, he and Gwen are left alone in their despair. That's really dark, and for a film that spends so much time on a father and son attempting to reconcile, yet never truly understanding one another, this ending of the permanent death of a family already in disrepair is very grim. Of course, like most classic Universal monster movies, these themes are left as underlying tension, allowing for the audience to piece them together in the aftermath. And I think that's what makes so many of these films, including the original Wolfman, continue to be popular and speak to generations of fans. There are so many underlying themes here. Siodmak often compared his work to Greek tragedies, where the gods tell a character their fate, and they ultimately can do nothing to change it. Specifically, Siodmak would point toward the idea of hamartia, describing it as suffering without having been guilty. Here, Siodmak was focused on the unpredictable nature of fate, and how even the smallest change could alter the trajectory of an entire life. When seen in the context of fleeing from the Nazis and losing everything he had in his life, it makes sense. Is the Wolfman a symbol of a Jewish person's persecution by a hateful society? Larry is hunted without thought by everyone around him. Is the Wolfman a symbol of the Nazi, suddenly filled with hate and targeting the oppressed? Here, a werewolf will see a pentagram mark on its next victim, a clear parallel to the badges emblazoned with the Star of David and forced on the Jews by the Nazis. I think it's a little of both, creating a universal metaphor of the suffering and anger of a person society labels as other. I am the Wolfman, said Siodmak. I was forced into a fate I didn't want, to be a Jew in Germany. I would not have chosen that as my fate. Siodmak would also say, the swastika represents the moon. When the moon comes up, the man doesn't want to murder, but he knows he cannot escape it. The Wolfman destiny. The Jewish link to werewolves can be traced all the way back to the Torah and the book of Genesis. Here, Benjamin, son of Jacob, is described as like a ravenous wolf, with medieval commentator Rabbi Ephraim ben Shimshon discussing how Benjamin was believed to be able to actually turn into a wolf. While this would endanger others, it also meant there was fear that Benjamin would be killed for his perceived danger. Like Frankenstein's monster, the Wolfman is one of the great examples of the curse of becoming an other among hateful people. And Siodmak's experience with anti-Semitism from Nazi persecution would follow him all his life, even decades later when he returned home. There I was, standing on the same sidewalk in front of the same theater where I stood 60 years before for a screening of my science fiction film, The Invisible Agent. In the meantime, there'd been a world war. They'd killed my family. It made me feel sick. You Americans don't know what it was like to live through those times. Larry's story is pure tragedy with a definitive dark ending. But it wouldn't be the end of the Wolfman. Instead, it was the start of something much bigger. The start of the Wolfman also coincides with the start of the US's involvement in World War II. And with the nation's entire finances shifting to support the international war effort, movie studios turned toward cheaper productions and larger amounts of movies to sustain themselves. And this is the environment that created the massive expansion of the Universal monsters. There were 14 Universal monster movies made in the 1930s, establishing their classic gothic frights with often lavish productions for the time. But the 1940s saw 22 movies produced under Universal's new management, including a lot of sequels, with The Invisible Man and The Mummy both getting quite a few new additions. The continuing saga of the Wolfman reportedly began with Siodmak half-jokingly telling George Wagner that he needed a new car, and knew just what he could write to pay for it. Frankenstein meets the Wolfman. Well, Kurt got to pay for that car because the idea was quickly approved. And here comes Frankenstein meets the Wolfman. Given that Talbot was absolutely dead at the end of his film, Universal had to come up with a way to bring him back. And so here's an interesting bit of new lore, as Talbot's casket is opened up and exposed to a full moon that transforms him into a living werewolf once again. That's a bit of a cheat, but it makes Talbot's curse even more extreme. Now, not even death can fully cure him, and he will always exist in a state of limbo. Cue more throat-ripping rampages that eventually put Talbot on the tail of Frankenstein's experiments in hopes of a cure. But Talbot doesn't just want to stop being a werewolf. He wants to permanently die, and is tormented by the idea of immortality. The film also has to contend with the spot that Frankenstein and his monster are in at this moment, coming after the ghost of Frankenstein, with a new brain transplanted into the monster who has been rendered blind. We don't really say that the monster, played by Bela Lugosi for the one and only time, is blind. And he doesn't exactly act blind, but he's also not blind, you know what I'm saying? That's mostly because all of Lugosi's speaking lines were cut after executives thought they were a disaster. And it's also unclear how long it's been since his last appearance, as the Frankenstein films start in the 1800s, but leap across decades in later films. So while these later Universal films help to create a larger cinematic universe, they play fast and loose with canon and the state of characters. And while he's second billed, Frankenstein meets the Wolfman is absolutely a Wolfman story first, and a Frankenstein movie second, as this is ultimately a story about Larry desperately seeking a cure to his lycanthropy. Whereas the original film centered on our tragic figure not fully understanding what's happened to him until it's too late, Talbot knows all too well that he's a werewolf now. That's the focus of the first half of the story, before Larry finds out about Frankenstein's experiments and how there may be something in his journals that could end his condition. Of course, this also unearths the monster along the way, as corrupted ally Dr. Mannering and love interest Elsa Frankenstein join the party. The sequel also adds another layer of tragedy to the original film, revealing that Talbot's father died from grief shortly after he killed Larry. The titular encounter doesn't really happen until the very end, with the monster fully restored by our suddenly power-mad doctor giving him full life instead of draining him, and Larry transforming under the full moon. But their climactic fight is rudely interrupted by a villager who destroys the dam above Frankenstein's castle and washes it away alongside the monsters. The meeting of the monster and the Wolfman was the first in a line of what would be known as Universal's Monster Rally movies, and was enough of a success to convince Universal to explore the possibilities of bringing more of their characters together. 1944 and 1945 would see the quick releases of House of Frankenstein and then House of Dracula, each of which brought together Frankenstein's monster, the Wolfman, and Dracula as supporting characters in the stories of mad scientists, encountering the creatures in their own doomed journeys. In House of Frankenstein, it's Karloff as the crazed Dr. Neiman on the search for a new body for his hunchbacked assistant. And although the classic characters of Dracula and the monster are here, they are played by newcomers John Carradine and Glenn Strange, which is jarring to say the least. Once again, Chaney returns, with Talbot and the monster having been frozen in a cave and thawed out by the scientist. Talbot's story is familiar, grappling with his curse and falling in love with a new girl, ending tragically as he fatally wounds her and is killed by her silver bullet. In House of Dracula, we have another mad doctor who teams with the Count to find a cure for his vampirism. Talbot is just alive and back, coming to the castle for his own cure. Oh, and here's the monster too, comatose after drowning in quicksand with the last film's crazed scientist. In a rare change of pace, Talbot actually becomes the hero and gets a happy ending. Not just being cured of his lycanthropy, which our doctor here believes is caused by pressure on the brain, but killing the doctor when he fully transforms into a monster. Depending on your view of Universal Monsters canon, or maybe you just don't really care about that, which is totally fine, this can easily be seen as the end of Talbot's story, letting him have some closure without a tragic death. And overall, I think House of Frankenstein and Dracula are really the end of the classic Universal Monsters line, mashing these figures together when no more interesting story ideas were left. However, there would be one more go-round for the Wolfman. The 1940s saw the comedy duo of Bud Abbott and Lou Costello become a major hit on stage, radio, and screen. Eventually, Abbott and Costello's contract with Universal led to the studio forcing the duo into their own monster crossover in 1948, with Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. It's a simple but silly story, with the duo working as baggage clerks handling a shipment to a local house of horrors that so happens to contain the bodies of Dracula and Frankenstein. As the monster mashes went on, each film paid less and less attention to continuity and the status quo created by the previous film. So it should come as no surprise that all our monsters are back, and Talbot is once again a werewolf. I guess that brain surgery just didn't take. But Talbot is here to save the duo from Dracula, with his continual werewolf transformations getting in the way. With Lugosi back as Dracula for the first time since the original, and Chaney completing his 5th film as the Wolfman, this comedy still has the energy of Universal's earlier output, but plays it for laughs. And although the film would be a hit that revived Abbott and Costello's on-screen career, and gave the monsters a last bit of life, it seems like no one involved liked making it. The comedy duo simply didn't want to make the movie, and often left set for days at a time. And in retrospect, Chaney claimed, Abbott and Costello ruined the horror films. They made buffoons out of the monsters. While there would be several more Abbott and Costello Meet movies, Larry's long and tragic tale as the Wolfman comes to an abrupt and somewhat heroic end here, as the monster ends up saving our comedic leads from the clutches of Dracula, snatching the vampiric villain in bat form out of the air and bringing them both to a watery doom. Of course, this wasn't necessarily the intended end, just the last time Chaney as the Wolfman would be on screen. The time of the classic monsters was over by the end of the 40s, with Creature from the Black Lagoon in the 50s being their last brief hurrah. It would be almost 60 years until Universal would bring back their own werewolf icon, allowing plenty of other studios to create their own image of the Lycan. But when the Wolfman did return, it would be in service to a much different universe. Yes, we're talking about Stephen Sommers' 2004 blockbuster misfire, Van Helsing. Made just a few years after Sommers' The Mummy, a freaking masterpiece, and The Mummy Returns. It's kind of fun, sue me. Van Helsing was the product of Universal being all in on Sommers as the vision behind their modern monster updates. And instead of tackling one property, Van Helsing is a big-budget monster mash. The plot is, well, way more convoluted than it has any right to be, but it's mostly about monster hunter Gabriel Van Helsing, Hugh Jackman in full Wolverine movie star mode, fighting against Count Dracula, with lots of other monsters thrown in. But this is a Wolfman retrospective, so let's keep the discussion to our lycanthrope, and not the whole Van Helsing is actually an angel with amnesia thing. Sorry, we'll just not talk about it. And while this is a Universal picture, Larry Talbot is not to be found here. Instead, we're much more focused on the overall werewolf curse, which passes from an opening creature to the brother of our co-lead, and eventually to Van Helsing himself. The movie adds in some extra werewolf lore by stating that the condition can be cured, and that only a werewolf can truly kill Dracula. That's convenient. Of course, this leads to a big wolf versus big bat fight at the end. Generally, the Wolfman is more of a MacGuffin here, but it's fun to see him mixing it up alongside the other monsters with a truly massive budget. My two criticisms are, 1, those ears are way too pointy and big, looks like Kelly Jones drew them, and 2, that the Wolfman is an entirely CGI creature. Everyone else gets to be at least partially practical, but given that this Wolfman is massive, covered in fur, and much more wolf than man, there's no way he could be practical. It's definitely a product of its time, with big budget movies in the early 2000s deciding that CGI could make anything possible, when it definitely could not. And it also robs us of one of my favorite elements of werewolves on screen: complete practical transformation sequences. Here, it's a lot of CGI morphing, and Jackman's final transformation is hysterically bad. Still, I think that Van Helsing is fun, in that somehow totally self-serious yet campy way that many early 2000s films were. Any hopes for further Van Helsing adventures, however, were shot through the heart by the film's underwhelming box office. But now, freed from being a cog in a larger franchise, the Wolfman would have his chance at another solo hunt. In 2006, Universal Pictures announced plans for a remake of The Wolfman, starring and produced by Benicio del Toro, a massive fan of the character and then recent Academy Award winner. However, the production of The Wolfman was an absolute disaster, and unfortunately, it shows in the end product. The film was originally slated to be directed by Mark Romanek, with a screenplay by Andrew Kevin Walker. However, Romanek quit the production 4 weeks before its start date, with Joe Johnston coming on board and hiring David Self to rewrite the script, without any changes to start date, schedule, or budget. That was clearly a bad idea because the film quickly went over budget, needed extensive reshoots, had its score by Danny Elfman completed, replaced, and then restored, had massive cuts made to trim down the runtime, and had its release date continually pushed back. The complete lack of pre-production time for Johnston is also why the film uses so much CGI for the creature and its transformations. They had to do it in post. But what I will give the movie credit for is that it really does look spectacular. Great atmosphere, beautiful costumes, amazing sets, cinematography that's as haunted and spooky as the original's forest scenes, a wonderful approach to a gothic period piece, and incredible makeup by one of the greats, Rick Baker. It was Baker and Del Toro that insisted they keep the design as close as possible to Jack Pierce's original, with the half-man, half-wolf face, bushy hair, and tattered clothes recalling Chaney Jr.'s look. I really love how the Wolfman looks here. Big, uncontrollable, and wild. He moves great too. Every scene with Talbot transformed and wreaking havoc is honestly great, and way bloodier than you might expect from such a big budget mainstream film. It's the scenes that come between those set pieces that are the problem. Honestly, they're boring. Del Toro and Emily Blunt give fine performances, but the chemistry isn't there and the plot is slack. The 2010 Wolfman is a true remake of the original, crediting Siodmak, and changing our two-word moniker to one for the sake of trademark, I suppose. But it does make one major change that I think alters the meaning of the entire story, and not for the better. Lawrence's brother is killed by a werewolf, and we come to find out that it's his father that was the monster all along, also responsible for the death of their mother decades earlier, and now unleashed after chaining himself up for decades because I guess he was just over it. This should be obvious to everyone because Anthony Hopkins plays him like a lunatic villain from scene 1. So instead of a story about generational differences and the tragic clash of logic versus destiny, we have a movie about parental abuse. That can be done well, but that's not what happens here. The obviousness of the reveal, Hopkins being a scenery-chewing train wreck, and very shallow applications of these themes weaken the movie. Johnson's film does, however, feature something no other Wolfman film has, and something that was teased by but never fully shown in Werewolf of London, an actual, by God, werewolf versus werewolf fight. With Del Toro and Hopkins in full werewolf makeup, and often replaced by CGI, this Wolfman gives audiences a much more modern action climax that I think, while solid, is indicative of the film's larger problems. It's either all bombast or completely lifeless, which ends up sucking out all the pathos and terror that makes the legend of the Wolfman so resonant in the first place. Like the original, the 2010 Wolfman ends in tragedy for Larry Talbot, but so would the film's time at the box office, making $142.6 million against its $150 million budget. To this day, it's the last we've seen of Talbot, but the Wolfman has had many other incarnations outside these main Universal stories. The werewolf is a mini subgenre all its own, not nearly as popular as vampires, zombies, or slashers, but still a vibrant little group with its own tropes and ideas. But given that the Wolfman specifically, with its copyrighted look and Talbot as the central figure, is Universal property, there are few films that actually classify as part of the Universal Wolfman TM canon, but many that homage its iconography. The only other official Universal Wolfman film is Alvin and the Chipmunks Meet the Wolfman from 2000, complete with Lawrence Talbot himself as the monster. But beyond that, the closest is The Monster Squad from 1987, a wonderful all-ages tribute to the Universal monsters. But given that the film wasn't produced by Universal, each monster needed to be modified to work around copyright. Monster Squad's werewolf really takes Siodmak's silver weakness to its most extreme, illustrating that this Wolfman really can only be killed by a silver bullet when his body reassembles itself after being blown apart by dynamite. It's a fun design, more full-body costume than makeup appliances, but it also has one of my favorite transformations, an explosive, stretchy bit of editing genius. And yes, this Wolfman does indeed have nards.
Wolfman's got nards! Come on! Come on!
Of course, plenty of other werewolf movies have homaged Chaney Jr., but essentially every werewolf movie owes a debt to Siodmak's vision, as it was the original Wolfman that canonized the werewolf bite curse, the full moon, and the silver vulnerability that shows up in almost every werewolf movie now. And unfortunately, as will be the case with all of these Universal Monster retrospectives, the history of the Wolfman leads us directly into the Dark Universe. In 2014, Universal announced their plans for a shared universe of monsters, with Aaron Guzikowski writing a reboot of The Wolfman. However, the disaster that was 2017's The Mummy brought a quick end to it all. For a little while, future plans of another Wolfman movie were completely scrapped, until it was announced in May 2020 that Ryan Gosling had been cast as the central figure of an upcoming reboot, with the actor pitching an original story written for the screen by Lauren Schuker-Blum and Rebecca Angelo, with Derek Cianfrance, who had directed Gosling in The Place Beyond the Pines, attached to direct. However, there's been very little news about the reboot in the years since, as Universal has been much slower to move forward with their monster plans after the Dark Universe. With the right take, a new Wolfman could be a success no matter how long it takes to make. The iconography of Universal's cursed figure has become eternal. And like I do with all my retrospectives, here's every Wolfman movie ranked. At 7, House of Dracula. I think this is the absolute pits. Acting as the last real iteration of the Universal monsters, House of Dracula simply illustrates that these characters had been wrung dry by this point. While the film does a much better job than the previous movie at connecting its monsters, I don't really care about the fates of most of these characters. And don't get me started on Frankenstein's monster, who is a useless MacGuffin here. Frankie baby, what have they done to you? And while it's nice to see Larry Talbot have a somewhat positive end to his long tale of suffering, there's not much going on here for a Wolfman fan. It's me. I'm the Wolf Stan. At 6, House of Frankenstein. The first real Universal monster rally, House of Frankenstein is more like 3 stories strung together in a travelogue that moves from monster to monster without really interconnecting them. At this point, Larry's story is still compelling, and Chaney Jr. is bringing his trademark sadness to the role, fully aware of his curse and hating his own seemingly immortal existence. Placed in the context of the long-running story that Universal threads through their movies, and this is more interesting as a curious evolution to much more thematically rich previous films. At 5, the 2010 Wolfman. A messy production and a boring script really weigh down what is a truly great special effects tribute to the founding werewolf film. Still, I wouldn't discount this as a disaster, just a disappointment, because Johnston's direction and Baker's makeup are really great. Del Toro feels like he was born to play a classic monster like the Wolfman. It's just that the surrounding film underserves the possibilities. Big budget, straightforward monster movies are few and far between these days, so I would still recommend this remake to anyone that's a fan of the character, or just has a classic monster movie itch to scratch, because scenes like the operating room transformation are really worth a watch. At 4, Van Helsing. Summer's Van Helsing is bad in that super entertaining way that only early 2000s blockbusters could be. Weird CGI, big performances, a total lack of understanding what audiences would actually want in a big budget action movie, and an over-reliance on Hugh Jackman's really big hats. The Wolfman is more spice than actual meal here, but hey, there's a big ol' fiery stagecoach chase with our hairy boy, so no hard feelings about somehow killing off this character multiple times in a single movie. If only this starred Brendan Fraser's Rick O'Connell on a new adventure, instead of immortal Angel Van Helsing, then I think we'd actually have something here. On a side note, Shuler Hensley as Frankenstein's monster steals the show here. Super operatic and more young Frankenstein than Shelley or Karloff. At 3, Frankenstein meets the Wolfman. Siodmak's second Wolfman story is not nearly as resonant or deep as his original, but it's fun. There's something about the iconography of these monsters that scratches my brain in a way few other films do. And here we get to see both the dark woodland fears of the Wolfman and the castle experiments of Frankenstein brought together. The final encounter of the two creatures is a little too short to be fully satisfying after a film's worth of build-up. But I most enjoy seeing where Talbot's story takes him as the monster world begins to coalesce. At 2, Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. As the only comedy and essentially a full-on parody of the many films that came before, Abbott and Costello's encounter may seem like blasphemy to purists. But more than half a century later, I find that the comedy still works really well, and our leads manage to sell the terrifying nature of the monsters, while removing any real horror from the story. Talbot is still a tragic figure, Lugosi is back for the first time as Dracula, and the monster is underserved like every other Monsterelli. Changing up the approach actually makes these overexposed characters feel a lot fresher in the context of the movie. I think it's an absolute blast that feels more in line with the larger public image of the Universal monsters than many of the straightforward sequels. And at number 1, the original The Wolfman. Siodmak and Wagner's original film is easily one of my favorites of the entire Universal monster catalog, right up there alongside Bride of Frankenstein and Creature from the Black Lagoon. Its surprisingly deep themes and inescapable tragedy interlink with one of the greatest monster designs ever, supported by some fantastic performances, and Chaney Jr.'s strongest outing, really playing up an inherent sadness that contrasts against the pure animal id of the werewolf. There's a reason why the Wolfman lives up to the centuries of legends across cultures, and why this specific interpretation has defined nearly a century since. It's a focused, impactful, totally memorable piece of horror that extends the classic Universal approach of monsters that first elicit fear and then deep sympathy. That tragedy has become an inescapable pillar of horror history, and when the full moon rises, the Wolfman will always be close behind.
Wolfman? More like bummer, man. Boom! Got him! Hit my music! Okay, cut my music. Universal Pictures' latest reimagining of their classic monsters in collaboration with Blumhouse Productions comes in the form of writer and director Leigh Whannell's Wolfman, a new take on the, you guessed it, 1941 classic, The Wolfman. And like other recent reimaginings, Wolfman comes in the long lineage of Universal monsters like the Invisible Man, Gilman, Mummyman, Franklin, and Dracula. Wolfman stars Christopher Abbott as Blake Lovell, a man with a past connection to a werewolf tragedy in rural Oregon, Julia Garner as his wife Charlotte, and Matilda Firth as their daughter Ginger. And when Blake's father is declared dead after having gone missing, they return to his old home in the middle of nowhere, only to be attacked by a werewolf, which begins to slowly transform Blake into a monster. And look, this is going to be a kinda different video than I typically do. You may have seen my retrospective on Universal's Wolfman franchise, where I discuss the entire history of the monster on film at the studio, tracking it from Kurt Siodmak's original, which was inspired by the Nazi Holocaust and Siodmak's fleeing from Europe, through the many cinematic universe entries of the 40s that placed Larry Talbot's Wolfman at the center, and ending at Joe Johnston's 2010 remake, which used a massive budget for wild werewolf action in service to a flawed story. And at the time of making that video, Universal and Blumhouse had already announced that Whannell, off the back of big commercial and critical success with his take on The Invisible Man, would do his own version of Wolfman for the studio, replacing Derek Cianfrance, who had been attached for a little while. At that point, Ryan Gosling had been announced as the star, but in the time since, Gosling dropped out due to scheduling issues, as this film took longer to make than expected and was replaced by Abbott. Obviously, the film eventually got made, with Wolfman shot in 2024 in New Zealand standing in for rural Oregon, and on a $25 million budget. Pretty sizable for a Blumhouse production, which is known for keeping budgets low and productions fast. Whannell's Invisible Man was only made for $7 million, but it looks really good and made a massive profit. And Wolfman looks really good too, when you can see it. Whannell and frequent collaborator cinematographer Stefan Duccio often shoot the film in very realistic darkness, which means that you don't get the fakeness of most film night shoots. You also can't see shit. It also makes the unique choice to take you into Wolfovision, showcasing the heightened senses and lost humanity of the werewolves, and is kinda like what happens whenever Frodo puts on the One Ring. It's also scary off and on, building up some good tension, especially in its opening scene and action kickstarting car crash. But beyond some good moments, Wolfman really doesn't work. Like most werewolf movies, Whannell and co-writer Corbett Truck's film is really trying to dig down into the tragedy of its character's transformation. Here, that's done in service to a story about parental abuse and the cycles of trauma passed down from father to child. How do I know that? Because the movie won't stop having its characters tell me. One of the weakest elements of Wolfman is, unfortunately, its dialogue. Characters simply speak all of their most basic emotions, their relationship history, their specific intentions, and the literal themes of the story out loud over and over. Abbott, Garner, and Firth are all good actors, but they're hampered by a really weak script, obvious dialogue, and strange editing that seems to cut out plot beats while leaving in awkward pauses and lingering glances. During one break in the action, Abbott's Blake says out loud to Firth's Matilda, and I quote, "Sometimes when you're a daddy, you're so scared of your kids getting scars that you become the thing that scars them." Yeah, I got it, movie. This isn't to say that movies should not have clear themes. There's nothing wrong with a film having an obvious metaphor and then exploring that. The problem with Wolfman is that it beats you over the head with every character voicing the themes and their feelings out loud, over and over in ways that no human ever would, that hurts any sort of emotional beats the film could have. Emotionally, the film falls totally flat, because we don't have time to care about these characters, causing the script to try to take all these shortcuts. Given that the film's opening scene is focused on Blake as a young boy living in the woods with his father, who is an aggressive hunter that wants to protect him but can't control his anger, we see the type of parental relationship that our lead character will struggle with, as we soon cut to 30 years later with Blake as a father and husband, prone to outbursts, but also trying to care for his family. So when Blake begins turning into a monster, it's a very, very literal application of the werewolf transformation. Now, Blake is a violent, ravenous creature that is endangering his family. Abuse as the root of horror. This is the type of reinterpretation that could be exciting when done right. Whannell's Invisible Man is a fantastic example of this, pulling the original film's adaptation of H.G. Wells' story into the modern day, with a focus on an abusive relationship and a stalking ex using a high-tech suit to terrorize the woman who got away. But the other really smart change in that film is to not put the Invisible Man at the center. Instead, it's focused on Elizabeth Moss's Cecilia, who becomes convinced that her supposedly dead ex is alive and invisible, making us as paranoid as her, while the danger and anxiety mount. Wolfman also moves its monster to the outskirts as much as possible, with a large portion of the film stuck inside a rural home as the monster lurks outside, and Abbott's character very, very slowly morphs. The 1941 original is similarly focused on the plight and slowly dawning realization of Lon Chaney Jr.'s Larry Talbot, but it's also got a lot of different set pieces, relationships, and time to explore those ideas. The original Wolfman is only a little longer than an hour compared to this film's hour 40 runtime, and yet it has much richer themes and characters. And part of that simply comes down to how this new film's take on its monster sorta paints itself into a corner. The werewolf curse here doesn't operate like magic, but instead is more like rabies, a disease that breaks down the mind and body. And once you're afflicted, you don't change back and the moon's got nothing to do with it. Come to think of it, I don't think there's any moon in this movie. In some ways, becoming a werewolf here is a much darker fate than the typical take. You don't change back into a human, and you don't get any relief from your transformation. Really, we only know this is a Wolfman movie and overall a werewolf film because the marketing tells us so. But by the nature of its new take on the monster, 1L's movie can't build the necessary tragedy it needs to really work. Usually in a werewolf story, someone is attacked on a full moon and then transforms in the next full moon, which gives them time to develop as a character, create pathos and dread, and create a sense of fate and paranoia. That means we get to really understand the character and their relationships, which are put in jeopardy by their inevitable transformation. That's not just a Wolfman thing, that's a werewolf thing overall. This movie is in the mold of a home invasion, so it mostly just takes place in one night, speeding up the transformation and putting the whole tragedy on turbo speed. So we don't have that larger arc in time. Everything has to happen in the span of a few hours, and the film's pacing and scope suffer as a result. And there's no real pathos here, which is really important for a Wolfman story. Larry Talbot's grief and suffering is what makes the original work so well almost a century later, and what is still mostly in place for every sequel that brings him back. Who really are these characters? Who is Blake beyond a father who is scared of being his dad? Who is Charlotte beyond a wife worried about her husband? Who is Ginger beyond a daughter afraid for her dad? Of course, horror can get away with that when the scares and ideas work, but there's not much here beyond being locked in close proximity with three people who don't really people so well. As for the creature design, it's not as bad as early Buzz in a poorly lit Halloween Horror Nights costume would have you believe. These werewolves have claws and sharp teeth and superhuman strength, but lose most of their hair instead of gaining more. It emphasizes the disease aspect and removes the supernatural element. It's fine, and hidden for most of the movie, but it's not memorable. This can't stand up to the best werewolf designs, including Jack Pierce's iconic creation. So what actually makes this a Wolfman story besides Universal just flexing their IP? Well, there's a few broad things this movie has in common with Seod Mac's original. First, the setup has our main character return home after many years away, which puts him into the path of the werewolf. It's also centered on the distant, broken relationship between a father and son. It's just that the father is gone by the time the son returns. And finally, our main character's monstrous side targets the woman he loves. Besides that, there's not all that much in common. And that's about as much as I can say right now without getting into spoilers. So if you haven't seen the movie and don't want it spoiled for you, jump to this timecode to avoid knowing what happens later in the film. Okay, let's get into it. So after quite a bit of back and forth about what's happening to Blake, our main character fully gives into being a werewolf. But with the last of his humanity, he fights and kills the werewolf that attacked them, ripping out its throat to save his family. And this is where the film does its big reveal. The werewolf was his father, transformed like the monster they saw 30 years ago. Except, this is so obvious when watching the movie. It's clear that Blake's dad wanted to hunt down the werewolf and went missing doing so. Given that this movie is all about cycles of trauma and abuse in parent-child relationships, and makes no efforts to hide that, who else could this be? The movie really doesn't do anything to misdirect. It just assumes we'd think it was the other werewolf. So I don't see how people could really be caught off guard by this reveal. It also means we have a father-son werewolf fight that's already been done better in the 2010 film. The ensuing finale, with Blake now a full-on werewolf hunting his family, is fine. And the moment where Blake's foot is caught in a bear trap and he gruesomely gnaws it off is gross enough, and very much like 1L's finale in Saw. But it's just a bit more running, chasing, and hiding. Nothing all that interesting or different than what came before. Of course, given that this is a Wolfman film, it has to end in the tragic death of its main character. And Blake's death heavily echoes the end of Cronenberg's remake of The Fly, with our monster begging for it all to end at the hands of the woman he loves.
Fuck it, yo. I'm out.
But The Fly is so tragic and painful. It's a deeply sad movie that's fully about the devastation of seeing a loved one get sick and slowly die. 1L's Wolfman lacks any deeper understanding of these characters, and can't create a connection that's needed to make this really hurt. And this movie needed to hurt to work. The idea is here. Parents becoming their own parents and unable to stop the cycle of abuse. But the execution is really lacking. So when Blake bites the big one and our surviving mother and daughter are left in the aftermath, there's not much to really feel. We're just left with the very obvious themes and no real commentary on what should be done to break the cycle, especially since Blake really did nothing wrong to become a monster. Okay, spoilers over. As of now, Wolfman is only projected to make $12 million max during its opening weekend. That's not good for anyone, but it seems like Universal and Blumhouse didn't have much confidence in the movie to begin with. The dumpuary release and minimal marketing smell of studios ditching the film and cutting their losses. After the super fast failure of the Dark Universe and its brief new vision under 1L's modern remakes, we're at another dead end. So, now that Wolfman is out, what's next for the Universal Monsters? Well, besides the new Dark Universe land at the upcoming Epic Universe theme park, which will include its own Wolfman, James Wan, frequent collaborator with 1L, is attached to direct a new version of Creature from the Black Lagoon. Don't mess it up, James. That's my favorite Universal monster. After that, I don't see many paths forward for new takes, especially as Frankenstein is getting a new version by Guillermo del Toro that isn't for the studio. Still, there's always another chance for new life for these monsters that seem to never truly die. It's just that this take on Wolfman is absolutely, irreversibly dead. Where does this new take on Universal's classic werewolf land on my overall ranking of the studio's Wolfman films? The addition of this 2025 film takes the total amount of official Universal Pictures Wolfman movies to 8 in total, and I would place 1L's new Wolfman at the new number 6, above House of Frankenstein but below Joe Johnston's period picture remake. For a refresher, here's my new full rankings of the Wolfman franchise. And if this new entry into the franchise has you interested in exploring more of the character, or if it left you disappointed and you'd like a better take on it, I highly recommend Kurt Siodmak and George Wagner's original for the purest and still most effective take on the story, and maybe even Johnston's remake for something that really gets to live out classic werewolf mayhem on a big budget. But I would only recommend Wolfman 2025 to completionist fans ready for disappointment. From 1931's debut of Todd Browning's Dracula through 1945's monster mash of House of Dracula, Universal Pictures' classic monsters ruled horror on the big screen, with visions of gothic terror that transported audiences to faraway lands and times. However, by the 40s, the well was truly running dry for Universal, with sequels, new characters, team-ups, and parodies failing to inject life back into the icons of horror that once helped put the studio on top. But in 1954, Jack Arnold's Creature from the Black Lagoon gave the Universal monsters one last, completely fresh addition. A belated brethren that, while still kin to the more gothic monsters seen in the rest of the group, was different in so many ways thanks to the influence of the mid-century sci-fi horror boom, and its film's focus on scientific exploration. The creature would go on to star in 2 sequels in the next 2 years, getting stranger and stranger as the series pushed further into the sci-fi silliness of the time. But despite never starring in another movie, the Gill Man has remained an icon of classic horror. As a film, the original creature is part horror, part action, part romance, all wrapped up in an adventure story that takes us far away from civilization and into a world at the edge of history. And at that edge stands the creature, an image of horror, fascination, and attraction that refutes our characters' beliefs about the world and ultimately makes us question who we should root for in a battle to survive. There's something that's just so charming about the Creature movies, as time capsules of the atomic era and its fears. These are movies that are just as excited about the unknown as they are afraid of it. And while each of the 3 films ultimately paint the Gill Man as a terrifying threat, there's a strong undercurrent of tragedy, sympathy, and subversion that contrasts against its heroic, romantic archetypes. Here we'll explore the making and meaning of all 3 creature features, the iconography of Millicent Patrick's design, and the legacy of this one-of-a-kind Amazon fishman with a darkly romantic heart. The origins of Creature from the Black Lagoon date back to 1941,
When producer William Allen was told the myth of a half-fish, half-human race in the Amazon River from Mexican cinematographer Gabriel Figueroa. The story sparked an idea in Allen's mind, but it wasn't until 1952 that Allen chose to pursue it, with Maurice Sim creating a treatment for a story called The Sea Monster. Glad they didn't go with that one. That was turned into a script by Harry Essex and Arthur Ross titled Black Lagoon, with Jack Arnold hired on to direct. Prior to directing feature films, Arnold worked on military films during World War II, transitioning to documentaries and fundraising films for nonprofits afterward. Once in features, Arnold's early career was defined by the science fiction boom that took over theaters, making movies that helped define the era, including It Came from Outer Space, Tarantula, and The Incredible Shrinking Man. And I think that Arnold's documentary background gives these outlandish stories and their faux sci-fi speculation a believability that's essential for them to work. Not to mention that they look great. Creature opens with a narrator describing God creating the Earth, and quickly shifting into a detailed scientific breakdown of the Earth's formation, skirting the line between religious and scientific explanations for life's beginning. The discovery of a fossilized claw sends an expedition into the Amazon to learn more, and on board is ichthyologist Dr. David Reed, played by Richard Carlson, his colleague and girlfriend Kay Lawrence, played by Julie Adams, and their boss Dr. Mark Williams, played by Richard Denning. Soon the explorers enter the mythic Black Lagoon in search of more fossils, only to encounter the creature himself, a mysterious amphibian man capable of living both in and out of the water. Trespassing in his territory leads to mystery, death, and the creature's growing attraction to Kay. Creature supposes a love triangle between our three leads, but our third is more jealous and angry than an actual rival. But what I think is being done here is to let viewers see the shape of the triangle, so that the creature obviously becomes the third, without having to say anything. The amount of skin shown is nothing now, but was racy then. The creature is just as fascinated and terrified by our humans as they are by him, and nothing illustrates this better than the lengthy underwater dance between the Gillman and Kay, with the monster mirroring her unaware swim and coming as close as possible without her knowing. There's a sexual undercurrent here that was confirmed by Jack Arnold decades later to be intentional, and that's what propels the creature for the rest of the movie. She's as strange to him as he is to her, but he's attracted and she's repulsed. These are mirror reflections in the water working in tandem with one another, hinting at centuries-old evolutionary connections that can't possibly be understood today. But attraction soon turns to terror, with multiple violent encounters between the crew of the Rita and the creature, who continues his assaults on the now trapped humans. The creature himself was designed by Millicent Patrick, who had worked in Disney animation for years before coming to Universal to work in their special effects department. And while the design was tweaked a few times, it was Millicent Patrick who deserves the credit for the design of one of the most iconic movie monsters of all time. Unfortunately, Patrick's success, and a press tour titled The Beauty Who Created the Beast, caused makeup department head Bud Westmore to become jealous, and claim sole credit for the creature for years, despite being in charge of molds and not the design itself. As for the creature on screen, he was brought to life by two people, Ben Chapman for everything out of the water, and collegiate swimmer Rico Browning for anything underwater, alongside Ginger Stanley as Kay's stunt double. Browning would play the creature underwater in all three films, with Tom Hennessy on land in Revenge, and Don McGowan in Walks Among Us. Without a face mask or goggles under the creature's face, Browning would hold his breath for minutes at a time to bring the creature's elegantly menacing underwater scenes to life, made even more special with the film's 3D effects. Alongside the sci-fi boom, the 50s were the heyday of 3D, a tactic to keep drawing in audiences against the rising competition of TV. And so Arnold and Universal shot Creature in 3D, with a lightweight underwater 3D rig containing two cameras, held by divers for filming. Creature's underwater scenes are its most famous, but I think the entire thing looks amazing. Shot in lush black and white with excellent set design and costumes, Creature has all the appeal of a faux travelogue, taking us deep into an exaggerated Amazon jungle stitched together between two shooting teams at Universal Studios sets and Waluka State Park in Florida. It's pitch-perfect movie magic, capturing the sense of adventure and also feeling extremely comfortable and cozy. First and foremost, Creature is a movie designed to thrill and capitalize on audience hunger for sci-fi monsters, at a time when Cold War fears and the space age were forcing people to question their place in the universe. And even though the creature is a monster out of the past and from deep underwater, the movie takes a moment to connect its unknowability to the stars.
We've just begun to learn about the water and its secrets, just as we've only touched on outer space. We don't entirely rule out the possibility that there might be some form of life on another planet. Then why not some entirely different form of life in a world we already know is inhabited by millions of living creatures?
And with its scientific research angle comes a hint of environmentalism, taking the time to show Kay tossing a cigarette into the water, observed by the creature. And when chemicals are used to subdue the Gillman, polluting the previously undisturbed lagoon, Dr. Williams pays for it with his life. And with the creature swimming away with Kay and taking her to his lair for all sorts of implied reasons, repressed sexuality and transgressive attraction are key elements of the story. What makes the original Creature such a great classic monster movie is that it has a perfect blend between portraying the Gillman as a sympathetic, impossible to fully understand being, and also a fearsome threat that our heroes must fight back against to survive. And in between the two is a dark romance that turns him into a greater metaphor. Essentially, the creature is justified in attacking them after humans invade his world, but having him trap them in the lagoon and abducting Kay gives them no other option than to fight back. Of course, making our two male leads into polar opposites, with the heroic David only there to study, and the villainous Mark wanting to capture or kill the creature for his own gain, gives us someone to sympathize with and someone to root against. Fatally shot, the creature seems both confused and to sadly accept his fate, walking away from the strange invaders that chose to attack it, and sinking to the bottom of the lagoon, lost to time forever. It's just tragic enough, but this is a Universal Monsters picture. You should know by now that something like death could never keep a good creature down. Creature premiered on February 12, 1954, and its immediate success gave Universal the hope that they could cash in on the new wave of 50s sci-fi horror. And so, a sequel was quickly put into production.
Watch out for the girl! Hold your fire!
Premiering on March 23, 1955, Revenge of the Creature is once again in 3D and directed by Jack Arnold, now with a script by Martin Berkeley. Here, the creature, presumed dead but seemingly confirmed alive in the time between films, is pursued by a new crew of adventurers traveling into the Amazon on their own boat, the Rita II. With the creature now known when the film starts, it's speculated that the Gillman is the missing link between man and aquatic life, with the species isolated and free to reproduce away from evolution. With no explanation given to how the monster survived, Revenge interprets the end of the original as a to be continued. I've always seen the end of the original, and I think it was intended, as saying that the creature is dead and lost to the depths forever. Eventually, the adventurers fight the creature and knock him out with dynamite, bobbing to the surface like a bad apple. And this is where Revenge makes its big breakaway from the original, as the Gillman is taken to Florida's very generic Ocean Harbor Oceanarium. Here we get to know our three lead characters: animal psychologist Professor Cleet Ferguson, ichthyology student Helen Dobson, and animal keeper Joe Hayes. Our love triangle for this picture. Oh, and Clint Eastwood's here in his first film. Hey Clint, is that a rat in your pocket or are you just happy to see me? Of course, the creature soon grows attracted to Helen, but with him defeated and chained up, he's mostly there to float around in the background while our leads chat. Hey, how's it going? Honestly, I think you lose a little something when your star monster is defeated at the end of one movie, okay at the beginning of the next, beaten badly again 10 minutes in, and comatose for half an hour afterward. As for our human leads, they're trying to train the creature to understand commands, but it's really brutal, forcing him to eat what he doesn't want, drugging him, and shocking him with electric prods to enforce commands. I think this does three things. First, it makes the leads very unlikable, which detracts from the love triangle. Second, it makes the creature less menacing. And third, it turns him into the true sympathetic character of the movie. But flaws and all, I think Revenge of the Creature is very fun. It's retro kitschy sci-fi meets vague speculative science of the time, with some honestly brutal kills. And of course, the creature eventually escapes. Cue an oceanarium rampage, and honestly, does anything scream 50s sci-fi B-movie more than a mob of people running for their lives? One thing I'll give this movie is that it's really unpredictable, moving from the Amazon to the aquarium to the creature loose in civilization. Of course, the Gill Man is in pursuit of his lady love. While The Lost World has been cited as a major influence, I think King Kong is the most direct inspiration on the overall theme of the creature. He's an ancient species out of time and driven to violence because of man encroaching on his territory. His interactions with a beautiful woman are what obsess him and ultimately lead to his doom. And part 2 has the monster pulled from his habitat and on display for civilized society, with death and destruction coming as a result. Revenge is probably juggling a few too many ideas and scenarios, and as a result, it never gives any of them enough time to be fully explored. Everything feels just too rushed, as the film burns through as many ideas as it can. That said, there are some highlights. The shot of Cleet and Helen kissing and sinking underwater while being washed by the creature is so cool, and the underwater filming here still looks great, even if the water tank isn't nearly as visually appealing as the Amazon set. And the creature interrupting a seaside jazz club is such a vibe. It all climaxes with the creature slowly trudging down the coastline with an unconscious Helen, until Cleet's behavioral training forces him to stop for a moment and be shot, fleeing back into the ocean. Strangely, it's clear that the monster escapes, but the creators chose to insert the final shot of the original to make it seem like he's died once again. Maybe Arnold and company weren't confident that the creature could support any more films, but they were wrong.
It's all new. The creature walks among us, more terrifying in human form, striking at the heart of the city with inhuman fury.
Just 1 year later, and the Gill Man would return for his final feature in The Creature Walks Among Us, debuting on April 26, 1956. However, while Arthur Ross would return to write the film, Jack Arnold was no longer behind the production, with John Sherwood now directing in only 2D. This is the creature in full-on sci-fi B-movie mode, no longer featuring the talent of Arnold behind the camera, and instead embracing the mad scientist experiments of so many sci-fi features of the time. Set sometime after Revenge, a new set of researchers are once again after the creature. The reason why the researchers are after the creature is what differentiates Walks Among Us, as the increasingly evil Dr. William Barton wants to experiment on the creature and turn him into a landwalker. Why? Because somehow this will reveal how humans can evolve to exist in outer space. That's insane. Once again, a love triangle is at the center of the film, but Dr. Barton is completely unsympathetic. Not just cruel to the creature, but abusive to his wife Marcia, who is comforted by Dr. Thomas Morgan, while also aggressively hit on by assistant Jed. It's kinda sloppy, and it doesn't help that the three main guys look exactly alike. This is a very strange movie. The first half is your pretty standard creature feature, with a research team tracking the Gill Man, including lengthy underwater sequences, a burgeoning love triangle, opposing views on what should be done with the creature, and a fight with the monster, with the creature shot and badly burned. Once again, the creature is captured, but is dying from damage to his gills. And this is where the movie takes a hard shift. An experiment to help the creature breathe out of the water, combined with its burn recovery, changes its appearance, as both the humans and the monster sorta just wonder what to do next. Really, the creature is almost completely inactive in this third entry, with him waking up and stunned with an expression of almost, "What the hell just happened to me?" Walks Among Us is almost body horror. I mean, it's not the skin I live in, but the more you think about it, the more messed up the whole thing is. Post-surgery, the creature changes its face, loses its scales for skin underneath, and gets real swole. I mean, this guy's been doing chest presses on both the incline and the decline. And when he escapes into the ocean, the creature finds that he can't breathe underwater anymore. He's also psychologically changed, walking around peacefully and even ignoring the woman at the center of the story. That's messed up, man. Really, everything here is some sort of reiteration of the past two films, despite the cosmetic changes to the title monster. And none of it is done nearly as well. Cue a violent rampage. After everything, the Gill-man's fate is left at its most ambiguous, staring down the ocean that may kill it if he tries to swim again. Unfortunately, this would be the end of the creature, due to quickly dropping interest in these movies, and with him would come the end of the era of Universal monsters. After a brief resurgence thanks to this new amphibious iteration, Universal's time at the top of horror was over, and a new era headlined by people like William Castle, George A. Romero, and Hammer Films would soon arrive. But the creature had already been cemented as a horror icon, despite such a short time in the spotlight. The creature is one of the greatest movie monster designs of all time, instantly recognizable and playing off ideas of mermen, ancient myths, and lungfish to create something uncanny but still emotive, despite those blank eyes and gaping mouth. And it works just as well in the murky water as it does on land and in broad daylight. There are no camera tricks or cheats here, just stunt actors in costume giving it their all. And to make that costume, each actor was put in a body stocking exactly their size, with foam rubber glued to it while they were inside, molding the shape of the creature to their exact body type. In fact, the molding was so precise that none of the actors could gain or lose weight, or else they wouldn't fit right. It's a low-tech approach that anticipates the precision molds that would come decades later. And for the Gill-man's signature on-land breathing, special effects teams used compressed air to inflate and deflate bladders in the mask, making the rubber come to life. The original costume is beautiful stuff. The next two, not so much. The creature was redesigned for revenge, with bigger, more bulbous eyes that not only look silly, but visibly have air bubbles in them in certain shots. And then, of course, there's our swole, smooth creature in part 3. Unfortunately, while the creature's new costume reflects the changes he has undergone, giving him a more human aesthetic that even lets you see the actor's eyes underneath the mask, it's also kinda cheap looking. No more moving gills, no impressively detailed scales, and the big medical frock covering most of the body is a clear shortcut to save money. With the creature only ever having 3 of his own pictures, it's kinda disappointing to have this third one see him drastically changed in appearance and neutered in behavior. But the creature's second and third iterations have faded from public consciousness, while the original remains. One of the major differences that separates the creature from the rest of his Universal monster cohorts is that outside of his initial movies, he hasn't starred in a single other film. Given that characters like Dracula and Frankenstein are sourced from novels now in the public domain, and that the Mummy and the Wolfman are tapping into a broader monster archetype, these other icons have been given life in dozens of films, both with and without Universal's involvement. The Gill-man, however, is a completely original creation for the studio, which gives them much more control over his appearances and interpretations. But that doesn't mean there haven't been homages, rip-offs, and many attempts at remakes. In 1977, Carl Dreadstone wrote a novelization of the original film, with lots of changes and a bigger scope, while 2004 brought Paul DeFilippo's novel Time's Black Lagoon, where the creature came from alien visitors centuries ago. And under Universal's umbrella, the Gill-man would star in the short-lived Creature from the Black Lagoon, the musical, at Universal Studios Hollywood, which was a much more outlandish and tongue-in-cheek adaptation that debuted on July 1st, 2009, and was permanently closed less than a year later. The company also approved an official pinball machine by Midway that uses a 50s drive-in theater setting for the player's encounter with the creature. I think it's pretty awesome. Outside of Universal, different creators have homaged the original by changing its design just enough. The most famous of these is 1987's The Monster Squad, which is basically Goonies meets the Universal Monsters, as a group of horror-loving kids fight Dracula and his gang, including the Gill-man. I absolutely love the design of the creature here, designed by the GOAT, Stan Winston. He's much more inhuman and vicious looking, with a toothy head that looks like a piranha set on top of a spiky humanoid body. Unfortunately, the Gill-man is given a pretty lackluster death, while the rest of his monster brethren get much more elaborate ends. TV is filled with creature homages. movies, ranging from an Abbott and Costello sketch in the 50s, to Uncle Gilbert and the Munsters, to an episode of Flipper where Riku Browning himself plays a Gilmanish sea monster, to the Universal Cartoon Studio series Monster Force, where the creature was one of the villains. It did not do well. The design of the creature is so iconic and ingrained in the memories of even people who've never seen these movies that it doesn't take much to suggest the monster, while still skirting around licensing issues. Universal would try to get a remake going off and on in the decades after the creature had disappeared back into the ocean, but nothing got far. Starting in 1982, John Landis tried to remake Creature with a script from Nigel Neal that features two creatures, one good and gentle, one evil, with both eventually leaving the lagoon and fighting the US Navy. Landis wanted the film to be in 3D, but Universal chose to put their money behind Jaws 3D instead. As I covered in my Unmade John Carpenter Movies video, Carpenter entered the picture in 1992, setting his remake in the modern-day Amazon with Bill Phillips writing a hard R remake filled with violence. The script would see creationist scientists trying to prove their views, colliding with a man-fish race living in hidden pyramids in the Amazon, taking lots of inspiration from H.P. Lovecraft's The Shadow over Innsmouth. Carpenter's time on the project lasted long enough for him to hire special effects master Rick Baker, with designs leaked online years later showing a faithful but less rubbery creature. Unfortunately, the big-budget failure of Memoirs of an Invisible Man caused Universal to never greenlight the movie. In 1994, Peter Jackson was offered the chance for a remake, but chose King Kong instead, which came to life a decade later. In 2001, Gary Ross signed on to produce and co-write a remake with his father, Arthur Ross, co-writer of the original. Breck Eisner was attached to direct, with a pharmaceutical company spilling chemicals in the Amazon, but this never seemed to go anywhere. Soon, Guillermo del Toro pitched his own version, where the creature would be the protagonist and point-of-view character, but Universal wasn't interested. More on this in a minute. Around 2004, James Gunn pitched a remake right after the success of Dawn of the Dead, but apparently Universal wasn't interested in him being the voice behind the film. Around 2010, Carl Eric Rinch was set to direct, but again, it didn't progress at all. In 2012, Dave Kojganich was hired to write a draft, but then this stalled and then oh no, here comes the Dark Universe. That brings us to 2017, where Alex Kurtzman, director of the bad version of The Mummy, was attached to direct a script written by Jeff Pinkner and Will Beall. The dismal failure of The Mummy scrapped the Dark Universe. And in 2021, Greg Nicotero and Robert Rodriguez revealed they were interested in doing a remake, but nothing official has come of it. As for Del Toro, he finally turned the essence of his remake idea into The Shape of Water in 2017. Here, the subversive themes of attraction and sexuality that lurk beneath the surface of Creature are turned into the focal point of the film. Now, our female lead is not just the willing recipient of the creature's affections, but reciprocates them. That's because when Del Toro first saw Creature from the Black Lagoon at 7 years old, he sympathized with the monster. Not just that, he rooted for the strange romance to win in the end. The creature was the most beautiful design I'd ever seen, said Del Toro, and I saw him swimming under Julie Adams, and I loved that the creature was in love with her, and I felt an almost existential desire for them to end up together. Of course, it didn't happen. Decades later, and The Shape of Water fulfilled the director's fantasy, and became the most successful homage to Creature ever made, keeping the spirit of the Universal monster alive when even the studio itself couldn't. Of course, this being a retrospective, it's time for a ranking of every film, but there's only 3 this time and you can probably guess the rankings, so I'll make it quick. At 3, The Creature Walks Among Us. 50% typical creature movie, 50% very odd sci-fi tragedy that fits into the trends of the time. Among Us is an extremely strange change of pace that really doesn't work all that well. There's a lot of interesting ideas here, and it feels like the creators took that brief discussion in the original about how the depths of the ocean are just as alien as outer space, and ran with that. But the film is really lacking in execution. Still, there are a few great touches, and the underwater photography still looks fantastic. But this is underwhelming, especially for the final Creature film that's been made. At 2, Revenge of the Creature. Revenge is a really fun, if really flawed, sequel to a classic. Specifically, this sequel has a difficult time balancing sympathy for the creature with making its leads likable. I mean, you can only root so much for a couple that bonds over cattle prodding a confused ancient species in a water tank. Still, it's an extremely unpredictable movie that changes its setting and stakes about 5 different times over the course of its short length. That means that none of them are explored all that well, but it also keeps you guessing where the film will go until it hits its extremely sudden end. It's a fun B-movie where the flaws are counterbalanced by some really great moments, and both the highs and lows are a good time. Oh, and I would put Monster Squad and The Shape of Water right here between number 2 and number 1, with Shape of Water a little higher if you wanted to know. And at number 1, the original Creature from the Black Lagoon. Jack Arnold's original film is easily one of my favorite monster movies. It's the ideal of what a great Universal monster movie should be, thanks to its ability to balance both your attachment to the human leads and your sympathy for its central monster, which informs all of its themes. Man versus nature, modern versus ancient, attraction versus repulsion, obsession versus observation. Everything in this movie exists in extremes, and all within an amazingly shot pseudo-travelogue featuring one of the all-time great monsters. It's iconic and brilliant. With nearly 70 years past since the original Creature first hit screens, and a new version seemingly impossible to make, this is one of the rare franchises I've done a retrospective on that doesn't have any life left in it. Of course, you never know when the undeniable mix of a creator with a fresh take and a movie studio with the need for another hit will come together and bring a beloved franchise back from the dead. Even if it never happens, the fact that the Gill Man has become an iconic Universal monster with so few films speaks to the power of the Creature and how his stories still speak to audiences. If you're anything like me, and I know I am, you're always hungry for new Universal Monsters stuff. And in recent years, Universal has teamed up with Image Comics for new takes on their classic creatures. But only one of them features my favorite, the Gill Man. Published in 2024 across 4 issues, Creature from the Black Lagoon Lives is a must for any fan of the monster, and is written by Ram V and Dan Waters, with art by Matthew Roberts and Dave Stewart. The story follows journalist Kate Marsden and is set decades after the original Universal film, starting with Kate recovering from but still traumatized by her near-death experience at the hands of a psychopathic killer. Her search for revenge leads her to the Amazon, where the criminal has set up a new operation, only for the hunt to lead her directly into the path of the still living and still deadly Creature. Creature is just one of the many official takes on the Universal monsters from Image, and each has a very different focus and style. But what I like about Creature Lives is that it's a brand new story that uses the Gill Man for a very different approach to this world while still getting its central monster totally right. To me, the Creature is equally dangerous and sympathetic, as drawn to humans as it is deadly to them. And here, it's really a story about a woman drawn into the world of the Creature out of desperation, obsession, and violence, making her less of the unsuspecting victim and more of a reflection of the Creature's animalistic impulses, shown in humankind through both her and the killer she's hunting. It's written like a crime mystery with healthy doses of brutal horror. As for the art, Roberts and Stewart are much more exaggerated and cartoonish, but I think they do an excellent job at selling the brutality and terror of the characters, with a really great design for the Gill Man that feels in line with the films but still its own recognizable take. It's a dark story. In fact, it's way darker than any of the 3 Creature features because of its lack of restrictions on violence with both human and monster attacks. But what will be left of both Kate and the Creature when the fight to survive consumes them both? Thanks for watching today's video and for getting to the end of this massive compilation. Covering the history of the Universal monsters has been a special part of my channel for so long, and I'm glad to have been able to make so many videos covering one of the most fascinating eras of horror, and that so many people have enjoyed these videos too. There will be more monster videos to come, as well as a focus on Hammer Horror and other studios' takes on these classic creatures, so there's always more on the way. But in reflecting back on these videos, I can say that I'm proud of what I've made, and have come a long way over the course of my channel. I'd love to hear your thoughts on your favorite Universal monster movies, as well as what else you'd like to see covered on the channel. And as always, I hope that you're taking care of yourselves and watching some great monster movies.